Pirates starting from the strongest swordsman. Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151. Chapter 79 Opening the Path of Pursuit. Anjali is also a little unsure. At this time, Anjali suddenly appeared in the department and was inexplicably pushed out by the system, so Anjali still felt that there was something wrong with him. No one knows what principle works for the first piece of Jian, but at this time, Anjali was actually more worried about Su Zhang, because he was very worried about Su Yang's danger outside. He guessed that Su Zhang was in danger. If you encounter some other people, the system may prompt an unexpected situation, but if the rope landing is really reasonable, then the system may prompt failure. So at this time, actually Suo Jiang still felt a little worried about him, but what would happen when he was handed down, Lao Zhang himself didn't know very well. Granted, Anjali's discovery happened like this. Zoro was already injured at this time. If it weren't for the fact that Zoro was injured, he wouldn't mention it. The show failed, so at this moment, Anjali set off quickly, and left this place in a hurry. Although at the beginning, Anjali actually didn't want to leave this place, and Anjali also thought that he would leave even if he left this place. This place will not be known by others, and he feels that the most important thing for him now is to rush to explore whether there is an accident in labor and capital. Feeling my own heart, if it is a little narrow, then this is really not a good thing, but at this moment, Anjali quickly came to the place where Zoro is now. Because when he first started, Ji Yuyina actually didn't know where Zoro was at all, but he was just relying on his own understanding of Zoro, and he was also aware of Zoro's breath because he was the most at the beginning. Anjali was actually very worried about Zoro because he didn't want Zoro to be injured because of such a thing. But when such a thing suddenly happened, when he realized that Anjali actually saw Zoro's injury, it was really true. I felt a little angry, and I felt very angry. At this time, Anjali had actually seen Zoro. He knew that Zoro was injured now, and he was seriously injured. He guessed that such a thing is not a good person at all. That's why Anjali is a little anxious at this moment. At this time, Anjali said to Zoro with a very anxious mood. Sozo, tell me now who is the one who made you hurt like this? If someone is really enough to hurt you like this, I think this person's martial arts must be very strong, but what? You'd better tell me, because I won't be afraid of him at all, and I will definitely take revenge for you. This to Zoro, because at this time, Anjali's feet were very worried about Sozo. He didn't know why the case grew like this, and now Zoro's injuries have been very productive, not at all. Xiaohu said that after Haodang's half-love happened, Zoro actually felt a little serious, because he felt that the relationship between himself and Anjali was very good, and when it happened at that time, in fact, Zoro also felt that he was a little sorry for Anjali, because he really smelled this Anjali and made an oil bottle. However, at this time, Anjali felt that he should take a good look at Zoro. Explain this kind of thing clearly. After he and Zoro explained this kind of complicity, Anjali already knew about it. In this week's chart, this person must not have gone far, because he knew that I have already sensed such a breath. So at this time, Anjali felt that he really should not let this person go, because he knew that before this person had actually shot and seriously injured Zoro, so at this time, in fact, Anjali I feel that I really should confront him head-on. Before this, Anjali was not afraid of anyone, and Anjali did not feel any fear at all in the face of such a thing. He knows that after this kind of love is happening now, it may be a very bad thing for others. Zero ask for flowers. However, Anjali has never been afraid of him in the county, so at this time Anjali began to fight with this person. The two of them were quarreling here, but Anjali felt that from the beginning. There's absolutely no point in arguing with him. But at this time, this person did not have Silo who wanted to fight with Anjali. Since Anjali all hoped to use his own strength to confront him head-on, only in this way could they be truly. I realized what I was thinking, but no matter what, when the incident had already happened, and Danley was actually a little shocked. Anjali doesn't want to say anything more with this person, because Anjali is very clear about such a thing, and Anjali also feels that he has been fighting with this person for so long, which is actually completely meaningless. because he feels that this person has been avoiding himself. In fact, Anjali still feels a little angry at such a person, because he thinks this person is really a coward. If there is any problem, they can face it. Going to confrontation can even directly solve such a problem, but this person has been avoiding and now he can even hide in a shadow. When this person hid in the shadow, it really made Anjali feel very unrelated, and it felt a little ridiculous, because he knew that the relationship between himself and Zoro before this was very good. He is definitely going to avenge Zoro this time, but this person has always walked into the shadow. This really made Anjali feel that the party was very unfamiliar. Anjali really hoped that he could confront this person head-on, but nothing happened. This person walked away quickly. Jerry felt that he didn't know what to do. 45. Chapter 80. It doesn't matter. So at this time, Anjali came to this person and fought loudly against this person. Who are you? If you are really a person with or without sex, I really hope to have a positive relationship with me, and I think what you are doing now is simply a Confucian behavior. I really don't want to fight with a lover like you. When Anjali said this, people said that when Anjali finished saying this, in fact, that person didn't know that because he knew that what he was talking about now didn't matter to others at all. That guy just doesn't want to fight him head-on. However, when such a situation happened, although this person did not give him any response, and he was in a state of hiding. But Anjali will never let him go so easily, because Anjali thinks that since this person has hurt Zoro, this is a very important thing for him and he will not do it so easily. Just do this. So at this moment, Anjali suddenly thought of another method. He guessed that if this person could hide in the shadow all the time, then this would be really a very delicate thing for him, and he also felt that if he really wanted to get entangled with this person, then this would really be a problem. It was something that made him feel very unrelated, so Anjali felt that he should not continue to refuse like this. And he also knows Lin, if he still uses such a method to fight with him, then the two of them will not fight in the dark, so there is a winner or loser, so at this moment Ange Column thinks that we should think of a new way. Because Anjali has now guessed what such a person is, what kind of thinking he is, and if he really confronts this person head-on, then they may not be opponents at all, so he will choose to keep walking. Go into the shadow, so at this moment, Anjali led this person out. When Anjali put this person on the show, he suddenly disappeared outside the shadow, so at this moment Anjali went to see the two of them when it happened so clearly. At this time, Anjali finally felt that there was a sign to follow him to defeat this person at once. At this time, this person suddenly felt very angry because he was here. Before, he felt that it was impossible for him to be beaten by Anjali because this person had always been a very powerful person, and when he was angry about this, he had finally cultivated. Now such a spell can hide in the shadows, so anyone would rather have nothing to do with him, but this Anjali used another method to defeat himself. It's a matter of love. The straight thing is to make this person feel very helpless, and he can be very angry. So at this moment, this person came to Anjali's side, ready to continue fighting with him, but he suddenly found himself it may be that the straight one is not the opponent, so all he can do at this moment is to run away as soon as possible, but when this person runs away, he always feels that what he is doing now is such a sensible thing to let them run away. I felt very helpless, probably because before this, Anjali had always thought that this kind of thing might be a very sugar cake problem. Because at this time, Anjali felt that since this person has been beaten by himself, if he really wants to continue the book with him, then Anjali will not be afraid of him at all. There will be another 300 rounds of battle, but no matter what, even if this person escapes, Anjali will not chase him. Because Anjali still felt a little scared in the face of such a thing, and when they discovered such a thing next, they still felt very helpless. At this moment, when this person was defeated by Anjali when the time came, he was ready to run away, because he felt that he really had no need to fight Anjali anymore. Because now they have already known. In fact, Anjali is a very close character, and Anjali had already defeated him before that. At this moment, this person is not a stubborn person at all. During the process of escaping, he said to Anjali, "Don't worry, Anjali, you are a big boy now, and today you are right in this series. Yes, I hope. All equal, don't forget that I will definitely seek revenge from you in the future. This person said this, and it was when this person finished saying these words that he turned around and walked away. When he was about to leave, he was still waiting for Sean to go to Anjali's state building, and after the prisoner told him that he was forced to say it, maybe anyone would feel very scared when they heard the county, but at this moment when he after finishing this sentence, Anjali said that he didn't give him any response at all. At this time, Anjali was just busy and hoped to be able to take care of Zoro with you because he knew that Zoro had been severely affected before this injury. If you don't rescue him, then this may get worse. So at this time, when this person finished saying this to Anjali, Anjali completely ignored him and didn't even look back. So this person is really shocked at this moment. He doesn't know what kind of relationship Guy and Zoro have. He just felt that he had always said such a thing to Anjali before this. Maybe Anjali never knew what kind of character he was now, but no matter what, this mysterious man would not, that's it. Because he had never suffered such a kind of grievance before this time. What he did today really made them feel very aggrieved, but no matter what, he still felt it and hoped to be with them. It's good to explain this kind of love, but Anjali is the one who gives him such a chance. Next, when Anjali came to Suozu's side, he swallowed Zoro's face and felt as if he had hurt himself. 2146__. Chapter 81. Surrounded, Sudden. Because what he did was completely severely injured, he didn't know what kind of method this person used to make him look like this. But no matter what Zenon was like, when Anjali was using the rope in front of his legs, he still felt a little helpless, and now the rope was injured. So he may not be able to do it now after being disturbed, that is, to accompany Suojiang well, or even go to Shu to heal his wounds, but Suojiang still feels like he is dying. At this moment, Suojiang just felt that he had suffered so many illnesses and injuries before this time, but he still felt that he seemed to be coming to Anjali, and was imprisoned just now. Jiang has been concise, but he can still hear what the mysterious person said to Andanli, and he feels that at this time, it is actually Angliel. Chu, what the life that that person said in front of him meant to him. But Angela thinks that, for himself, Yan's words are meaningless, because now he simply can't care about so much. However, at this time, when Anjali suddenly appeared beside Zoro, he didn't know what kind of place this place was. He could only come to this place with the familiar atmosphere of himself and Zoro. He suddenly found out that Zoro was still dying, and he lifted Zoro up. At this time, Zoro said to him, Anjali, I think we should leave this place as soon as possible. Now this place is a pirate group, and before this, I was not very clear about such a thing, but now I already know. Now we already know that this place is a pirate group, so there is absolutely no need for us to stay here any longer. Zoro said this to Anjali in the first issue, because Zoro's breath was still relatively weak at this time, and he even felt a little speechless. Zoro in front of him, and still felt that he didn't care, because he knew that even if there was a pirate group here, then this would not be a very important thing for him because Anjali he is very sure of one of his own strengths, and he also knows it. There is absolutely no need to be afraid of anyone with these feelings that I am doing now. But at this time, Anjali decided to play a joke, because he knew that Sozo was injured now, and he must be in a very bad mood. Alright Zoro, now you already know about this local Shanghai orchestra, but why didn't you tell me earlier? Now let's hurry up and open this place, and I think this place is really not suitable for staying here for a long time. Then some life dangers may be caused to us in the future, Anjali said. People should be safe at this time. When Gary finished saying this, Zoro still felt very helpless, because he knew that this person seemed to be glib and Mi Huan said something indifferent in front of others, but at this moment Zoro said to Anjali. Angry, if you think I can get out of this place quickly now, I think you're a pretty box. But now that you've arrived, I've been seriously injured. If the two of us can leave this place quickly, it's really a good thing, but if we really can't leave, I'm really as helpless. When Zoro said this, people knew that when Zoro finished saying this, Angeli already knew what he was, and Angeli also felt that when he was with him, although he said that sometimes there would be some disputes. But now they are really in a very harmonious state. What's more, in this place at this moment, there is absolutely no need for them to crook others to have a quarrel together, and in the mind of the roper, he also felt that he had now met a noble person in his life. At this moment, Angeli brought prayers and surrendered to prepare to leave this place quickly. And if Angelina is still in this place, they may become more and more dangerous in the future. On the other hand, he knew that if he left this place alone, then it would be a matter of no adjustment, but he knew that he would have to take a wounded repel. Therefore, Angeli is very familiar with such a thing. He knows that the next thing to do should really be analyzed for himself. Now he is leaving this place with Zoro. However, suddenly a group of people appeared in the place and blocked their way. At this moment, Lu Yi returned to the group of people who were surrounding him next week. He suddenly felt that this group of people treated him. It's really far away. He had never seen such people before. The faces of everyone at this time really made Angeli feel very strange. Doesn't know why these people keep surrounding him and 250 Zoro, and he has always had a very good relationship with Zoro, never offending anyone, but now when they suddenly appear in front of him, it really made Angeli feel very shocked. Angeli didn't know why these people were blocking his way, but it wouldn't be so. The next thing they have to do now is to leave this place, even if they are now under medical treatment, then Angeli must also figure out a good way. Because now Angeli knows that if he leaves this place alone, even if there are so many people surrounding him, Angeli will definitely not take them seriously. But now, Angeli still has a normal Zoro by his side, so he still hopes to bring it with him. The other people made it clear the suffocation of this block together. He knew that when he and Zoro were together, he had to protect him because Zoro had been severely hurt. If he couldn't protect him, then he would take care of himself. Power, people will definitely start with Zoro and defeat the two of them. Chapter 82 Rescue Rashly. No matter what, when things had happened, Angeli still felt that such a problem was somewhat understandable to them, so Angeli told them at this time, don't think that there is someone around me who looks a little bit. It is a very serious but I still hope that you can explain such a question well. If I hit you guys in a while, I hope you can understand me, and I also hope you don't look at me and play cards because of these brothers. At that time, I won't be confused about your men talking about the leopard like this, because when Angeli said these words, he had no other meaning now, he just wanted to let others know what he was thinking. And now, after it happened, Angeli still felt a little bit of a leopard. Because Angeli felt that while these people surrounded him behind their backs, they were really not acting like a gentleman, but acting like a husband, so at this moment, after they explained such a problem, the others people don't know how to go to the ditch. However, when Angeli finished saying this, the others didn't know what they were doing. However, at this time, a group of people had already brought back Angeli and Zoro. At this time, Angeli would not have been afraid of them at all before this, because Angeli already knew that Lin and these people would for me, it's just a side dish. But at this time, in fact, Angeli has been supporting a seriously injured Zoro, so when he was breaking outside, he didn't dare to use force at all. And he was also very afraid that these people would hurt Zoro, so he was accidentally caught by others in the process of protecting Zoro. At this time, when such an incident happened, I realized that Angeli was still in suspense. It's very serious, and Angeli doesn't know how to deal with this matter. Next, he may think that it may be a bit bad for him to have such a thing happen, but he still doesn't think that it may be a helpless thing for him now, because Peek's anger has developed to this day. It looks like it. Maybe Angeli is helpless to come to the leadership school next, since the two of them have been arrested now. Maybe other people also think it's very bad to be honest, but after that happened, Tashigi and Guina have also come to the scene. Because they didn't come here on their own initiative to study them, it was because they just didn't want to come, but when they came this time, it was really inexplicable, just like Shilu's Bang. When they arrived in Angelai and Zoro couldn't take it anymore, so one day they decided to study them. At this moment, Tashigi originally thought that he had to talk to them, and this kind of affair happened. Tashigi knew that if he didn't study them, then they might become very sloppy. And what kind of things will be faced next? In fact, no one is clear, so after what happened at this moment, Tashigi was going to rescue Anjali and Zoro, but Guina stopped him at this time, because Guina thought that if such a thing happened, she really shouldn't act rashly. If she really acted rashly, then there may be a very serious consequence, but this Tashigi doesn't listen to him at all, because Tashigi thinks that he really has no need to worry now. Although he said that he didn't know what kind of problem he would have to face next, he still felt that he really shouldn't be like this now. After seeing it, he pretended that he didn't see anything. Because he thinks that if he really does nothing, then he really is not a good UF. So at this moment, Tashigi is really embarrassed when he wants to rush in. At that time, Ji-Yuna wanted to stop him, but couldn't. In fact, when such an incident happened, both Dazuki and Ji-Yuna felt a little overwhelmed, because they knew that facing the group of pirates, they still felt a little scared, because he knew this group of pirates. Pirates have no humanity at all. When the incident happened, many people didn't know how to deal with it, but Ji-Yuna knew that she couldn't stop Tashigi no matter what. But at this time, when Tashigi rushed up inexplicably like this, he was also ready to fight with them each. So Tashigi wanted to fight with them when he started, but he still felt that he was no matter what is said in front of them, they may also feel that they are nothing to blame. But when Daiki came down to ask, they were suddenly rewarded by them in the process of fighting. In fact, before him, Tashigi had already made such a mental preparation. Tashigi knew that, if you really want to fight with them, there may not be a chance at all at this time. In fact, when Tashigi rushed in rashly, he was accidentally caught by others. In fact, how should others deal with it? But now that such a thing has happened, other Nuos people also feel very helpless. But no matter what, after the incident, Tashigi still felt that he was a little unfriendable. Then, when Tashigi and Anjali were talking together, and just such a thing, Anjali really realized. The only thing I feel is that Tashigi is simply stupid. Tashigi should not listen to such a thing at the time, and he already knew it at the beginning. In fact, Tashigi is not very powerful. But Tashigi knows it anyway. In fact, he really has no relationship. After he saw Anjali and Zoro being arrested, he really felt that he just couldn't ignore it. Greaves said to Zoro when he saw Zoro. "See, Zoro, it's called seeing is believing, hearing is disc." 411. Chapter 83 Trying to Leave. Look at this Tashigi, Liu Yu and the two of us are really very concerned. I think we two Sichi are really doing something or not. Now he has come to study us, so I still hope that we can do well next time. Go and study how to go out like this. When Anjali and Suojiang were very moved by this kind of thing, Tashigi also felt that he had some wishes, because at the beginning. In fact, Tashigi should have thought of another way, so that they would be able to cunning the two of them out of the blue, but now not only did they not rescue the two of them, but he was also caught by this high MI. They will laugh at themselves because of such a thing, but no matter what, in fact, in the face of such a thing, Zoro still feels very moved. The prisoner knew that this Tashigi could rush in like this to save them. Although it was a bit willful, it was still a kind of emphasis for the two of them anyway. However, when everyone was arrested, only Ji-Yuna was left outside. At this time, when Ji-Yuna was alone outside 147, in fact, Ji-Yuna had already arrived at Ji-Yuna. He knew that if Ji-Yuna continued to stay here, he would definitely meet Ji-Yuna next. Cause a bad effect. Maybe they will also cause a bad practice to Guy next, so when Anjali sees Guy like this next. It was decided that Ji-Yuna should leave this place quickly, so at this moment, Anjali looked at Ji-Yuna outside, so he used his eyes to meet him, probably hoping that Ji-Yuna could leave this place quickly. Because Guyana knows Anjali very well in her daily life. It was Anjali who was looking at his book and what was he trying to say, and when things developed to such an extent today, he didn't know how to communicate with other people, but he understood that what Guy did was actually this series of incidents are all for his own good. Next, he doesn't want to let others know what he thinks through such a feeling. But at this time, he knows that if Ji-Yuna is true BCAA, he hopes to open it by himself. If so, then he still has to listen to Anjali's words. The doctor knew that Anjali was a man with both wisdom and energy. At this time, when Gaichi heard these words from Anjali to himself, I already knew that, in fact, Anjali had already hinted to himself that he hoped that he would leave this island, and then he hoped to be able to hand over all his anger. Angrily went to deal with it properly, but Anjali still felt that he should not involve Gayajao. He knows that now Tashigi and they have been caught together inexplicably, then only Ji-Yuna herself is free. He hopes Ji-Yuna can quickly open this place, but at this moment Ji-Yuna has also explained it to Anjali with his own eyes. He is now going back to the morning to wait for Guy. He hopes that Guyana can come back safely. However, at this time, Anjali has also used since ancient times. What did Na mean? However, when Guyana went back, Anjali decided that she should ponder this kind of thing. Anjali knew that if she wanted to leave this place like this, she would rely on his own willpower as simply impossible, because he now has a seriously injured Zoro by his side, and he knows if that's the case, if he really wants to get out of this place. You can't run in and run like this. At that time, if he is caught by these pirates at once, then Zoro may become very miserable. And he also knew that Suojiang and Tashigi were by his side. For him, although he was in the state of being a good UF, he should still consider their feelings now. Then, Anjali suddenly felt that he was now the most important thing is to talk to these pirate leaders because he knows the pirate leaders are for them. You should still have a good negotiation. Prisoner Anjali thinks that what the military wants for them now is to rush horses to open this place, and he also knows that it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. How to deal with it? And at this time, the head of the pirates felt that something like this happened, but he still felt a little bad. At this time, Anjali also hoped to be able to quickly lure away from this place, but he still felt that some of these things were not for them. It's not very simple, so at this time, Anjali came to a little Luoluo beside the pirates. At this time, he said to this little Luoluo that I hope to see your boss, and I hope you can go back and take such a thing. I have to talk to your boss about the matter, so that I can explain such a thing to him as soon as possible, because I have a very important feeling to tell him now. However, at this time, when the young people heard him say this, they really felt very strange and didn't know what was going on. And before that, this group of pirates had already packed other people more than once. But when they go to surround others, others will feel very scared, and some people will even beg for mercy directly, but why this Anjali was not brave all of a sudden, it really makes them feel a little admirable. They all said I hope that through such a thing, I can let others know how to deal with this matter. But now when such a thing happened, Anjali didn't feel scared at all, because he really hoped to be with them and negotiate well. Only in this way can the island be opened as soon as possible. But when Zoro and the others knew about this, they thought that Anjali might be ill, because they felt that this matter could not be reversed at all. What kind of people are pirates? They are all ruthless people. It is impossible to let them go. 4125. 720__. Chapter 84 Dark. In fact, even under such circumstances, Anjali was still able to maintain his calmness that was different from ordinary people, as if this was his innate anger all his life. Listening to Yao's speech next to him, Dachi clenched her hands in a hurry, but did not let others find her. Anjali, once again, glanced at the pirate who was talking to him now, and continued talking in a blink of an eye. Say goodbye to Jingji, brother, listen to me, I have no ill will towards you, and you have to live a little more, that is, the three of us are now on your son, and we are still tied by you. Speaking of this, Anjali didn't know what to think, and Ji Yushuan dragged his tail to create a sense of mystery. Sure enough, when the pirate heard what he said, his eyes really stared at him again, and the curiosity in his eyes did not speak. And Zan, like that, he is waiting for him to continue talking. Anjali smiled in his heart. This alone is enough to prove how powerful your pirate group is, isn't it? The pirates heard the public praise of Anchanley. Although I don't know what the person who was arrested was thinking, the pirates were quite happy. There was also a smug smile on his face. That's right, don't you think we are ordinary pirates? It's more than enough to catch the three of you, even if you do another dozen. Anjali heard this. He remained calm, but instead nodded in agreement. Then continued to say, so, now that we are weak and under your control, in order to save our own lives, we want to meet your boss. Even the county dare not agree to such a request. When the pirates heard this, they didn't know that they had already entered Anjali's condom. Instead, they really thought about it. They turned around and saw Zoro, who was seriously injured next to him. It didn't seem like there was any threat. Not to mention weak, Tashigi still doesn't know that his image in the eyes of others is actually weak. The pirate will say, I also know the current affairs so well. Then if you want to see our boss, just come with me, but then how will our boss treat you? That is, your fortune-telling pirate said that, and gave a particularly indifferent look, and then he turned around and led the way in front of Anjali and glanced at the two disciples next to him, motioning them to watch their pace quickly. Zoro and Tashigi didn't understand what Anjali wanted to do, but Anjali always had something in their hearts. This kind of majesty, and Anjali is right. Soon, the three of them walked from the deck to a position closer to the cabin. There were more pirates gathered together. They didn't know what they were talking about. It seemed that there was something in the middle of the crowd, but it was true. In the middle of a group of pirates with 5 big and 3 thick, sit a very beautiful woman, sitting on a chair in a lazy posture. With bright red nail polish on her beautiful hands, she tapped on the armrest of the chair little by little, intentionally or unintentionally. Anjali could only see the beautiful shadow of this woman through the crowd. The people who arrived were 3 prisoners who said they wanted to see you. She and the 3 of them are like weak chickens, and they don't have any threats, so I brought them here. The stumbling pirate said that to the boss as soon as he came up, and Anjali was a little surprised to hear what he called this woman. I didn't expect such a pretty-looking woman to be the boss of the pirate group. Anjali thought in his heart that a person should not look like a person. Then, when the pirates heard it, they all moved aside one after another, and the 3 of them were in front of the woman who appeared unobstructed. Anjali looked at this beautiful woman, with deep eye sockets and high projections on her nose. She was a very standard Western beauty. I'm Anjali. It's an honor to meet you, boss. Anjali made a self-introduction as soon as he came up. First reported his home, and his tone was neither green nor aggressive, and his standing posture was not like a prisoner at all. The beautiful woman on the chair's eyes fell on Anjali for a long time, so that she didn't even glance at the person behind him. The woman smiled. Anjali, I haven't heard of the feud but you can remember my name. A quick smile flashed on Shuta Anjali's face, and she quickly returned to her normal appearance. Well, I haven't come out with such a beautiful woman. Will it be the boss of the pirate group? Chuta didn't pay any attention to what Andan Lili just said, just a smile from the corners of his mouth. Hong Yan's lips curled up on his temples, and he looked so charming. Fresh. Anjali, whether you are tempting or trying to please, don't say these unnecessary nonsense. I can see that you are a smart person. Anjali met Chuta's scrutinizing eyes, neither dodging nor evading, and since Chuta County had already said so, Anjali didn't go around and said directly, You are right, Ms. Chuta, I don't know about you. Have you ever heard the saying that Mingran's time is important? Chuta's smile remains the same. So, I hope I can get out of here in the quickest way. Instead of chatting with Ms. Chuta here, don't finish talking about Anjali, and the pirates standing next to me are immediately dissatisfied, and some even endure it. I couldn't help but want to rush up, but under the pull of my companions, I just stood there and said very unhappy. You think you're an old man, but you're actually talking to our boss like that. Boy, you don't know the rules. Lao Sushi, you've been upset for a long time, and there are some grumpy pirates who have already pulled up their sleeves and said, I'm here. He forgot whose boat he was on. I'm here to teach the boss a lesson and teach him Anjali in this discussion. He didn't even move his body, and he didn't even look at them from the corner of his eye. It is still arrogant and casual to say that it is safe. Sure enough, these people all listened to the words of the leader of the pirate group. With the 3 words Sechuda, all the pirates were quiet and Sechuda continued to say. Let's hear what this daring guest is going to say. There is no meanness in Angeli's eyes. Even if he has already felt the ferocity in Sechuda's eyes, it doesn't matter if he threatens him. Angeli says. It's very simple, I want to have a meeting with the boss of your pirate group, that is, Sechuda, and pray and continue. I won and the 3 of us left. Rim, just let you deal with it. After speaking, the whole audience was quiet, but Sechuda suddenly laughed softly. Okay, I will draw together. 0720__. Chapter 85, Sudden Repentance. This time, on the deck, which was still very quiet, one by one couldn't bear the thoughts in their hearts, and the pirates discussed the products one after another. How dare this man named Angeli be so daring? Hee, Boss Sechuda has a good heart today, so he doesn't care about this savage, let's see how he will be beaten down. Having said that, I seem to have foreseen that this group of pirates has already foreseen that the result of the competition will definitely be Sechiudali. Greg was completely absent from what these people thought and what to do with their temples, but his 2 apprentices couldn't stand hearing these comments. Do these idiots think they are all prophecies? One by one so sure. At this time, Sechi was a little timid and didn't speak loudly. The rope was different, and she didn't care about her injuries, she said in her voice. It's so beautiful. Watch, 823 Angeli defeat Shuda, a bunch of arrogant people. Zoro said, looking at Sechuda with contempt, as if he despised her, just like he despised women in the past. Sechuda noticed Zoro's eyes, her face turned cold for a moment, but she quickly covered it up and said don't worry, the 3 of you are just new arrivals today, I will give you a little time to relax. I put it on Angeli, especially you, Angeli, but you must prepare well, don't let me down. The group of pirates also laughed along. Angeli was not stimulated by these words, as if it was nothing but optional to him, and nodded solemnly. Then, Shuda asked his pirate subordinates to bring Angeli and the 3 into a room on the top. The pirate man said. The boss ordered that the 3 of you sleep here today. It's so nice to you. Zoro saw a room that was so bright and distant, and couldn't help complaining a little bit. Could this be good for us? Is your pirate's life very difficult? The pirate's subordinate heard it, raised his head and gave Zoro a vicious look, but instead of arguing with him, he turned and left Dan. Inside the room, the pirates opened for a while and then sent someone to deliver the food, and then locked the door from the outside. Angeli was completely undisturbed by the outside world during the entire period. I wanted to talk, but was stopped by Tashigi. At this time, let's collect your nonsense. Angeli is really thinking about something now. Zoro glanced at him and shut up. Long because he was injured, and after a day of consumption, he basically didn't eat anything, so he quickly waited for the kelp to deliver come and swept away the food. Tashigi was watching his actions beside him. He originally thought that these pirates would be uneasy and kind-hearted to give them some medicine, but seeing that Zoro had finished eating, it was fine, and Tashigi was relieved to follow him. The 2 counties belong to the same county. Angeli left a portion. After Angeli opened his eyes, he ate more food without saying much, because he was likely to go through a Tibetan battle and needed to replenish his physical strength. Tashigi looked and prayed. He said, Master_Biao, what do you think of Sechuda's strength? Is it a big deal to win against him tomorrow? Angeli paused for a moment, did not hide, and said according to what he thought, the daily test should also be a master, but I may not be able to beat me. I will try my best to try to get a quick solution. Tashigi nodded, but roped and said, I'll just say, Master is like this. It's not a problem to defeat a woman, no matter what she is. The boss. Angeli glanced at Zoro and sighed for a long time. Suojiang, don't you think you've been a little impetuous recently? Long was stunned. After thinking about it, he obediently closed it. It's just because he admires Angeli too much in his heart. Moreover, Anjali mainly says that if he has a chance of winning, Zoro will automatically magnify him into a sure victory. After Anjali finished eating, he closed his eyes and began to practice his combat power. On the second day, Anjali and 3 woke up early. Anjali was still worried about Zoro's injuries at the beginning. After all, it has been so long, and it is very likely that it will worsen without treatment. However, seeing how the boy looked exuberant when he woke up, Anjali didn't worry too much. Not long after, someone unlocked the room from the outside, and then took the 3 of them out of the room. Chuda has long been I changed my size and wore a black outfit. I was sitting on the chair just like yesterday. When you waited for Anjali to arrive, you saw the big waves on Sechuda's head, so the sea breeze kept flying, and the black tights also outlined out of the beautiful curve of Sechuda. However, Anjali just swept his eyes away. He wouldn't underestimate Shuda and stood up because of this. Anjali nodded, because now Bai has already started with a sentence. His 2 disciples and those pirates have already withdrawn some distances. Sechuda picked up Shishao, and Anjali also quickly took out the sword from his back and entered a state of comparison. None of the 2 of them would despise this decisive battle. Sechuda was aimed at Anjali, and after shouting, his body flew up and rushed over. Anjali quickly used the executioner to deflect the opponent's attack, but was forced to move 2 steps because Sechuda was too hard at first. Device. The backhand sent the tip of the sword forward. Sechuda could only let it go in order to avoid it, and Anjali launched an attack. After dodging Anjali's attacking move, Sechuda used enough strength, and the weapon was aimed at Anjali and chopped down. Anjali just used a big move, Baiyun Tianqing 53, and the dark clouds covered the ground in an instant, and then Sechuda cleverly used her momentum to make the dark clouds roll over. His big move. Gree's eyes widened, and others might seem a little stunned, but at this critical moment, Anjali was waiting for the most clever moment. White clouds opened the sky. The time has come, Anjali let out a loud voice. The sword in his hand seemed to have the strength of a dry jack, and he punched it out on the internet. The weapon that Sechuda cut down was instantly bounced back. Sechuda also couldn't control it for a while, and the tiger's mouth on both hands was shocked. And that's not all. Behind Anjali seems to be able to condense strong winds, and the scene of Sechuda, who has already fallen behind, is out of control for a while. 4175. 721__. Chapter 86. The Mission After Escape. After Sechuda fell to the ground, there was an expression of disbelief on her face, as if she did not believe that she had fallen so quickly to Anjali, and she did not calm down at this time. The salutation trembled slightly, and the wind blew behind him and couldn't stop for a while. And the whole pirate moved violently several times because of the strong wind brought by Anjali, and finally calmed down with the help of Haibo. Anjali's eyes are calm. Shuda's, I'm leaving. He didn't use words like you to insult the other party, and it was a light sentence that I won, and he has already shown a different atmosphere from ordinary people. Chuda slowly stood up from the ground. Although he was the loser, his every move was graceful, and he even touched his own big waves. Alright and file, since you won. Then stay and play with me for a few more days. At Sechuda, not expecting that she would regret it. Anjali didn't speak for a while, and the pirates didn't speak either. The surprised expressions they showed just now because their boss lost, haven't been taken back by the county. Tashigi held the injured Zoro to the side, and the 2 of them reacted with angry expressions on their faces. Sechuda, you actually didn't believe what you said. Thankfully, you are still the leader of the pirate group. You don't even give credit when you say good things. No wonder you will lose your father's power and kill your pirate group. Believe it or not, say it here, and the pirates will respond quickly. Come here, but they act like their boss. Yes, but angry with Zoro and their language. The thief was aggressive, and the expression on his face became fierce and surrounded the 3 of them, Anjali. However, her eyes kept on Sechuda, as if she wanted her to give herself a reasonable explanation. Unfortunately, Sechuda was just a faint issue on her cheeks, and she lightly checked Song Nan's shoulder, as if she had put herself out of this matter. Pick it out and say. I promised you to compete with you, but I didn't say that you will definitely keep your promise. Say, shoot action. You know, soldiers never tire of deceit, Anjali. The undisguised lightness in that tone made Anjali's eyes deepen. Sichuda went as if he was going to do what he was going to do next. He raised his hand, waved it in the air, and ordered to catch the three of them soon. After the pirates got the order, they all rushed forward, trying to make Anjali's eyes change again. This time, he didn't need to remind him. Tashigi and Tashigi also quickly separated. To deal with these injuries, Zoro is not very flexible. The task of resistance is mainly on Tashigi. He can only use some sensitive moves. When Anjali turned his wrist, the treasure in his hand changed direction. He turned around and was about to deal with the pirates. During the melee, Anjali suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing from behind him. What? But no matter how quick his reaction was, when he turned around to take precautions, Shuta's weapon still fell lightly in front of Anjali's liver. Just 1 centimeter away from Anjali's artery. Sichuda looked at Anjali, and picked on the hair with some pride, and said that she couldn't do it. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that Anjali will cut off his head in the next second. When the two of them heard this, their faces were a little unbelievable, but they pinched their heads. Anjali is indeed now threatened by Shuta. The two had no choice but to give up their resistance reluctantly. After the pirates on the side went up to pick them up with a rope, Sichuda gently withdrew Anjali in her hand and did not move, but she went down. In a second, Wu Fan in Sichuda's hand suddenly appeared in the position of the master in the position of the file. Tashigi called out at the same time. Anjali's eyes became a little angry now. If all this was within his tolerance just now, then now, Sichuda's sudden action of stabbing him has ignited Anjali's anger. Duh! Anjali said this sentence through the back molars, but Shuta just said that there is no way. Anjali, you are too powerful. In order to avoid you running away under my nose, I had no choice but to say sorry to you. Sichuda was like a peacock who had won a victory. She arrogantly retracted her weapon and turned around. Anjali realized that something was wrong. From the wound on his shoulder, came a tingling sensation quickly spread throughout his body, making him unable to lift up any strength. Anjali quickly realized that this was Sichuda's trick, but it was too late to kiss him. These pirates also came up quickly, tied Anjali too, and then sent the three of them to be taken out today. However, this time, all three of their hands and feet were bound and unable to move. Anjali was full of thoughts. The man was sulking, and he closed his eyes and wrapped around the wall for a long time without moving. He just tried to break free from the rope, but his breathing body did not cooperate at all. With such an injury, Anjali can't even escape from the current anger. Let alone Zoro and the others. 9109 Chibi and Tashigi were worried and kept looking at Anjali, but Anjali didn't give the two of them a little reaction. Even if they are anxious, they can only do their best. At night, Anjali is the teacher who can lift a little bit of strength, but when he moves, Anjali is trying to break through. There were footsteps outside the door. Zoro thought it was a pirate on the ship at first, so he snorted heavily, expressing that he was in a good mood and stopped struggling temporarily. But at this moment, the door to the room suddenly opened, and a man dressed as a pirate walked in. What surprised Anjali and the others was that the pirate who came in not only did nothing to them, but untied the ropes on them, deliberately lowered his voice and said, "Take advantage of the slack defense outside, the three of you leave quickly." "One, who are you?" Anjali stared at each other with tight eyes, but the pirate's face was covered with a black cloth, which didn't make anyone sway back to Anjali. He quickly turned around and left the room, and threw the key and the others on the ground. Without further delay, Greg got up slowly, let Tashigi support him and went out. But it didn't go very far. Lai suddenly heard a notification from the system that there was a task. Chapter 87 Leave Alone. At this time, Anjali also carefully checked the tasks happening around him, because at the beginning, he already knew that this task was very important to him, and he knew that he should take good care of it. "I went to check this task," and at this time I found a very important thing. Because at the beginning of in fact, Anjali thought that after this kind of thing happened, there was absolutely no need to check with others, and he also informed that when faced with these things, it might be very lucky for him. Cake. He checked it carefully. It turned out that the mission took place on the island where he came out before. This mission really shocked him, and he was very surprised. He didn't know what was going on. Could it be that before the escaped island set another record for itself? I couldn't figure out what Shin Anjali could do about such a thing, but he still felt that such a thing was a little powerless. Because one of the locations where Ganwang's mission is now assigned is here, Saishi and Anjali can only accept such a reality. Even if you can't accept this fact, there is no other way, so Anjali feels that the next situation really needs to be carefully considered from the beginning to the end. So at this time, in fact, Anjali also discovered that such a love affair is really very important for him. He doesn't want the following things to affect anyone. If Yuanqi is his apprentice, it is because of this. If one thing affects his apprentices, then Anjali will definitely feel very lonely, and Fei Cheng will feel helpless. And before that, Anjali had already thought about it, and the next things should be faced by himself. So at this time, Anjali actually felt that if he just let his apprentices leave this place, maybe the apprentices wouldn't leave like this. Because after this kind of thing happens, other people may feel that it is an insignificant thing. But in Anjali's mind, he still hoped that his apprentices could have a safe environment, so at this time, Anjali called his apprentices, and then told them that I would take care of myself. People are quiet for a while, I hope you can stop disturbing me, and before this, I have already made it clear to you, and then I hope you can help me explore what else is in this troubled scene. Kind of this exploratory thing. Anjali said this, because Anjali had already thought about it before that. If he wanted to keep the apprentice next to him in a safe state, then he should follow him properly. These people communicated together, not to mention that he understood that the apprentices were very loyal to him, and some of the anger that had happened in the past was still very moving to Anjali. Because Anjali knew about the incidents that were happening now, if he really went straight to tell his apprentices clearly, maybe the apprentices didn't want to leave at all, but then unless you find such an excuse, otherwise no one would think about opening this place. At this moment, when the apprentices heard Anjali say these words, they felt that Anjali's words were also meaningful because they knew that Anjali might be straight. The reason is to set up a new plan for himself, so when Anjali finished saying this, the others believed what he said and they left the place slowly. After the affair happened, Anjali still felt that this kind of problem happened to him, and he was a little lonely, but no matter what, he still needed to face it alone. But when Anjali finished saying this, although the apprentices are a little unconvinced, but after all, things have happened, then they can only follow the one thing in their minds, and seriously solve it. So Anjali has already used one advocated that all the apprentices around him had been taken away, because he felt that he should return to this island alone and complete this task well. Although it was said that what happened on that island at the time made Anjali feel a little unforgettable, but no matter what, Anjali would not feel any secret fear at this time in the face of such a thing. Leiden returned to the island alone, where he was supposed to find a place to go because at the beginning of the pseudonym. In fact, Anjali has already suffered a little injury because of this kind of thing. At this time, Anjali thinks that he should find a place near this island to take care of his body, and by that time he will not be able to repair his injuries. Now, you can go and fight with them again. So at this moment, in Anjali's mind, he has come up with such a comprehensive situation. He feels that what happens next may not be very important to others at all, but he still hopes to let everyone knows what they think. Left Anjali's body and returned to the morning. On the way back to the morning, he has been thinking about these things that he will face next. What it means to me. If Guoji has a new task, how should he handle it? What happened next may be a really bad problem for others, but no matter what, Anjali still hopes to ensure the safety of the apprentices. As long as the apprentices are safe, then Anjali will become a little more at ease, because this is really a very important thing for him. After everything has happened, in Anjali's mind, he hopes to let everyone understand such a thing. This matter is actually very important to him, and he has always hoped that everyone would have a bad dispute because of such a situation. By that time, they were embarrassed by each other. 4194. 1953 __. Chapter 88 Restoring Calm. Gree is still very confident in himself, and he told him that even if he can't cause some disputes because of such a thing, then he should complete the next task well. He knew that these tasks were really very important to him. After all the preparations were made, Anjali was alone on the island and was just recovering from his injuries. By now, his wounds had almost recovered. Because at the beginning, when Anjali faced such a wound, he felt very indifferent. Because he knows, although this wound is a little annoying for him. But no matter what, these are more or less a small wound for Anjali. And other people don't know how to communicate with each other, but no matter what, it has already happened, so there is no need to say more about other research situations when Anjali adds it alone. When he was almost healed, he decided to go back first, because he knew that there might be some helplessness in what he was going to face next. And 697 Chiran has now arrived on the island, so they should quickly communicate such a matter to others. Not to mention now that he knows that he is back on the island alone, for him what does it mean, this time back? So at this moment, when he returned to the morning again, he had already started his own road of revenge, because at the beginning, he knew that he was inexplicably orphaned by that child, but this time he hoped to be able to go back again to complete such a task well. Even if the mission was to capture the island by others at the beginning, he still wouldn't feel any fear. Because Anjali knew that even when he faced Shao Kahn again, he wouldn't feel it. It was a little bit lonely, but at this time, it was a coincidence that he really saw Jin again. How time flies so fast, Anjali himself is not very clear, and now facing such a situation. The realization of the matter really made Anjali feel that I couldn't take this bad breath now. At this time, Anjali found out that the person who caught him was Sichuda again, and he was inexplicably given to him again by Sichuda. It was tied up because before that, Shuda's subordinates had been sending people around the island to look for them. Anjali and the others knew that it was absolutely impossible for Anjali to escape like this. Let him go. And it is absolutely impossible to let it go. But they never thought. Lai Dang will come back again in such a short time, because they know that if a person really escapes, then he may never come back. No matter what, Dad should still leave the place of right and wrong, but why didn't they think that Anjali would come back again? The occurrence of such a thing really made Sichuda and the others feel very helpless, and they really didn't know how to continue with such a thing. They always thought that Sichuda is a very powerful character, not to mention that when Anjali faced Sichuda, he must have no power to fight back. He was accidentally escaped by him last time, so what happened next? When angry, Anjali really felt very helpless. When Anjali was caught by them again, in fact, Shuda and the others thought that Anjali would beg him for mercy this time. If Anjali begged him for mercy, then he might still have a chance to let go he past him, but when they arrested Befd again, they never thought that Anjali was not the same as usual. He came to the island to fight against them when he was here. There will never be any good endings for the people who are here, and Sichuda has never let anyone go. Although it was said that such a thing happened, Sichuda felt very helpless, but when Sichuda brought Anjali back again this time, he really felt very excited, because he knew that this time he would meet again this time. For someone like Anjali, it is really possible to have a good communication with him. When Anjali seemed to be very indifferent, she really felt very angry when she went to the small class. At this time, the way Sichuda faced Anjali was also what she said to Anjali. Lao Song, don't think that I really can't do anything about you. You have to know that if I want to kill you now, it's really as simple as a maiden and a hornet for me. Knowing that you are now powerless to fight back, why are your watches still so awkward? I really don't wonder why you still say this to Sichuda, because in Sichuda's heart, he thinks that what he is doing now may not be good for others. But no matter what he still hopes to be told by others what he thinks. Because before Sichuda paid attention to these tasks, it was probably because he felt that he was really powerful now. If it weren't for this, how could he have given this Anjali to Hujudan several times? But when he listed him, the expression on his face really made Chuda feel very helpless. When Chuda saw such an expression on Angli, he really felt very angry. He knew that this angel must be someone. He has a relentless attitude towards himself, but no matter what, he still hopes to make Anjali happier. At this time, Anjali came to Chuda's side, and said to Chuda, "Don't think that it is a very powerful thing to be frightened by me again. What I want to tell you is that it is because my injury has not fully recovered, and it is because the equipment you have on the island is simply too much. It's complete, but I still hope to seriously think about such a problem. If you open me up and let me fight alone with you, I don't think you have a good chance of winning. But I still hope that you don't repeatedly say such things in front of me because of such a question, because I think He paused and continued. 421,819, 53. Chapter 89 Mission Location. This is really a vexatious thing. When Anjali said this, people said that when he said this, Anjali didn't mean anything else. He just hoped that Chuda could understand that he is now Lu to him. There won't be any secret clues at all, and he is really very calm about such a thing. However, at this time, when the little official saw Anjali say such words in front of him, he really felt he was extremely angry, and he felt that he wanted to never continue joking with such a person again, and he didn't know how to talk to him, so at this time Chuda took the public's face and shouted loudly. "I've let someone down on my subordinates, pull this dead thing down to me, people have passed, don't let him run away again, I need him in the end. What ability is there?" When Chuda said this, people said that when Chuda finished saying this, one of his subordinates began to bring Anjali to a very dark place, because before that, Angel Lai already knew that the island was actually not very big, but he never imagined that there was a secret room on the island. Then Chuda's subordinates, just like what Chuda said, were all black. He did what he asked, and then Anjali was taken to a secret room by his subordinates. The secret was really becoming more and more terrifying. At this moment, when Anjali saw everything in this weak area, I didn't feel that little bit of fear at all. Although this secret room seems to be auspicious and wants to give people a very terrifying feeling, Anjali did not feel anything because of such a thing. A little bit of fear because in the face of such a thing, he will not feel afraid at all, because he knows what will happen next. It may not be a good thing for him, but if it is really because of this, if you still feel scared, then this is not something that a hero does. So at this moment Anjali came to this secret room very calmly, and he has now been detained by Chuda. Now, even though Chuda was before this, you had already tried every means to humiliate Anjali. But at this time, he suddenly found out that Anjali didn't seem to be in his way at all. Seeing Anjali in front of everyone, Chuda didn't seem to feel very scared, so he decided at this moment that he should be good. Let's go and practice Anjali's mind. First of all, it may not take many days to take Anjali, and Anjali will make himself very scared. At that time, he told Xiaoguang for forgiveness, so on the first day at this moment, Chuda didn't want to pay attention to him, but on the second day, Chuda came to Lu's secret room again. He looked at Anjali's expression, and also faced Anjali and said to Anjali, "I think if you feel really scared, you should apologize. I know that Xiao has always been very magnanimous. If there is anything serious, I can solve it face to face. Clearly, if you feel that you are really powerless now, you can forgive me too. At that time, I can let you go. Maybe I want to see my heart. If you say something nice in front of me, maybe I will let you go when I'm in a good mood, but I still hope you'll be able to say a few nice words in front of me." Chuda said this, because Chuda had already known before that, Anjali, he has always been like a boiled child. So it is very hard, but no matter what, he still hopes to continue to repair. Anjali can show how powerful he is in front of Anjali. But when the incident happened, he suddenly discovered that Anjali would never understand his own way. When he finished saying this on the first day, Anjali did not give him any. The prompt didn't give him any response at all. He just faked that he didn't hear it. This incident really made him feel very angry. In this way, Shichuda went back alone. When he went back, he suddenly found out that the original two happened to him. He hoped that he would feel a little innocent, and Shichuda felt very angry. Hopefully it will make them understand what they are thinking. But before that, Shichuda, you had already told him very much. If he could apologize to himself properly, then he might let him go quickly. This is how Shichuda, who was left and right, kept looking for Anjali to tell him such a sentence, but Anjali did not want to talk to himself about the idea. What a sky map for the root of the number that Ali thinks. It's impossible to be afraid of anyone because of such a thing, even though this Shichuda is doing some ideas every day. Want to humiliate oneself. But Anjali didn't care much about the things that Shudad said at this time. Shuda didn't even think that Anjali dealt with him head-on every day during the day, but secretly dealt with him at night. To practice one's own skills. At this time, the old driver has secretly improved his skills a lot. In fact, Anjali himself was somewhat unexpected when such a thing happened. Because Anjali had actually thought about it at the beginning, although it was said that when she was in the sky, that Shichuda would say nonsense in front of her every time. Once it's him, he doesn't care about it at all. At night, he should practice it well so that others can impress him or not, but how is it? He feels that such a thing happens to us. In front of me, I still feel a little embarrassed. At night, Shichuda had no idea what was going to happen next, and faced herself 4243. 1954 Chapter 90 Life-threatening. What did Anjali do every night? He just came over every day to ask him for help as usual, and the days went by like this, and Anjali's skills had become very strong. At this time, he has unknowingly improved his skills a lot. In fact, after this kind of thing happened, Anjali also felt embarrassed, and he didn't want to do it. He just hoped to be able to turn your attention when you are online. Don't be entangled by that Shichuda all day long. Being entangled by him every day, Jianbai is too annoying. Constantly improving, but at this moment, Shichuda actually felt a little unbearable, because the 8-character 0, Shichuda believed that there was no difference between herself and Anjali. At the time, I went to face Chi Angli. I hope he can say any words of forgiveness in front of him. As long as he says one sentence, then he can communicate with him well, but now he suddenly realizes that he is now all this was done to Anjali as if nothing had been said. It can be said that Anjali didn't take what he said to heart, so at this moment Xiaokong really felt a little unbearable when faced with such a situation. He didn't know what to do next, he just felt that he was the liquid and should do his best to let them understand that such a thing happened. He really wasn't to be messed with. So on the second day at this time, Shichuda came to a secret room that Anjali had heard of. He hoped to be able to show how mighty he was in front of Anjali. He knew that even though he had always said that before that, in front of Anjali, he never showed how good he was. But today he really couldn't help it, and he also felt that when this happened, he realized that he shouldn't let others make him seem like a very incompetent person. So at this time, Shuda came to Anjali's beside him. He saw Anjali face such a feeling that he didn't care so much. He really felt that he was born at this time. When Shichuda finished the last sentence with Anjali, Shichuda seeing that Anjali hasn't given himself any reply at all. So when this happened, he was really very angry. At this time, Shichuda decided to reach out and use force with Anjali, and have a good test with him to see how powerful he is. I won't tell you about Wanchu. You don't even know how powerful I am. Today I will show you how fierce I am. I want you to do what you did before. Speaking of these costs, Shuda began to fight with Anjali, because in the past, he thought that Anjali would not eat or drink all day, and always looked unhappy. He must be exhausted. If he reaches out to him at this time, he will definitely not show how powerful it is, but the occurrence of such an affair really makes Shichuda feel very he had no relatives. At this time, when Shichuda had just held hands, he was suddenly subdued by Anjali. At this time, when Shichuda was not paying attention, Anjali suddenly slapped Shichuda to the side. So, when such an affair happened, many people didn't know what was going on. When Shichuda herself was accidentally subdued by him, she was knocked to the ground, and she really felt very helpless. At this time, he was already seriously injured. At this moment, Anjali suddenly lived in Sechuda, and then said to Sechuda behind Sechuda, "Now, I will help me to go to the place of the quest that I have suggested to me on the quest, otherwise I will be rude to you, and what I will tell you next, I hope you can take it to heart, otherwise you have to know that what I am doing now is actually already under my hands." What Grieg said. When Anjali finished saying this at this time, other people actually felt a little helpless. However, at this time, one of Sechuda's subordinates really felt very anxious. He didn't know how to deal with the matter of Lin, but at this time, Sechuda agreed to them. "Come down, you don't need it, you all go back, let me handle it by myself." And they also feel that when this happens, others may feel that this is something that I am very irreplaceable. But in fact, it has already happened, so Anjali still hopes that they will stop interfering in such a thing. Moreover, Andanlai County has always hoped to reach the mission location as soon as possible, and then complete the mission that he wants to accomplish in his mind, and now I really can't wait for such a thing. If it drags on, it may become too late, because Anjali knew from the very beginning, what is the purpose of returning to the introduction domain this time, and he hopes to find it quickly location of this mission. Then complete the task in his mind. He understands that completing the task is very important to him. However, although he said that he has arrived at the island now, if he really wants to find the task point 35, then this is really a very sleepy feeling for him, so at this moment he can only hold Sechuda hostage. Because he knew that Chuda was very important to this island. He's been here for a long time after all. For many years, so. Know this. This king, think of taking over the throne. Come on, no matter what he does. It's a normal thing for them. Although they said that they hoped to let others know what they thought through such a thing, but it still happened, so they can only go through such opinions and think constantly. Such a question. I hope everyone can follow their own opinions. 4706, 32. Chapter 91 The Legendary Forbidden Land. And if you really want to reach a mission location, then all the things in Chian County can only be solved by Anjali himself, but Anjali is facing such a thing, and he will not feel any secret fear at all, because Anjali knows that such a thing will happen. It may not be terribly fearful in myself. For such a long time, Anjali has been able to complete all kinds of tasks very well. Before this, Anjali has completed many large and small tasks, and this time is not a problem, so said that when Anjali asked Sechuda to take him to any point at this moment, Sechuda didn't say much. Go and talk to Sechuda at the mission location, so that Sechuda can understand where this place is. So at this time, he will tell Sechuda the 16th name of the mission location, but at this moment when Sechuda heard these words from him, he was really shocked. Sechuda didn't know what to do. It was good, because he knew that such a place was a real fear for him. Moreover, he also felt that there was no need for Anjali to go to this place at all. Even if he went there, there would be no shame at all, and even if he went, he would be able to go there alive, but it was not certain whether he could come out alive or not. But at this moment, when Anjali just finished saying this, he looked at Sechuda's watch and already knew that Sechuda seemed to be a little scared now, but why would Xiaokong be afraid of Anjali himself? It's not very clear, so Anjali didn't say anything to Chuda at this time. Don't say goodbye to Chuda. I have already explained everything to you. Now you should take me to this mission location quickly, otherwise I will be rude to you. No matter what I do, I hope I can clarify some of my feelings in front of you, otherwise you will know how good I am. Don't think that at the beginning, I don't like to care about such a woman, it means that I can't beat it. Now that you already know how good I am, then I will no longer be a person who loves the king. I hope to be able to tell me the truth of such a thing. Anjali said this, and people say that he is safe. When Googly finished saying this, Chuda really wanted to feel very scared, because he knew that in the face of such a thing, even if he was angry at such a thing, even if he went to the most Anjali, he said nothing at all. What's the point? Because he understands that such a place, even if he goes there, he cannot survive, and this place is very dangerous at all. So at this time, Seachuda was straight that there was no way to take Anjali, because he knew that Anjali had always been such a straightforward person, and if there was anything, he should go to talk to others in time. I handed it over, so at this time and time, they made such a thing out of anger and went to Anjali to make it clear. That's good, Anjali, if that's the case, I should still take this as compensation and tell you clearly that you can go there. Don't worry about it. In fact, I already know that place, and I have everyone on the island knew that it was a forbidden area. Seachuda, who was not allowed to enter or leave at all, said this, because Seachuda knew that Anjali was actually a very upright person, and he would not talk to him if he had any sympathy. To make it clear, he will definitely not give up, but now that he has explained such a thing to him, so if Anjali still goes directly, then Seachuda himself has nothing to do. Forbidden place. Don't make fun of me, I don't believe that there is any place where I can't go there, otherwise I'll be rude to you. At the beginning, I thought you should know my power, although it is said that I have always done things with women if I don't like it, but today I really can't control my own eyes. But if you can obediently help me in the past, maybe I will think about it from the beginning, but you have to know that it is not a very difficult thing for me to have such a situation. I still hope that I can share the pros and cons of such a thing with what Anjali said, because when Anjali said these words, he was actually not very angry with Shuda, and he also I don't want Seachuda to go to Faye's own athlete because of such a problem. But when he saw this, he still felt that he was a little worried about being imprisoned. Facing such a situation now, Anjali felt that if he didn't hurry to this task location, maybe this character would be too late to do it. At that time, he may lose his qualifications for this task, so he still hopes that Seachuda can take him there quickly. But at this moment, when this happened to Seachu 673 Dajishi, he still felt a little scared for himself, because Seachuda knew that it was obviously a place that was not allowed to go, but why did this change as the column just like that? Okay, I'll brush you over, but what I want to tell you is that if I really took you there, if it's really dangerous, I hope you don't bury me. Until then, don't say what I didn't tell you. And today I have told you everything about the leopard, so I hope you cannot blame me, and there may be a lot of danger in the next place we are going. If you really think that you are if there is no one in the world, then you can definitely try it. Seachuda said this, because in Seachuda's mind, he always did not understand very much, why did Anjali do this, and he also knew that this was not just a task, even if so what if they don't go, so at this moment, they are what Anjali said. When he just finished saying this, he thought everyone would follow his own opinion. 42. Chapter 92 Hallucinations. In fact, Anjali still felt very happy. At this time, Anjali felt that what happened next might not be a good thing for him, but he knew that this kind of thing might happen at this moment. Dalian is actually a good ear. Okay, Seachuda, since you have promised me to take me there, then you should take me there quickly, because I don't think it's too late. If it takes longer, we may be too late for Anjali. Having said that, when Anjali finished saying this at this time, Seachuda had already promised him, because Seachuda felt that what happened now might not be very magical to others, but he still wanted to let them know what it was like, and he'd told him all the pros and cons. Going down, Seachuda and Anjali have already negotiated what is the right thing to do with such a power, so at this moment Seachuda brought Anjali and the two to the gate of the forbidden area. When they came to the gate of the forbidden area, they suddenly discovered that this place was actually just an ordinary cave. When this happened to him at this moment, he still felt a little shocked when he bought Anjali, because Anjali didn't know what was going on. Anjali has always heard from Shuda that this is a place where no one is allowed to come here. There must be something tricky about it. When he arrived at the door, Anjali suddenly realized that there was absolutely no need to let Xiaokong go with him. He knew that even though he and Seachuda had come to realize what happened next. If there are some disputes, then this is not a good thing, so Anjali let go of Shuda at this time. Let's go, Seachuda, the next thing to realize has nothing to do with you. Now that you have completed the task, you can go back. Don't tell others about today's leopard incident, because I think if such a thing happens, if you tell others, maybe others won't think it's a good thing for you. After he finished speaking, Anjali took Sechuda's hand away. At this time, he didn't want to go with Sechuda anymore, because he knew that the things that he would face next, maybe Sechuda was not very good. I'm happy, but no matter what Dad, he still hopes that he can let others use what he thinks and complete the task. There is absolutely no need to say anything to others, and he just hopes that a person can go to complete such a task alone, and when the next thing happens, C leaves alone. Although Sechuda also felt that it was not good for him to be angry, he still hoped that Anjali could pay attention to himself. Although it was said that before this time, he and Sechuda had already had some disputes, but Sechuda still didn't want him to die so easily. Because Sechuda felt that although he said that there was no life apart from the well, he still hoped that Anjali would not continue this risk, but he knew that Anjali did not listen to him in front of him. If so, and now that Anjali has arrived at this mission location, how could he leave so easily? At this time, Sechuda walked away alone, and then Anjali walked in alone. When he came to this cave, he found that it was just an ordinary cave, different from what it looked like from the outside. There is absolutely no difference. Because when he looked from the outside, he just saw that it was just an ordinary cave, and nothing else existed in it. But when he carefully observed such a common situation again, he suddenly found that the scenery of the cave inside was exactly the same as what he imagined. Such a well-connected cave, Luyu Anjali said that he really felt very magical, and Anjali didn't know why everyone would say that this is a forbidden place, and no one is allowed to go there. What is this? Once, other people are a little confused. However, at this time, when I walked into it by myself, he suddenly realized that this was just an ordinary tradition, but what kind of scene is this in Shandong? Anjali's own well is not very clear. Maybe it's because Anjali has a heart that is too shallow compared to Brother Huan, so he really feels that he is a little interested in this kind of thing. He must have something different in this cave. If it weren't for this kind of work, how could he be inexplicably turned into a forbidden place by others? Now that they have reached a mission location, then they must let others figure out such a thing because of such a thing, but then when all the things have happened, many people don't know how to continue the stitching, but in fact, after this kind of situation happened, Anjali himself was very clear. When Anjali kept walking into the cave by himself, he suddenly felt as if something was behind him. He turned around quickly and found that someone was attacking him. He didn't know this. What does man mean to himself? Why doesn't Qianhao appear strangely in this cave? A person calls him. What happened? Although Anjali was shocked, at this time Anjali and this person, the two people, couldn't fight their noses. When the two were fighting, Anjali suddenly found that this person didn't seem to be very powerful to him, because Anjali had been attacked by that person every day in the secret room before. The humiliation of the man named Shuda is that he has always been very tenacious and keeps exercising. Therefore, at this moment, what kind of scene Sechuda is, others are not very clear, but Anjali has no time to continue his father now, because Anjali thinks that the next step will be the most important for him. The most important thing is to quickly find a secret in this cave. If you want to crack this secret, you can only go deep into it. 429,606, 33. Chapter 93 Strange Monsters. Then I rushed to Z to figure out such a question, so in Anjali's mind, he didn't want to disturb such a purpose in his mind through such a thing, because the most important thing now is to complete the task quickly. However, after the incident happened next, other people didn't know how to get a job, but Anjali himself was very clear. This person knew that he was famous for attacking, and he must have come because of this mission, and this feeling must be related to the mission. Anjali had already thought about it from the beginning, although he said that this was just a common cave, but now that Lu is facing such a thing, he is actually very clear in his heart, he knows that this cave is for him. Although it seems that there is a national disaster. But if someone suddenly appeared to attack him inexplicably, then Anjali felt that this matter still seemed to fit. Because he knows that if he really wants to complete a task, then it is impossible to complete this task so easily. However, at this time, when Anjali turned back to 997, he suddenly realized that the person who was fighting the most was not someone else, but Zoro. Before that, he and Zoro were already very familiar with each other. He guessed that if Zoro really appeared in this cave, it would be a very sweet thing for him. Therefore, such an incident really made him feel very embarrassed. He didn't know what attitude he should use to communicate with others next, and he also understood that this kind of thing must be for others. Very good cake. Anjali has always known that what happened to him now may be a bit of a strong deal for them, and now facing the claim in front of him, Anjali really feels embarrassed. I don't know what's going on. Zoro in this inexplicable cave. Moreover, the two also had a fight, so at this moment, when the leopard happened, Anjali still felt a little embarrassed, and Anjali didn't know whether these things BIDF were true or false. When Anjali took a closer look at the Zoro in front of him, he suddenly realized that you were a fantasy in his mind. If it wasn't for an illusion, it would be impossible to appear here. At this time, he said that it should be someone practicing an illusion on himself. Because he knows that this person can't be Zoro at all, and if there is any half payment, they can make it clear in person. But now when he found out that this person was not Suobi at all, he began to obediently fight with him. At this time, when he desperately beat Zoro to the side. At first, he felt a little helpless about such a thing. He didn't continue to fight with this Zoro. He had always hoped that he could be with Zoro and explain it clearly, but careful discovery, it turns out that this Zoro is not the Zoro in his mind at all. It was because he was cast on illusion that he became what he is now. When he found out that this Zoro was a fake, he suddenly felt that he should have a bold fight with him at this moment. When the two of them were reminding to fight, it really made Anjali feel very helpless. Although he said that after Jong Zoro was defeated, he suddenly discovered that Sulong's skill would change at this moment. Why did he? Anjali is still a little embarrassed about the fact that he will be brought down by ropes if the person is defeated, then it is really not a good thing for him, and now facing such a thing, he still feels a little clueless. Although Anjali already knows that this person is not a rope, but he still feels a little uncomfortable, because after all, this person looks exactly the same as the roping. Every time he knocked him down, Anjali suddenly found that the person in front of him became stronger and stronger. What happened? I hope that Anjali felt very unable to guess whether he was imprisoned for this. Has anyone installed any counterattack device? If it is really a prisoner to fish like this, then Anjali also hopes that he should take a good look at such a thing. Because he knew that the following things might not be very important to him, but, if it was really because of such a question. Instead, he kept arguing with him over the sand, so this is really a very frustrating thing. So at this moment when the incident happened, many people don't know how to record it, but Anjali still hopes to be able to fight this heartbreak in his heart. If Anjali knew that if he could occupy this new building, then he would no longer look at the person in front of him as Zoro, because he knew that this person could not be Zoro at all, and Zoro might appear. In this place, it may be because Anjali was mentally prepared to face such a thing before, so at this moment, when they watched what happened in front of them, they still felt when it comes to some seriousness. At this time, Anjali began to fight with the two Zoro people non-stop. If it is really, the face was surrounded by the front, and several people ordered the construction of the two, and Zoro struck hard at Anjali in front of him. Easy to end these things. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali can only go to Huan in front of him. After he casinos, he starts to attack again. At this moment, Zoro was knocked to the ground by Anjali again. Will he suddenly find out that the power of Anlong will be improved even more than before? It really made him feel very embarrassed to say that such a thing happened, that kind of blue embarrassment and no relatives, only he understood in his heart. 43,117, 17. Chapter 94. Success after all. He didn't know what the hell was going on with this Zoro. Does this phenomenon mean that the more someone is knocked down, the more power will increase? If this is really the case, then this kind of situation really makes Anjali feel very irreplaceable. What's wrong with Zhang? If it's really because he's not Su Zhang at all, then it's completely impossible for him to be like this. Therefore, at this moment in Shandong, there is really a flash of lightning. The two of them seem to be not letting anyone in the process of fighting, and at this time, Anjali feels that he should go all out with him. The fight was because at the very beginning, Anjali still hoped to let Chi Suo surrender, because he knew that even if he fought alone with this Suo Zhang, they would not have any chance of winning, but he still hopes to stop it anyway. At the very least, after the incident happened, they could make such a question clear, but at this time, when Anjali found such a scene in front of him, he really felt a little evil. At this time, Anjali found that there must be something wrong with this incident. If they can really tell the truth in front of others because of such feelings, then this is really a good thing. Stunned, but since things are not right, even if Anjali wants to leave, it is not so easy. So at this time, Anfile decided that he should not continue to fight with the two Zoro, because if he continued to fight, they would have nothing to do. He still hoped that the Zoro would be the best. Personally think about the problem clearly. At this time he came to Zoro's side and restrained him at once. Because Anjali thinks that if he is not quickly subdued, then no matter how much the next two people fight, this Zoro will definitely become stronger and stronger. At this time, he subdues Zoro. After he suppressed Zoro, he found that Zoro's strength was stronger than before. Such an incident really made Anjali feel very embarrassed, so he didn't know what was going on. He just hoped that Su could make them understand what it meant to him after this happened now. He still hoped that they could explain the issue well, but Zoro at this moment seemed to have nothing else at all. Consciousness, it's nothing but a very indifferent person. However, when something happened to him at this time, Anjali still hoped that they could understand how to deal with such a thing. At this time, Anjali found that Sozo, who had been subdued by him, had changed his strength. But no matter what, after Dang Dang happened, Anjali still hopes to continue to fight against Zoro. But no matter what, he still felt as if he could do nothing, because now the strength of the case is getting stronger and stronger. He really can't figure out what is going on when things have become more and more serious. Anjali suddenly found that it seemed like a wrong thing for him to come to perform this task this time. He suddenly felt that if he hadn't come to carry out this mission at the beginning, he might not have encountered such a situation now. But this thing has already happened, so he just hopes to let others understand how to deal with such a thing. And after the incident happened, Anjali felt that even if he regretted it, it would be too late, and now he felt that when this happened, Qian should let them understand how he should deal with it. There are actually many people in Shandong. Knowing how to deal with such a thing, in Anjali's mind, he felt that it might not be a good thing for them to have this kind of two things, because in fact, Anjali already knew at this time that this person must be it's an illusion, and after such an injury in other people will definitely think that this is something to blame, but Anjali still hopes to solve this problem completely. Because he can't solve this rope drop, then it is impossible to complete the task perfectly because before this, every time Anjali did something, he hoped to be perfect. Completing the task is in his mind. He thinks that it is very important for him to complete the tasks and these things for him, and it is absolutely impossible for him to waste such a good opportunity. Then, when he saw Sulong being subdued by himself again, his strength became stronger and stronger. He defeated Zoro again. After letting Zoro defeat this time, he suddenly realized that this Zoro is not an ordinary person at all. He has always been a person who quarrels with others because of such things, but no matter what has happened, he still hopes to let them understand that such a thing is for him. What does it mean? Anjali knew that if he continued to knock this Zoro down, then maybe his strength would become stronger and stronger, so at this moment Anjali thought that he should think of another method, although he said it now. What kind of method to use, he is not very clear, but Anjali has already noticed this, and he knows that if it is, then in the future, they may make this kind of fishing worse and worse, and maybe they will not take all such problems into account. Anjali still feels a little embarrassed when faced with such a thing, and he also feels this Zoro is completely different from what I thought. He reckoned that this case must be a heart in his heart. If he can knock down this heart, then he can quickly defeat this person now. Now, the acupuncture has been completed and the picture has been completed, so at this time, the hair of the Badang branch appeared in front of me. 0. 4335. 1718 __. Chapter 95 Crushing Strength. When he stood up again, he suddenly realized that this Zoro had become very powerful now, and he suddenly felt that he really shouldn't wait any longer. If you just wait and pray for this continuous drop to become stronger, then he may become more and more difficult, and this matter will become more and more difficult to handle, so at this moment Anjali decides to should think of this other way. If the military method does not work, then Anjali also thinks that this method should be implemented, so that they can take it seriously. After completing such a task, Anjali will not regret it. Therefore, at this time, Anjali decided that he should think of another good method. At this moment, Anjali suddenly felt that, if this person is really his own heart, then he should isolate his own heart to overcome. In this way, he can hit the rope as soon as possible, so at this moment he suddenly thought of another good way. Granted, when Anjali implemented such a method in his mind, he found the point of this Zoro before, and he knew that this Zoro was completely different from the Zoro he knew before. He understands that if it is really because of such a thing, he will show mercy to him next. Zoro down through such a thing. Then, under Anjali's struggle, finally defeated this Zoro. At this moment, after Zoro defeated, Anjali suddenly felt very happy. Because he knew that he had found a Zoro's weakness now, he knew that this Zoro would never be resurrected again. Because he understands that this Zoro is not his good friend at all, but because before that, he was indeed a person in his imagination, and this person just hoped to be replaced by Zoro's model. Can quickly disrupt his mind. However, after Zoro was defeated by Anjali, he has now failed and there is absolutely no need to do other things. Zoro, who failed, disappeared like this. At this moment, Lao Song suddenly I feel that such a thing is really a good thing for him. Then he has absolutely no need to continue to stay in this cave, so he just said that he felt that he should leave this place quickly, so at this time, he left the cave at once. Although Anjali thought that this cave might have been a place for him to complete his mission, he still hoped to escape from this place quickly because he knew if you continue to stay, things may become very sullen at that time, so at this moment, everyone still hopes to let them know what this matter means to him. He understands such a thing. Things can be very bad for them, but hopefully they can understand what's going on with them. When Anjali left this place, he suddenly found that this was just an ordinary cave, and there were some different places in this Shandong. That was because the Zoro in the cave was different from others. After Anjali escaped from this place, he suddenly realized that the things he had experienced before this might not be very bad for him. And he also understands what this kind of thing means to him at this time. Anjali suddenly feels that this thing is really very good for him, because he understands that in the process of reaching his descent, his strength has been continuously improved. At this time, his own strength has increased by another level, so at this moment, Anjali still feels that he is still relatively good in the face of such a thing. If it wasn't for this rarity in Shandong this time, then how could he have been a blessing in disguise? Immediately after praying for Anjali, he suddenly found that he was a blessing in disguise. There is something better for him than this. That means that he has not only completed such a big head now, but also suddenly found that his mission has been successful because at this time the system has also prompted. In fact, Anjali has now recognized Yan's after completing this task. Press down Anjali's task reward I has been given to him. At this time, Anjali suddenly realized that the things that he experienced before this time did not mean that he did not reach a mission location at all. It was because the mission had already started from the moment he entered the cave, and he kept hitting Zoro during the mission. And he has improved his strength, so at this moment he suddenly found that such a thing is a real task for him. Now that the mission is completed, Anjali really feels that he is debt-free, and he suddenly feels some of the things he has experienced before. It is very occasionally, because he knows that his strength has been improved by another level, which is more than anything to Anjali. Because Anjali knows that these things happen to him, and others may feel that this is a matter of course. 56 But Anjali still hopes that Anjali and the others will understand that after this kind of thing happens, they should be fine. To think about such a question. Anjali knows that others may find it understandable for such a thing as completing the task. But Anjali still thinks that this task can be completed by Kuiji, which is really a big deal. It's a good thing, although there are some difficulties in the construction process. And that Suozuo has been losing Anjali's mind all the time. He knows what this Zoro means to him. If Kai is not because that person looks very Zoro, then he may have wanted to call this Zoro a long time ago. Man was knocked to the ground with such strength, as the opposite. 43, 49. Chapter 96 The Strength Faction. But no matter what, although the process is more difficult, the result is still good. At this moment, when Suo Jong disappeared in Anjali's mind, Anjali suddenly found that this person was only in his heart. An inner demon. Now that he has completed the task, there is absolutely no need to think about other things. After the completion of the task, Anjali can quickly leave this place, and then Anjali suddenly finds himself at the original time. Being able to come to this cave quickly is actually a destiny. It is really a good thing. He hopes to let others understand what the injuries he has done today mean good things to them. The whole world about this kind of love. Because of this matter, he only needs to be alone. It's enough to know, for them it's not worth it at all. And what kind of meaning does the lion matter give guidance to people all over the world? And when the love affair happened, Anjali still hoped to be able to complete a task seriously, which was more important to him than anything else. The important thing is that Anjali has left the cave. Although it was not a good thing for him when he left the cave, Anjali still felt quite happy about what happened next. Because Anjali thinks that although he has only completed these battles easily now, these things are still very meaningful to Anjali, because these fights have become. The next task of my own has been completed so easily. Although the process is still a little difficult, the result is a good result after all. So next, he still hopes to let them understand what this matter means to him. Next, he also hopes to let his apprentices get a good result. He understands that the next time is still before this. I should explain these issues clearly. At this time, after Anjali left the cave, he suddenly found that his strength had improved a lot. At this time, he would make people feel that he was no longer the Ainge he used to be. Listed, his current level can already crush Shichuda. Although before this, he has been constantly improving his level, but now his level can crush anyone. So at this moment, he suddenly found out that such an incident happened, and it was not a big deal for him at all. He was hunting for the love that he was limited to now, or should he go for revenge? He should go and look for those people who hurt his relatives and his apprentices. If it is because of this, he should let him pay the price first, because Bick was the original chef, and they hurt him. If it weren't for this, how could Anjali remember such a thing still fresh? Maybe it's because Anjali is actually quite strict with himself in his usual life. He guesses that if someone really hurts him behind his back, maybe he won't care too much, but now he knows that those people hurt him. It's not yourself, but your family and friends. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali feels that he should let these people go unpunished. If he has reached such a level now, then he should go to these people to seek revenge, so that they can do well for what he did in the first place. Things pay the price. So Anjali began to look for these people at this time, because at the beginning, these people had made a very serious injury to their friends and apprentices. So at this time, he decided that he should not let these people consume the law like this, and sometimes he came to these people's side, and then quickly defeated them. Before this time, in fact, Anjali didn't think of it at all, and he would try to defeat them as easily as possible, because at the beginning, Anjali's level was actually relatively low. 100 never thought that one day he would grow to such a level as he is today, and that these people could be defeated quickly, so when it happened, Anjali still felt very happy, such as giving these people to Angel. After the defeat, in fact, his heart still feels very good, because after all, he has already reported for those who hurt his relatives. In this case, he may become ignorant and light-hearted, and he will feel very happy, so that no one will continue to pay for his relatives and friends in front of him. When things go wrong, others will feel these things that I regret, but in Anjali's heart, I still hope that 973 can let them understand what it means when such a thing happens to me. At this moment, Anjali began to check the progress of a task, because he knew that the progress of the task was very important. At this moment, when he checked the progress of the task, he suddenly realized that it was not only his own level up. Moreover, the level of the apprentices around him has also increased. For Zoro, at this time, when Anjali saw that Zoro's level had increased, he was really happy, because he thought that Zoro was different from himself, so at the beginning, Zoro has also experienced a lot of confusing things. But fortunately now, his level has also been raised, so they will definitely become more and more happy because of this kind of thing. At this moment, in Anjali's mind, he thinks that everyone's level has been raised. Well, then it's time to celebrate. But now Anjali still hopes to ask them about such a thing and clarify it first, so that they can become very happy because of such a thing, maybe at this moment. For them, the most important thing is to know that your skills have improved. 4373. Chapter 97 New Experience. Your level has now improved. Maybe the next thing like leveling up is not very important for repelling, but for Anjali, I still feel very happy. Because Anjali still hopes that they can improve, so that everyone can make progress together, and maybe they will have a common language in the future. At this time, Anjali had already checked the level of everyone in the task level, and he found that everyone's progress had improved. I really feel happy for them, especially my apprentices. Before that, Anjali actually trusted his apprentices, and also recognized them. Because of such a thing, if others feel very happy, then this is really a good thing for them, but in Su Yang's heart, he still feels some problems like this, and he still doesn't know what to do. To communicate. And when Anjali knew about such a thing, his first choice was to hope to quickly explain such a question to them, and at this time Anjali came to Zoro's side and said to Zoro, did you know? Now your quest level has been raised, and your level may exceed mine in the future. At that time, the level of the two of us can be gradually improved together, and maybe we will not become so different in the future because of this kind of thing. More and more funny. At that time, the two of us can crush anyone at will, and now my skill has become very powerful, and my level has increased a lot. If you don't believe me, you can check the mission progress Anjali like this. He said that, because Anjali had already faced such a thing before him and felt very happy. He knew that even if he said more to Zoro, Zoro would not become more angry. Now he already knows. In fact, Zoro has always been a very good friend to himself. And now, he has guessed that Zoro's level has improved as well as himself, which is really a good thing because at this time, Anjali is very clear. He knows that Rukai really wants to charge 34s. It is not easy to be an emperor-level swordsman, and if you really want to achieve such a goal, then it's not enough except for a few of his own disciples, so he guessed that if he should achieve such a goal, he must think about another method because he knows that he has always been and his apprentices are all very good, and he also hopes that he can continue to improve such a thing through this kind of love, but it's not good, except for the last one, he is still true. It should be good to go to the island to find other purposes, because Peek and each of them live on this island now, so he still needs to be able to do things like this next. Let them understand what he thinks. It can be said that he still hopes to hone his mood with the people on these islands. Because Anjali knows that he has thought about it before, although it is not very easy for him to complete such a goal now. However, he still needs to keep working hard, so that they can solve this kind of thing as soon as possible. Anjali has always felt a little embarrassed about such a thing, and after this kind of thing happened, other people may think it's a no-brainer, but in Anjali's heart, he still felt that this happened. But they know exactly what they think. Anjali knew that if he really wanted to achieve such a goal, he had to constantly seek other goals from this island. So Anjali came to the island at this time and went everywhere to look for these people who met his own rules, because at the very beginning, Angeli already knew that these feelings might not be very important to him, but he was safe. Gary still felt that if he wanted to accomplish such a goal, then he had to search for characters on this island. At this time, he came to the island to search for skills, and found a few people who were more in line with his requirements. Although the requirements for this matter are not very high, he still needs to be able to find some new investors with smarter materials. If their minds are not flexible, then they are saying that their words for their apprentices are completely meaningless. So at this moment when things happen, Angeli already has such a higher xingqing and a more flexible mind. People. Because Angeli thinks that if Rukai really took them back, then this matter is really a good thing for him. Moreover, Angeli also believes that if he really finds such people with relatively high understanding, he can teach them very vividly as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you really find some people who seem very depressed, then even if you explain it clearly to them, they won't explain such a thing to others. So at this moment when things have happened, Angeli still hopes to let them understand what they think. When Angeli had made such a matter clear to them, these people, with good success, expressed their willingness to follow Angeli. Because before that, they had already seen a power of Angeli, and no one wanted to be with such a powerful person. In this case, not only can you be with a very powerful person, but this person will also explain things clearly in front of him. In this case, someone may be able to cover them in the future. So at this moment, when these people found out that Angeli wanted to follow his words, then these people were very happy, and after the incident happened, these people also hoped to be able to explain the problem clearly in front of him. Angeli felt very happy with such a group of people, because he felt that these people were still people who had their own ideas for him. His character is independent. Waxy God is independent. 4398. 1155__. Chapter 98 Excellent Talents. Because he thinks that these people's xingqing and understanding are relatively high. If he can find some people who are comparable to his own vote, then he may not become very helpless because of this kind of thing. And since the incident has already happened, then he also needs to be able to explain the problem clearly in front of them. These people already know what Angeli means, and they know Angeli's previous time, a person of higher rank. And now, when someone with a higher level seeks them out and takes them out to fight, then these people will become very happy. In this case, their own things will also improve. So let's talk about the next step. When they found out that such a thing happened, they were still very happy. And this Angeli was also happy that he had found such a group of people with higher mood and understanding. Because he thinks that he may not be too far from the sun mark, and if he really wants to find 30 swordsmen of the 4th level in this place, then he really has no other way but this way. He also felt that he should really cultivate with these people 503, so that they could quickly achieve such a goal. Moreover, Angeli is still quite satisfied with such a result now, because at this moment he really has no other method besides such a method. This is the only way for him. Greg has already thought about it. He thinks he should take these people out to better understand. Only in this way can they become stronger, otherwise they may always be a little baby in the swaddle, the same, they will never become stronger. However, at this time, when Angeli took these people out during the experience, he suddenly discovered that these people are really not as vicious as he thought. And from the very beginning, he had already imagined that these people might seem to be more savvy. But if there are any accidents during the teaching process, he will not feel very angry because Angeli is very clear about such a thing. He knows that many people start from zero. If you feel very angry because of such a thing, then it is really a problem that is not worth the loss. And at the very beginning, Angeli couldn't find a mental preparation that you had made. He didn't want to make others feel that he was a very thoughtful person through such an act of resentment, so at this moment, when Angeli went out to practice before taking the old man, he suddenly found that these people are now starting to have everyone has made great progress. Everyone has made progress. At this time when the dormitory is in the eyes, Angeli suddenly found that he brought these people out to practice, which is really a good thing for him. Not to mention that he said that he might be there are many people who stand out from the crowd. Although such a thing happened, Anjali still cares about some embarrassment, and he also thinks that although it is a good thing to bring these people out to experience, there are still many people who say that on the surface it looks relatively he's smart, but he's actually quite stupid behind the scenes. Because it is impossible for these people to be able to tell from the surface what kind of understanding he is. Therefore, Anjali has long been mentally prepared for such a thing. He will not make any waves because of such a thing. He just hopes to make these people mature slowly. Although it seems that some people mature slowly, and some people seem to be struggling, but CABD, no matter what, Anjali still has high hopes for them. Although before that, he suddenly discovered these people, in fact, they have all improved, and everyone's level has begun to gradually improve a little bit. This kind of thing is really good for Anjali, and Anjali also hopes that these people can show how close he is in front of him. Greg became a little bit fond of them. At this time, Anjali found that a four emperor suddenly appeared in the crowd. Although such a situation happened, although Anjali felt very happy, this song Anjali felt that he was really no one at all, and he also felt that the first one who appeared in the crowd was either someone else or a tyrant. He has no longer brought so many people out to experience as before, but if one person can be the first to become such a level, then others will definitely follow him and continue to work hard. Because in this way, it can play a leading role. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali still feels very happy in the face of such a thing. He knows that he really did not choose this time. In this crowd, although some people seem to be a little stupid, no matter what, although it has been promoted to a new level in a short period of time, Anjali is still a little surprised because of this opinion. They know that when this kind of thing happens now, it may not be a good thing for others, but in Anjali's mind, he still hopes to let them understand what this kind of thing means to them. Maybe it's because after something like this happens, other people don't know what to do, but in Anjali's heart it's still very clear. Anjali knew that these people had suddenly become the first four emperors in front of him inexplicably. Anjali still felt very happy, because he knew that these things really felt incomparable to him. Happy. He is even happier than his own level has been raised, because he knows that these people are making progress. Although many people don't know how to deal with such a thing after it happened, but in Ennui. In Gree's heart, he still felt that this kind of thing was not a good problem for them. Everyone is in trouble this time. 4423. Chapter 99 Traitor. And Anjali also thinks that next, this is a good thing for them after all. Once the first 4-year-old class appears, there will be a second and a third soon. Therefore, Anjali's face he really had high hopes for such a thing. Among this group of people, there must be someone who would make him feel very happy. At this time, Anjali began to shoot the acid dance in Otsuka. Everyone is now wise. When it arrives, after such a person stands out, he will definitely feel very happy. At this time, Anjali said to others that there is now the first level 4 in our crowd. I really hope you can learn from him. Next, we all work together. I guess you should all be similar to him, so I hope you can all put your trust in yourself all equal. Don't be discouraged till the heart. Anjali said this. You were in prison when Anjali said these words. He didn't have any other troubles, he just hoped that these people under his command could become more belly. In this way, they would be able to explain such things as quickly as possible. If after the affair happens, many people will feel that they are completely indifferent, then in fact, Anjali is also temporarily sweating them. And now they can finally show how powerful they are in front of others, but no matter what has happened, Anjali still hopes that they can continue to improve one of their skills because he understands such a thing. Things are not only good for themselves, it may also be of great benefit to these people themselves. Because they understand that after this kind of thing happens, many people don't know how to continue, but in any case, they still hope that such a thing can make the problem clear in front of others. And Anjali really felt very happy after knowing such a thing. He knew that he should go to see the progress of Kushiro and Mahak because he knew that Kojibu and Mahak were also busy now. If they can stop because of such a thing, Anjali still feels a little embarrassed. At this time, Anjali went to check the footage of Kushiro and Mahak. He found Koishibu and Mahak. The lens is also very fast. These two people are also very powerful, so after the anger happened at this moment, Anjali was actually very happy, because Anjali also hoped that he could get better as soon as possible, but at this time when Anjali was by the time his task progress bar keeps rising, he already knows it. In fact, this matter is really a good thing for him. At this time, he came to Kushiro's side. After seeing Kushiro, he was told to Kushiro. "How's it going, Kushiro? Maybe it's going to be smoother for you guys next, and I've noticed that you have a pleasant face in the same series of circumstances. I already know that the situation must be going very smoothly, right?" Anjali said this, because Anjali had already measured all of this before, and it was clear, and at this time, when Anjali saw the pleasant faces of Kushiro and Mizuke, I already know that this must be very beneficial. At this moment, Kushiro turned around and nodded to Anjali, and then said to Anjali. "Anjali, we are now looking for people everywhere for you. I hope you don't have any worries because of this kind of thing. Next, we only need to continue to use these talents, and then let them continue to improve their level. So now we have a lot of excellent talents. Such a good thing is still I really should report to you." Kushiro said this, because when Anjali said this, he actually didn't mean anything else. He just hoped that through such a thing, Anjali could understand that there are so many outstanding people under them. There is absolutely no need to worry about anything. At this time, all the angels on the island felt a little happy when faced with such a scene at this moment. Because Anjali knew that Shiro was smarter when he heard that this person was usually doing things, but before now, although Anjali took those 30 people out to experience every day, so he was completely injured in many cases. "I don't have time to do some other things, but now thanks to Yujun Sibu Bye by his side, I keep collecting these people for him." Now, when Anjali found that his condition was getting better and better, he also felt that such a thing was not a good thing for him, but no matter what, all the loneliness was gone. After Kushiro knew that this kind of thing happened now, the well may not be very important to others, but in fact, when such a thing happened, Kushiro actually felt a little embarrassed, because Kushiro felt that he and Anjali the relationship between Faye is very good, and this time he hopes to be able to settle all the excellent people on this island for Anjali. At this time, Anjali also feels very happy. Because Anjali knows that all the outstanding talents on this island have basically been taken back, at this moment Anjali feels very happy. At this time, he came to the front of the task bar, and carefully looked at the progress bar of the task. At this time, the progress bar of the task showed that they were no longer as low level as before. At this time, their level had begun to gradually increase. Ascension, and the task bar has shown that they have become a rising state, so when such an event happened, Anjali really felt very happy, and still very happy, because Anjali hoped to make them understand this. What does it mean to me? When it happened, Anjali actually felt a little embarrassed because Anjali didn't want them to know this feeling. With 47. Chapter 100 The injury is getting better. What the hell is going on for me? So after what happened at this moment, many people don't know how to enter, but Anjali still hopes to make Sulong and the others themselves become a small head. However, I still hope to continue to recruit some talents, so that they can continue to improve their level. Because Anjali has been more worried about them for the past 100 years, and now the quests you are looking at are in a state of continuous improvement in level, and Anjali really feels very relieved. Kay is really very capable, and he knows that Mahak has made a great contribution to this kind of loneliness. Although he said that he was praising Kushiro at all, he also understood that the prisoner, 020, although it was said that there had always been a very good relationship between Kushibu and Mick. But he still hopes that Jeng Sibu and Mahak can make a contribution to this kind of thing, so that the two of them will not have some disputes because of this kind of thing in the future. When things develop to such a level today, in fact, Anjali still feels very happy, because Anjali knows that his relationship with Kushiro and Mahak is very good now, and what Kojibu and Mahak are doing now. It just makes Anjali feel so happy. Their mission level is constantly improving, which is good for everyone. Anjali hopes to make them understand what such a matter means to them. Although they have always been unaware of how to deal with this matter, in the face of such a matter, angry Greg is still happy. Anjali knows how to deal with such a thing, because he understands that such a thing may not be very happy for him, but he understands that this is a good start after all. However, at this time, when Anjali and the others were still happy about this matter, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. At this time, a traitor suddenly appeared in Kushiro's team. At this time, he suddenly felt such a thing. Kunz made him feel very embarrassed, so he escaped from the others and went to resist Kushiro. Because this person has always been a relatively unpopular person in the crowd, so at this moment, he feels that he should use such a sentiment to confront Kushiro and the two of them head-on. Because he knew that it would be impossible to confront Kushiro with his own strength, and he also hoped to be able to show how serious he was in front of Kushiro. Although after a lot of lobbying, there were many people listen to his words, and then keep attacking Kushiro with love. But at the end, it was rehabilitated by Kushiro. This incident was really bad for Kushiro, because Kushiro never thought that these people were a group of white-eyed wolves. At the beginning, in fact, Kushiro was working hard. Pulled them over and brought them over. In fact, Kushiro also hoped that they could show a more powerful side in front of him. They all hoped that such a thing could happen to them all the time. For a good impact. But when it happened, Anjali still felt a little embarrassed, because Anjali didn't know such a thing very well at all. All the things were solved by Kushiro himself. At this time, Kushibu found that someone was doing some rebellious things in his own crowd. It really made him feel very angry because he suddenly felt that this person was very ignorant. After all, it was Kushiro who was very kind to them before that. I won't yell at them, and I have always been in a very good state for them, and now when they put everything on Kushiro's head, Kushiro really feels very sad. The situation has also been rehabilitated and has been brought under control, but at this time Kushiro suddenly found that there were many traitors in his crowd. And such a thing really made Ursibu feel very angry, and Kenshiro knew that. What does this kind of injury mean to me? He didn't want to let others know through such a thing at all. What should we do about it? But when it happened, they felt that this kind of thing had already happened, so there was absolutely no need for others to know and cultivate the for what Dian felt was that he had really been looking at people before this, and he really felt very sad at this time. He doesn't know what to do next, he just thinks that these things may not be very good for him at this moment. But he still felt that there were not many of these people, so he rebelled against himself. What was the reason? Jang Sibu felt that such a thing happened to him. He really felt very embarrassed, and he felt very sad. He didn't know what to do next. He just felt that it was really bad for him to fight against him behind his back. He would carefully check the crowd in his team at any time. At this time, Kushiro carefully found that the original crowd has lost a lot of talent, because at the beginning, if you really want to resist, then they have to have one rehabilitated, so at this moment when everyone rehabilitates, they have already lost a lot of talents. The two sides are fighting, and there are many people who have a bad situation because of this kind of thing, and many people have already sacrificed. So at this moment, Kushiro suddenly felt that he should not have recruited that person in the past. Because that person had already shown that he did not want to join this team from the very beginning, he was constantly following Kushiro's persuasion, so he reluctantly came to this team, but at this time when he came to this team, he always felt that he was the core of the team 4461. 419__. Chapter 101 Loyalty. It's not because of a good thing that something is good for him, so he starts to tell others how bad it is. So after this life, they also feel this kind of thing. What does it mean to them? At this time, Kushiro feels incomparably regretful, but it is too late to regret it. Although he has already rebelled against these people, and now there are no bottlers among the crowd, but at this time, Kushiro still felt that he was very distressed by the previous group of subordinates. If it was not because someone was rebelling, how could he have lost so many talents in a famous name? At this time, Kushiro suddenly felt it's a pity that these talents are so simple. If they weren't imprisoned for this, how could these talents lose their lives in a famous way? Kushiro felt that such a lover should not be famous to tell others, and he also I feel that such a 20 things, if you ask others what they have said, they may think that this is a very bad love. What's more, if what I want is to be given a posthumous title by others, and there is such a situation in their crowd, there may be more people coming to attack them, so at this moment, Kushiro feels that such a situation, it really needs to be kept secret. But there are no airtight walls in this world, so after what happened at this moment, they still felt that such a thing should be communicated with others. The only thing is that Fei Cheng has no face, but no matter what, if you have no face, you should make this issue clear to Anjali, and the most critical issue is that now Zheng Sixiao has also been injured. At this time, Zheng Sixiao's injury is not very light. Although he knows that such a thing is not a good thing for him, he still hopes to hide such a thing. But no matter how savage it is, Anjali still knows about it, because Anjali already knew the progress bar before that, and now it has dropped. If it has dropped, then someone must have been injured. Well, then who is injured? Anjali has already started looking for it carefully. At that time, Anjali found out that the injured person was none other than Kojibu. He knew that Kushiro was a relatively powerful character before this, but why is he injured now? Therefore, after what happened at this moment, Anjali felt that he should not just do it, Dad. So Kushiro, who was always looking for him at this time, hoped to be able to communicate such issues well in front of Kushiro. If you still understand that before this, I hope to make Zheng Sibu less anxious. If there is any problem, they can explain it directly. Because Kushiro has always been very arrogant, he knows that there is absolutely no need to explain the current anger to others. And he also felt that it was not a good thing for them after this half-love happened, but when it happened, he still had to tell others about this kind of problem. Especially at this time. In fact, Anjali and the others have already come. At this time, Anjali found that Kushiro is now injured, then they must explain this problem well. Anjali knows that this kind of thing affects them. It's really bad, and Anjali has always known that if Kushiro is really injured, then this is a very important thing for him. He doesn't want it to be so inexplicable. He didn't care about him, so he came to Kushiro's side, and then saw Kushiro injured like this. I really feel very angry, and I feel very helpless. At this time, I still feel sorry for Kingsabu because he already knew it from the very beginning. In fact, Koshiro has always been a relatively good talent and is doing it. When something like this happens, I don't think about any other consequences at all. He is still very happy about this kind of peace, and if it wasn't because such a thing happened in front of them, maybe this kind of problem would not have been thought of by others, but now Anjali already knows the progress bar has some insight, it must be because Kushiro was injured. When Anjali came to Zheng Sixiao like this, he really felt extremely distressed. He hoped to help the 4 departments as soon as possible. At this time, he was helped by Zhang Zhengshilang, who knew that the 4 departments were injured. It may not be very desirable for others. Once it was Anjali, he still felt that this kind of love was very important to him, and he didn't want to let Kushiro go on like this. Because he still hopes to let the 4th division of farming find himself to start mining, and in the future they will be able to work hard together and fight again. And before that, if it wasn't for King Shishao, how could he have attracted so many people? So at this time, when Anjali found out that King Shiro was injured, he began to rely on his own strength to go to the hospital. Go slowly to restore Zheng Sibu's injury to him. Originally before this, when Zheng Sibu was injured, he didn't want anyone to know, and he had already told his subordinates, don't tell Anjali about this, because Zheng Sibu actually felt that this kind of thing happened. In fact, it is still a rather humiliating thing, and the person who rebels is one of his subordinates. If he could keep his eyes open at the beginning, it would be impossible for such a thing to happen, so it is said that such a thing at this moment. After it happened, Kushiro had already told other people before him, don't tell Anjali about this kind of thing, but at this time when everything has happened, they feel that this kind of opinion issue is for them it's not very bad, but Anjali still hopes to be able to bring Kushiro to Shuji. This is the most important thing in painting. 4485. 419__. Chapter 102 The Backward Psychology. At this time, when Kushiro woke up, he suddenly realized that the person beside him was none other than Anjali. So at this moment, Kushiro really feels very embarrassed. He doesn't know how to explain this matter to Anjali. And he also understands that he really can't blame others for such a thing to happen. If he wants to take care of it, he can only blame himself. Then when Kushiro found Anjali next to him, he felt embarrassed. What people say? Who of you told him? Didn't I say so? Don't tell Anjali about this, but you are still trying your best to find him. How the hell did Kushiro say this? It was in Kushiro's heart that he thought that something like this happened. Still may not be very critical for others to mind. And when Ekuo happened, they also felt that if such a thing really happened, Zheng Sixiao would feel really embarrassed, because he didn't want this kind of thing to be known by others, especially Ange. Lie, if Anjali has already known about this matter, doesn't that mean that he is really a very kind person? And before that, he had been praised by Anjali. He knew that Anjali was constantly praising him in front of him. This kind of thing was really a good thing for him, but now he is inexplicably suffering again. If Anjali really found out about such a serious injury, wouldn't he want to disappoint Anjali? But at this time, Anjali smiled and said to Kushiro that the 4 parts are good, you should stop blaming other people for this kind of thing. What's the point? And neither this nor that book was told to me by anyone else, but I knew it by myself. It is only fruitful to say that, I am looking at Yutian Shiti and I bought Zaihui medicine. I think it is true, it is a secret year, so you don't need to worry about other things, but now I still have a lot of things to watch. Anjali said this, because when Anjali said these words, he didn't actually have any other thoughts. He just hoped that he could ask Kushiro this kind of question to say that he would be happier, and hoped that it would make him happy. Kushiro should stop saying these words because of his cancer. In fact, Kushibu still feels a little embarrassed, because he knows that he is just getting better when he goes public now, maybe if he really wants to start all over again. Then these feelings may become very difficult. So at this time, he turned around and said to Anjali that Anjali is really sorry. I know that these things are all my own, so I didn't get it because I received the if someone who feels very bored, how could he know that he is going to reverse the version like this, and we will not become like this now, and we will not lose so many talents. Ishiro sincerely apologizes to Anjali like this, because he felt that he really made such a big mistake because of his own mistake, but at this time, Anjali felt that he should speak clearly to him, so that they would not have been all because of such a thing to have a quarrel, and also think that if Kushiro really has realized his mistake, then he thinks such a thing is not wrong at all. Here, you say that Anjali has changed at this time. Come to Kushiro's side, and say to Kushiro, in order to cultivate the 4 divisions, you should not keep quarreling with others because of such things, and now. After I already know, you already understand yourself, but what I want to tell you is that even if it is wrong, it is not the condition at all. If you say that you have lead, I think it means that you have a little lead, which means that no matter how talented you are, it will not be more. If you take in a lot of people, but there are not many loyal people, I don't think it's necessary at all, and it doesn't make any sense at all. And now you have it. If a lot of people who are not central are staying in our team, then these people might as well not come, so at this moment. The words I said in front of me are all for your own good. I hope to be able to say this to Anjali. People said that when Anjali finished saying these words, in fact, for Zheng Sibu, he felt that the relationship with Anjali was very good. At this time, he finally understood what Anjali meant to him. He understands that Anjali has been helping him all the time. At this time, Anjali said to Zheng Sibu, now, I will gather some people for you, so that you can continue to strengthen the 2 of you in the future. If it is really because of such a thing that some disputes arise in the future, this is not a difficult angel. Said so. In Anjali's mind, he believes that what is happening now is not a very unusual thing for people. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please subscribe to genuine novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel internal group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's novel internal group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Love, but in Zhang no money is good, Shiro's heart, he has always been now Anjali has for himself. There are a few people, so he still hopes to be able to explain things clearly. So then Kushiro's injury has been fully recovered. At this time, Kushiro feels that if he will have a dispute with others because of such a thing, then this is really a very bad time problem, but no matter what, in Kushibu's heart, he still hopes to continue to cultivate other outstanding talents. Because now the anger has happened, and Zhang Xiao has understood, Anjali knows that Anjali has always hoped that he can cultivate the talent in front of him. So at this moment Kushiro already knows what to do. 45,104, 20. Chapter 103. The Disappearing Talent. Through Anjali's constant guidance by his side, then they also hope to be able to cultivate it well. These few talents in front of him, in this way, they can seriously explain such things to understand. The next few days, Kushiro keeps training these few people in front of him. It was because he knew that these few talents were very thoughtful about their own opinions, and if they had anything to do, they could tell them to wuchu in front of others. At this time, Zhang Si still felt, what does this kind of thing mean to me? He knew that Anjali had been here for 100 years, and he didn't stop coaching himself. If the prisoner did not have Anjali, then he might not be as good as he is now. After it has happened, the relationship between Zhang Sixiao and Anjali is actually getting better and better, and Anjali has already passed on his experience to Kushiro. At this time, Aoshiro already knows about this relationship. How should it be dealt with? At this moment, Kushiro, the talents around him have become more and more, so in the mind of Kojibu, he thinks that he only needs to train these thoughtful people in front of him. Now, there is absolutely no need for him to communicate more with others. Then, after the incident happened, many people didn't know how to deal with it, but in Anjali's mind, he feels that Anjali is also clear, he understands what such a thing means to others. But Anjali knew that it would not be a good thing if Kushiro kept going to the well because of such a problem, but only Anjali didn't think so, because Anjali believed that failure was the mother of success. If it is really possible to discuss it clearly because of such a thing, then they will definitely put such a problem in the clear and set out the practice of correcting the loss of the campo knot in their minds. Then they can learn some lessons from this failure. Maybe they won't continue to fail in the future. At this time, there was another emergency on Daisuke's side. At this time, Tashigi accidentally fell into the sea, and then she could no longer use her abilities. At this time, Das suddenly felt very sorrow. When she was alone in the sea, she really felt that she couldn't count herself, and she didn't know what to do next. But at this time, when the anger happened, Tashigi really felt that she might not be able to be taught by others. When I got up, Zoro suddenly appeared at this time. At this time, Suobi rescued her at once. At this time, Tashigi really felt that she might have encountered it because in the past, Tashigi knew that she had been both are very unlucky people, although this time she accidentally fell into the sea. But when Zoro told her that such a thing happened to Dunchi, Tashigi still thinks that she is actually lucky. After all, there are still people who can save her. At this time, he really felt very happy. He still hoped that through such a thing, he could let others understand what he was thinking, and he also hoped to let them know, although it was said that after his incident, in Tashigi's mind I still feel like I'm a drag and drop bottle now. Mighty has always felt that this kind of thing is not a good thing for them. I hope that through such a thing, I can let others know that I don't want to be them now. Although I said that at this time, the rope has already rescued him. But these two things that happened when he came down the rope made him feel very embarrassed. At times, Tashigi felt that he was the weakest person among the crowd. If it weren't for this, how could he have gone to the sea with such a good name? So at this time, he decided to open this place higher. So at this moment, Duanchi started to leave this place because he felt that pressing down was not a good thing for him at all. He hoped to leave this place as soon as possible, and from now on not to do anyone else's tow oil bottle. Wei has always hoped that through such an experience, others would know what it means to do these things now. Many people may think that it is not a good thing for them after such a thing happens, but I still hope that through such a thing, others can understand what this kind of thing means to them. Then he left this place inexplicably, making them feel embarrassed, and he always felt that it was a matter for them to go to the stable when such a thing happened. At this time, I said that it is up to you to decide. Enjoy secretly to practice. At that time, when he left this place inexplicably, it really made them feel very embarrassed. He was accustomed to practicing alone by himself. In the early morning of the second day, many people could not find him. It's Zoro. Zoro can't find Tashigi now. He really feels very anxious. He doesn't know where Tashigi went. This is the time when Luyu Zoro will talk about the most important thing, that is to sue this kind of thing quickly. He knows that in this crowd, only Angeli can bring this DOS through his own power, because he knows that if Tashigi disappears suddenly like this, then he may face great danger in the future. Because no one can tell what kind of danger will appear in this place, so at this moment Suobi is really in a hurry to face such a jerk. The only thing he can do now is to quickly put Angelist to find 4512. 2048__. Chapter 104 The Second Four Emperors. When Angeli came to this place, he suddenly saw Zoro's anxious look. He asked Suojiang like this. What the hell happened to the repelling? Did this Tashigi just disappear like this? What exactly is going on? Before this, when was the last time you saw her? Gree asked this, because Angeli still hopes to be able to quickly bring back the power through such a relationship, because he knows that the little mother has been a relatively lonely girl for 100 years, so sometimes he is more savvy, so he left the crowd with such a good name. However, at this time, Suojiang felt that he should make such Angeli clear. Only in this way can Angeli be able to move quickly. Found. So at this time, Xiejiang said to Angeli. Love is like this, Angeli, I didn't know what the original prisoner was yesterday, and Duanchi didn't know what was going on, but fell into the sea inexplicably. I let him out, maybe because he thought I have already dragged everyone down, so let's say he disappeared in VVVV miraculously. For such a thing, I am really sorry. Well, this matter of Zoro has nothing to do with you. You can rest assured that I will continue to make it through my efforts, and then you will not need it because of this. When things are about to happen, I hope to be able to take responsibility seriously. When such a thing happens in our minds, how should we deal with it? You should not stop such opinions and problems on your own body. Next, I will clarify this issue. Said this, when Angeli brought back Tashigi at this time, he decided that he should still have a good talk with Sichi. Because she knows what kind of attitude Tashigi should have when facing her next, she understands that the idea must be because she feels that she has already embarrassed everyone in this crowd. But no matter what, everyone is a good friend, and now Mihawk still hopes to make Zoro not get angry constantly because of this kind of thing, and before that, he still hoped to be able to understand for them how to deal with this kind of thing. Maybe it's because in Angeli's mind, he feels that the relationship between himself and Zoro is very good, and now, they have been doing this kind of thing all the time. It may be a bit bad for others, but this kind of thing anger may be a bit bad for other people, so Angeli and Zoro continued to quarrel because of such issues. But they still hoped to have such a good result. However, when Angeli finally tried her best to call Tashigi back, she finally felt that the relationship between herself and Tashigi was no longer the same as before. There was nothing to talk about, and at this time she decided that she should persuade Tashigi well. Because he knew that Tashigi must be in a bad state of mind. If it weren't for this, how could she have left by herself inexplicably, so Angeli is here at this moment. He got to her side and said to Tashigi, "When it comes to you, don't worry, I will never abandon you because of such a thing, and you have to know that although you feel that you are not very powerful now, I still hope to have some confidence in yourself because everyone starts from zero. If you become very powerful all of a sudden, I think then this matter may become very bad, and many people will be very unconvinced, but I still hope that such a problem can be given to make it clear because I've always had high hopes for you. I hope to be able to explain such things clearly in front of others, and now that you have explained such things clearly. But next time, I still hope to be able to seriously take this kind of problem, think clearly, don't give up because of this kind of thing." Asking Flowers 0 Angeli said this, but when Angeli finished saying this, he was always sore on the temples, because he still hoped to get it from the eyes of the students. Duanchi now he is no longer pregnant and unhappy as before. He hopes to make Duanchi's eyes suddenly a power of self-confidence. At this time, when N.J. Lai saw that Tashigi's calcium was finally filled with confidence again. I really felt that I was extremely self-sufficient. Because she felt that Tashigi was no longer as unhappy as before. Then when things happened next, other people didn't know how to solve it, but Angeli was very clear about such a situation. Because Angeli felt that he and Tashigi had already made the words very clear, so the first choice was to save Angeli's eyes, and then said to Angeli, "Don't worry, Angeli, now I already know what you mean, and I will definitely not give up on myself in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely cultivate well, so there is absolutely no need for you to do this next time. Continue to worry about me, just look at my performance." Lee understands that what he is doing now is all for his own good, and he also understands what the next thing he is doing now means. He understands that many people have high hopes for him. The only thing he has to do now is to cheer up quickly, so that others will not be disappointed with him, but at this time Angeli will sort out his tone, and then tell Tashigi, "You don't become unhappy because of such a thing. You have to know that after this kind of thing happened now, it may not be a good thing for us, but I still hope that you can seriously clarify such a problem. The ins and outs of the anger are very clear." 4537. 2048 __. Chapter 105 Dare to Try. Because in my mind, I think after this kind of thing happens, we should still explain this kind of problem clearly. You can rest assured, I will continue to explain such problems clearly in front of you, and I have always known that you are a very smart person, so if you can use my teaching if you continue to improve your level, then this is really a promising hand. Angeli said this. When people knew that when Angeli finished saying this, the little boy actually felt very happy to do it, and then in the next paragraph, Angeli kept thinking about Yuji Station. It, s. 687, Tashigi is no longer as unhappy as before. Now he is constantly cultivating under Angeli's guidance every day. At this time, his level has been improved very fast. At this time at this moment, when Ange was carefully swallowing, when Yuankai and their team suddenly appeared a second 4th grade student, it really made Angeli feel very happy. And Angeli also feels that these things he is doing now are really very meaningful. Emotions have become more interesting. He hoped to be able to grow up and become more and more happy. At this time, when he found that the second level appeared in the crowd, he really felt extremely happy. He did such a thing. For himself, in the end what does it mean? Next, I hope that through such a thing, others can understand that these people around them are very powerful. At this moment, when things happen, many people don't know how to continue, but Angeli still went to check the progress bar of the task level. He suddenly found that their task level progress bar had risen again. At this time, Angeli was really happy for them because Angeli had always faced such a progress bar as really very happy, because he knows that the progress bar is obviously rising now, which means that many people are constantly improving their own level. At this moment, Angeli found out. Everyone is working hard to improve their level, so this is really a good thing. However, at this time, the system suddenly prompted a new thing. Originally, when this happened before, other people would feel very uncomfortable. Oops, and Angeli also felt that such a thing was not a good thing for him. the system prompted a new task and told Anjali that there was a new shortcut during this same siege. Tasks can be completed quickly. In this way, after completing the task, he can catch these people under his hands. At this moment, Anjali still feels a little tangled in the face of such a thing, and he doesn't know what to do. Because he knew that such a shortcut would definitely have a lot of dangers. But when Anjali thought about it carefully, the system had already told him that if he took this shortcut, then he might complete such a task as soon as possible, and he could also after this task is completed. Such a thing is really very good for Anjali. Maybe after it happens, Anjali doesn't know how to deal with this matter, but he still feels that this kind of thing happened. After the incident, other people may think that this is an unreasonable problem, but Anjali still hopes to let them understand that such a thing happened to him, which is really a good thing for him. At this moment, Anjali thought for a while, because he knew that although this meant a lot of danger to him, he still hoped that he could make them understand that even if there was a risk, he also hoped to be able to finish the task as soon as possible after the task is completed, then they can go and figure out such a problem well. Maybe it is because the field he is in now makes him feel that such a thing is really true. You should let him accept it. Because Anjali knows that even if he is facing the next huge challenge, he will not feel afraid because he knows that everyone needs to go through some risks in life, and even if he has experienced some huge challenge, this is not a very dangerous thing for him, because Anjali has experienced a lot of ill things in the past 100 years, he understands that it is given because of this. What to communicate with others, but no matter what, Anjali still wants to be just as they can. Enough to be happy. Anjali knew that if he could complete this task as soon as possible, then what would this mean to him? So at this moment, Anjali thought for a while, so he agreed without the risk of a hint from the system. Anjali still hopes to pass such a level. Let them know what these things they are doing now mean, but when what happened to Anjali may not be a very good thing for them, many people are expressed an objection, but Anjali still insisted on adding it, because Anjali felt that if he really took this path, then it would be a really good thing for him. After Anjali thought about it, he took on such a task. When the task was accepted, he might go to another place next. At this time, the system sent him to another place, probably because Anjali already knew it before that. For himself, he may have to constantly accept some new tasks, but if he really wants to, if this task is completed in such a short period of time, then it is really not a good thing for them, maybe because when things happen, they also feel that such a thing is not good for them. Saying wells is not a good thing. It was Anjali who always felt that this was a challenge for him. Although he has participated in many battles, this time is really different. 456,120, 49. Chapter 106 Demons and Monsters. All along, he has been constantly accepting a challenge, but last time he still hoped that he could continue to try new challenges in front of him, so that he could have a feeling of being alive when he came to a new one. When he was in this place, he suddenly found that this place was really unfamiliar to him, because he said that he had never picked such a place before, and every time he did a new task, it would make him feel very strange. Surprise. There are times when he can only be shocked and not his brother, but no matter what, Mick still hopes that he can continue to try some new challenges, so that he can make himself feel happy. This kind of feeling as Lou is very rude to him. Maybe even if the task cannot be truly completed, then Anjali will not feel any fear, but now I suddenly feel that even regretting it is completely meaningless, and because he has now 22A request for the slag system. Now he has come to such a new place, so there is no other way for him to complete the task seriously. Therefore, at this moment, Anjali has understood that he is really desperate now, and since he has agreed to the pound, the only thing he can do now is to quickly complete the task. The next thing is there's absolutely no need to think about anything. It may be because after the incident, many people felt that such a problem happened to them, and it seemed that it was not a very high-level idea, but no matter what, they were still more worried about Anjali, because they knew that Anjali now I have already accepted such a new mission and took a shortcut, and the system has also warned them that the risk will be relatively high. If this is the case, then Anjali still resists to participate in such a mission. For others, it was really a sweat for him. They didn't know whether Anjali would seriously complete this task to the end. If it was because of such a thing, what happened? Wrong words. So this is something that no one knows how to bear. Maybe it was because they didn't know how to bear such a problem before, but no matter what, when things happened, they still felt such a problem and felt a little embarrassed. When Greg landed in this place, he suddenly realized that he was really embarrassed in front of him. He checked the group at this time, and it turned out that there were a lot of things in front of him that made him feel very surprised, because before this, every time he participated in a mission, I had a lot of monsters, but this time when he carefully observed the monsters in front of him, he suddenly found that these monsters were very raw to him. He had never seen these monsters before, and he still felt these strange faces. Too a little scary. Then after the incident happened, Anjali still felt a little embarrassed, because when he was facing these things, he was really at a loss. He hopes that through such a thing, others will know that what he is doing now is really very bad for him. But now that he has arrived at this place, he can rest assured that he has come. The only thing he can do now is to quickly destroy all the monsters he sees, because he knows that these monsters are really for him. One challenge after another. When they destroyed a monster, they found that these monsters would emit a devil fruit. Anjali didn't know exactly what this devil fruit meant, but every time he issued a devil fruit, it will be found that the ability of these strange mountains will become stronger and stronger. At this time, he suddenly felt that such a thing was really not a good thing for him, and now he felt that these devil fruits appeared in front of him. At times, it still made him feel a little embarrassed that Lou's strength has become stronger. Such a thing is really very awkward for him. He doesn't know how to continue, and these strengths the more and more powerful monsters used to go to meetings in front of Anjali, which really made Anjali feel a little embarrassed. Because Angle County has always felt that even if he had fought these monsters, he would not be in a state of inferiority. When Yizung's strength became stronger and stronger, it really made Anjali feel a little out of power. He suddenly felt that he was already struggling, but he didn't understand why such a problem would appear in his own life. At this time, Anjali suddenly remembered that before this time, Shichian had already reminded himself that he had a lot of troubles, but everyone still came directly to this very path, but it was not so good. If he can complete this task as soon as possible, then Anjali still thinks that this is a bird's matter, because he now has 707 strengths, but no matter what, he still hopes to be able to go all out with these monsters. An excellent event. Because he thinks that these monsters seem to be a national disaster for him, but he still hopes to make these strange Lu Yinbai do what he does every day. Of course, the monsters will ignore the security. Such an idea of greed, because they think that what Anjali is doing now may not be a good problem for them, but no matter what, the strange good people have been violent after the incident. Attack. Anjali feels that the most important thing right now is to quickly beat the monsters in front of him. Only in this way can he complete the task as soon as possible. Every time a monster is defeated, a nightmare fruit will appear on the ground. At this time, Anjali is excited to check these evil fruits. He suddenly discovered that these evil fruits were completely different from what he had seen before, and these cultural relic fruits would really increase the strength of these monsters, and at this time, the ability of the monsters had become stronger and stronger. Related to their frequent fighting. 4574. 2031__. Chapter 107 Numerous Devil Fruits. Looking at the current situation, Anjali felt in his heart, what the hell is going on, or that he still hasn't experienced this situation. It's just that I don't know how this situation can be maintained. It's just that Anjali has never known that this kind of scratch can still be such a fool. Anjali quickly solved all his current problems, but slowly. I feel that this is actually not very good. Because only when he got here, Anjali killed the previous monster like a torch, but it wasn't long before a strange thing suddenly appeared. At first, Anjali felt that this thing was nothing, but said lightly. A word of knowledge. What kind of bullshit is really nothing to be afraid of? Indeed, it is not the time to think about this question when we get here, but not too long after that, Anjali felt that something was wrong. The thing in front of him that I don't know what it was, suddenly became bigger and bigger. Anne didn't know what it was, and Anjali naturally wouldn't act rashly, so he just picked it up and looked at it, only to find that in this room, the thing suddenly became bigger. What the hell is going on here? Anjali remembered. This is probably the legendary nightmare fruit own problem. Another problem is that what makes Anjali feel bad is that he didn't know the origin of this thing before, otherwise how could it be like this? Having said that, Anjali looked at him like that, and still felt that he should try it in the past, so Anjali went over to try it. But found this devil fruit, it's really not easy. At this time, Anjali thought for a while, and it was estimated that it was this tricking system, so he could only pull it out and say, "You give me the master, can you tell me, what else do you have to do?" Ignoring the system's non-existent appearance, Anjali could only say one sentence. "Tell me, what is going on with this devil fruit, and how is it dealt with?" With Anjali acting like this, he just said helplessly, "Master, in fact, all these problems need to be solved by yourself." What? When Anjali heard this, he didn't know what to say. He asked him to come over. Why did he just want to hear him say such a sentence, but he just wanted to listen to it? What the hell is going on? The system is actually talking to himself like this, so what should he say is the most angry? This system still doesn't leave, it's been here all the time, Jingfeng is on his own in the end. Anjali felt that it was really meaningless. I just said, then, tell me, what is going on here and what should I do? This time, Anjali just wanted to ask about the specific solution, but Anjali saw this situation and felt that the system probably wouldn't tell him. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with Anjali's thinking. What the hell is going on with this system? He just said, go away. Jigyu, before this sentence was finished, the system disappeared by himself. The helpless Anjali could only look at them and pray for them, feeling that all these things, it was estimated that he had to rely on himself, so he said, "Give me, I'll give it a try. I'm going to see if you still have any results." Anjali just said, "This, what is it?" Seeing this situation, I quickly lost my mind. Now that I know what's going on, this so-called evil fruit, I thought everything was quiet, maybe it was a legend, but now I know it, and it is really Anjali who has gone missing the evil haze fruit. He tried his best to find out that they were still indifferent. After the destruction, Anjali was really tired and felt that it was possible to continue like this. When the class arrived, he still called the system and asked, what was the answer? But the big news in his heart was that he knew what was going on, and he felt that the deceitful Xian Pound also knew what was going on, or that he himself did not know what was going on. More and more, Anjali was so angry that the party had to call out the system and ask what was going on. So, the poor system did not know what was going on, so he called it out again and said, "Master, what else do you have to do?" Hearing what the system said, Anjali also knew how it was going back to power. He didn't know anything about this system, so he reluctantly said, "You said, what other way is there to solve the problem? I won't say anything else. What else do you say?" The system was really silent, and it was only after a long time that the visitor said something thoughtful. "To be honest, I don't have any special thoughts myself." Thinking of this, the system just said helplessly, "Actually, if it is possible, seriously, I still have an idea, it may be possible." Looking at the hesitant look of this scumbag system, he probably knew something, so he said something about it. Even if Li Laojiao heard this, the system still felt a little embarrassed. The problem of Bai Wan cannot be solved very well. I have already said this, I have never thought about this issue, but today I have this system and I don't know what to say. Probably after a long time, Anjali had done enough to know something, so he said, "Then, what else is there to do? You should hurry up and say, go on like this, you wait for me and say maybe I will give you Anjali like this. The system itself is afraid, maybe when this person really does something, what should I do?" Yuzu sighed helplessly and said, "Tell me, I won't tell you what to do. as long as you are about to be driven crazy by this system. I really don't know what they think. 459,920, 32. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. Chapter 108 Selection. Anjali didn't know the posthumous name. At this time, he could say something serious, but if this matter continued like this, it would not be very good for him. This case, Anjali just said helplessly, if you have something, just say it quickly, and see how it goes. Anjali looked at Gezeng, who was getting stronger and stronger, and felt a little helpless in his heart. After all, he was also struggling now. Anjali gritted his teeth and insisted, but the strange you in front of him didn't want to let him go. In fact, Anjali doesn't want to be like this, but the power of the evil fruit in front of him is indeed very powerful. If he continues, he will have nothing to gain. Grief put the leopard sword in his hand and slaughtered it out without hesitation. Yizeng's figure was distorted. Anjali took advantage of this time to take a breath, and the sunlight fell away. It was Face System who said, "Tell me, as long as you can do it, then I can make these monsters stronger, and he will only get weaker and weaker." It won't work like this, Anjali thought about it. If he desperately kills the monster. Strange 017 can kill and injure thousands, but he may also be exhausted and fall down, just don't know if he will die in this world. For a while, the system was a little anxious. It's really not right to fight on your own, not to mention that it's not right for the host, so please don't have such thoughts. If you die in this spiritual world, you will also die in reality. The slightly mechanical voice of the system sounded in Anjali's mind. Anjali sighed helplessly. Although he expected it, he still felt a slight disappointment. System, if I give up the job, it will be sent out. Anjali said this with a helpless smile. The system looked at Anjali like this, and suddenly felt throbbing in his heart. Although Anjali used to be unruly, but now, it is still like this. Then, if he should let the situation continue. In the end, the system just comforted Anjali and said something. The host can choose to give up, but the reward for killing the monster will be reduced by half. The voice of the system machine Maple is a little cold. Anjali was very speechless and deducted half of the reward. Wouldn't he mean that half of the monsters in the back were killed in vain? Anjali thought about his mission, and felt a little sad in his heart. He was still very far from completing the mission. Anjali thought of his mission. He had to get these evil fruits. He knew that this matter was not so simple. It's just that the current system still doesn't say anything, and probably Anjali also thinks that only in this way can he have a better development when it comes to love. But now, I will never give up. I have such an idea in my heart, and even more helplessly say, what other way is there? The system is too crappy. Anjali had the urge to complain about the system, but if he gave up now, all his previous efforts would be in vain. Anjali will not give up. If he gives up, it means giving up a chance to complete the mission. He knows that he has faced it. What happened in the end? It's just the stupidity of the system. I don't know what it is. I can really accept it. Anjali said lightly in his heart. I choose to accept. The system is helpless. It seems that it is the last time to ask, and it just said, you really think about it, if you can, then come. Anjali was depressed. She knew it was like this. How could it be so laborious? And she didn't know whether Uran did it here. Where is there any room for the system to reject her? Just let things go according to security. Greg's idea. Just post it. Okay, I didn't ask about it. Let's talk about the Lord's victory in the world of God. The system has no ripples. The system can only be a slander after a while. I hope Anjali can ask for more blessings. Although he said so, Anjali still feels that this shin is not that simple. Anjali took a deep breath and put his hand. The sword inside is tightly held, the slender fingers, and the neat nails show a slight need for it. In the world of the god of disaster, if he dies, he will die in reality. He must be careful not to wave. For a time, Anjali felt that there was something in front of him, so he felt a little dazzled. In the spiritual world, a space was distorted, and a huge purple-black animal slowly moved out of the already distorted space. The sword in Anjali's hand couldn't help but tightly grip Jaja. Rabbit-like animal looking at Anjali, little black. His eyes were fixed on Anjali. Anjali looked at the monster in front of him and had to say that he still felt a little nervous. For such a big purple-black rabbit, he didn't know that this rabbit's fighting power might be very high. He didn't fully grasp. It's all your own choice, and there is nothing to regret. Now, I can only deal with this exempt child with peace of mind. Anjali's eyes were already bloodshot. He took out his own sword and kept slashing at the rabbit. The rabbit's movements were inconvenient, but the lethality was very powerful. His sword didn't do much damage in front of rabbits. Anjali's sword has begun to crack, but the purple-black rabbit is not hurt. What? This is the case, there is still nothing to do. Anjali is a little out of shape in his heart, but he is still slashing the dick with all his strength, and the rabbit has no response. Just kept slapping Anjali, and Anjali's sword slowly slowed down, and his hand was shaking uncontrollably. Waiku did not want to let Anjali rest, and the wound in Anjali's hand was almost out of reach. It's stable. When I got here, Anjali suddenly became a little absolute. I thought maybe it was too easy at the beginning, or I came too suddenly. I didn't get a lot of anger in my exams, how could I say something like this directly? Looking at this vicious jerk in front of my eyes, how did I end up? But in this situation, I don't have any better ideas at the moment. One sentence said, this system of deceiving people really doesn't deceive people, it doesn't pay for their lives. But looking at this rabbit, Anjali still felt that he had to try it by himself, otherwise there would be nothing else to do with this child. Thinking of this, suddenly there is no despair. 4623. 2032__. Chapter 109 broke out. At this time, in the wonderful spiritual world, Anjali was fighting with monsters. Ha ha. Wei Zeng made a shrill scream, as if mocking Anjali, as if saying, this human being is so weak. Hardy. At this moment, Anjali could not care about what the monsters were thinking, waving the stealing car in his hand to fight against the oncoming monsters. Oh, these monsters are not stupid at all, their attack power and dodging ability are also NB. While driving the net, Anjali pierced a minotaur who wanted to attack from behind. It's strange that the green blood did not rise up on Anjali, and the smell of fishy woo in the general good world came in time. Anjali didn't care about any fishy smell, and at this time, 4 goblins wielding mace came from all around. They made the sound of pears, and Anjali felt a little dizzy for a moment, and shouted in his heart, Jing cake. Summoning waves to attack. Anjali did not expect that these monsters would also use disturbing attacks. Immediately guarding his mind, he made a sword move from Yun Baizwan and returned. Anjali's sword move centered on himself, and rolled up a defensive tornado, and the goblin's fangs were bounced off when it came into contact with the tornado. But the goblins didn't even care about the loss of their weapons, and the 4 monsters raised their right palms at the same time towards the tornado. Anjali had a shocked expression, because the defensive tornado actually disintegrated under the force of 4 strikes. At this time, there are 10,000 sleeping plus in my heart, it's too perverted. The sonic attack that disturbed the mind just for a moment has been lifted, and Anjali quickly retreated and rushed to a goblin. From the joint attack just now, it seems that these monsters will definitely have other combination moves. Say it again. Anjali's calm analysis of the battle. Cut the sky and pull the sword wood. Draw the sword, need the snow sword to quickly cross a goblin. Withdrawing the sword, the goblin fell to the ground, and the blood had been painted over by the cold creativity of Shuijian. When the other 3 goblins saw this, they jumped up and down the room angrily, and their mouths let out even more angry and sullen voices. The 3 goblins once again merged into a larger goblin under Anjali's surprised eyes, 3 times as tall as Anjali. The most surprising thing is that this combined monster can still spit people. Tell me. Human, you killed our 4th brother. You surrendered, and we can leave you with a whole corpse, otherwise, you can't survive and die. Spulin said in an angry tone. Damn it, hit the hammer. Anjali cursed in his heart. Start first to be stronger. Anjali hurriedly rushed to Hose Springs after he made up his mind. Shintian swordsmanship. Anjali continued to draw and cut, and made the move just now. Looking back at the group, there are 10,000 curses in my heart. The frost snow sword only left a snow-white mark on the goblin's body, and did not hurt any flesh and blood. Seeing that the human not only didn't kneel down to beg for mercy, but also confronted him with a sword, the goblin said in a rage, prepare for pieces. I saw the goblin evolve again, covered with hair and acupuncture suits, with sharp silver teeth growing out of his panting, and the nails on his hands and feet turning into shining blades. The goblins charged towards angry, smashing rocks with their bodies along the way, and tearing sturdy branches with their claws. Zhanfeng Zuying One Angel is not daring to be careless with the goblins rushing towards him. Kai Hanjian uses 3000 worlds, and wants to use this move to defuse the enemy's attack power. But when Sword Intent hit the goblin, it only scratched a little of the goblin's skin. Pervert, pervert. The goblins didn't stop because of Anjali's attack. On the contrary, this human anger could hurt himself. He couldn't bear it, and his pace went faster. After thinking for a while, the goblin wielded a student with a heavy armor and roared. Arranged with the Jingsai sword to block, it was unable to support such a strong impact, and immediately ejected back and flew more than 500 meters. Anjali only felt that his chest seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and his throat was sweet, and a mouthful of blood almost spit out. With a bang, Anjali finally learned to stay on a rock of the original armor. Kahei, it seems that some of the ribs are broken, and finally I can't stand it anymore. Am I going to die? Anjali's eyes were a little blurry at the moment. How about it, human, ha ha ha. Goblins are 4 days long. If I kill you, I will be able to go outside, kill all human beings at that time, and dominate the world. Anjali was on the verge of collapse at the moment, when he heard that the goblin actually said that he would be able to go out by killing him. He thought that the goblin had such a powerful strength, the person he guarded, his lover, and his relatives. Friend, he didn't care about his injury, and immediately burst into a super momentum. Ellipsis. For flowers. When the goblins were full of pride, they suddenly felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the sudden burst of terrifying aura from the humans they had defeated. At the moment, there was a gust of wind around him, and the shock wave emanating from the center of Ainge caused all the rocks and trees to be shattered into pieces. Goblins didn't want to believe that there would be human beings who would do such a thing, so they turned into the strongest form with a snort, and didn't forget to say, "You are the first human to die in my strongest form." Ha ha ha. Zero said, rushing towards Anjali at a faster speed, shouting loudly in his breath, "Smash you, smash you." Anjali's face was gloomy, his eyes emitting super energy like a torch, and when the goblin's student was about to sit down, he said coldly, 100 flowers fall in the cherry blossoms. A wave of snow-white cherry blossoms appeared from the GNGN, drowning Spulin in his eyes. Fuck, it's just a flower, I want to defeat it. Before uttering the last word of me, the goblin suddenly realized that every cherry blossom contains creativity, and each deliberately invaded the whole body, and the goblin couldn't help spitting out blood. You shouldn't touch my bottom line. Landing the goblin's terrified eyes, Anjali said lightly, break. The goblin's whole body boiled like magma, and then the body exploded, and the stench of energy and the stench of dark green blood shot to the ground. After Anjali defeated the goblins, his body couldn't support it anymore, and he fell asleep the most. In the dream, Anjali overthrew the world government and found the legendary treasure. I was having a sweet dream and was woken up by the sound of the system prompt. The task was completed. Please clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Looking around at the loot on the ground, my heart is full of joy. After cleaning the battlefield, Anjali obtained several evil fruits. If people outside knew that I had so many evil fruits, maybe the world would be shaken. T. 4636. 951__. Chapter 110 Strength Improvement. Especially those people in the world government will definitely be shocked by their jaws. Can this evil vine fruit gain demonic powers? Anjali's heart was full of jing, and he had doubts. After a while, the sound of the Thai rap interrupted his thoughts. Guxi obtains the devil fruit N, which can improve personal strength and gain random ability boosts. There is still this kind of peace, and it is one step closer to the completion of the task. Anjali said with a smile. Then send me out. I want to stay in this place full of gall shells for a moment. Anjali said loudly into the air. Verified, mission completed, allowed to leave. Coming soon. Countdown 3, 21, teleportation begins. Anjali's eyes flashed again, and when he heard, transmission completed, he came over again. Looking at this week, July 17 inches was exactly where I came before, and I became more and more curious about this task in my heart. Anjali walked to the place where he lived with the fruits of bad wishes, thinking of using these fruits of bad wishes to improve the strength of Lu Wei's apprentices, so that the task would be completed quickly. Let's find a place to eat first. But I'm starving. Ampuri walked into town with a good idea in mind. At this moment, it was noon, when he returned home and found that his apprentice was not there. He put down the fruit of his bad wishes. After washing the stench from his body, he changed into a pair of clean and tidy clothes, and went out to the market. When he arrived at a famous local restaurant, he smelled the aroma of meat in the restaurant, and Anjali's stomach was rumbling at this moment. Boss, bring 100 caddies of beef. Angry shouted loudly when he found a seat. At one point, the boss and the people in the restaurant were stunned. What is the concept of 100 caddies of meat? Ordinary people are already full after eating 23 caddies of meat. When the boss saw that it was a big business, he didn't dare to neglect him. He immediately ordered the kitchen to prepare for a while, and the 50 gins of beef was served hot. The boss said that the rest would be done, and let Anjali eat Anjali first and gobble it down. At this time, a one-eyed yellow-haired boy with 7 or 8 people came into the store. His clothes were a little tattered, and as soon as he entered the door, he said viciously, "Who is the boss?" Seeing that the visitor was unkind, the boss immediately went to Ae Suchung and said, "Hey, what's your order?" "Our brothers have just returned from the sea, and we quickly prepared 70 caddies of meat and 50 caddies of fine wine with the labor and management." The boss was a little embarrassed and said, "Today, the meat in our shop has been sold out." "What? It's only sold out at what time? You boss won't be looking at the tattered clothes of our brothers. I'm afraid we won't have the money to pay the bill." "Look for it," said fiercely. "How dare you? That lord just ordered 100 pounds of meat." After the boss finished speaking, he patted Anjali, who was on the seat. Yin Mao was also a little surprised to see Anjali eating so much by himself. But then it occurred to him that he was eating labor and capital-hungry people there. Huang Mao grew more and more intense in his heart, strode over to Anjali and said, "Brother, you are afraid that you won't be able to eat that much by yourself. I'll give you twice the price for the rest and buy it." "No." Seeing that someone wanted to buy his meat, Anjali said a word and continued to eat it, ignoring Huang Mao at all. Seeing that this person didn't give him face like this, Huang Mao felt embarrassed. Just when everyone thought Anjali was in big trouble. With a sigh of relief, Anjali held the student head swung by Huang Mao with one hand, and when he closed it gently, the bones were broken. Huang Mao picked up the broken hand and the duck selection group stepped back and cried out in pain. My hand, my hand. Come on, brothers, kill him." Huang Maoqiang endured his illness and gave orders to his subordinates. When the 7 or 8 people saw this, each of them slashed at Anjali with a machete. After a while, it was the yellow-haired group who flew to the ground amid the surprised expressions of everyone. "You kid, do you know who my boss is? Say it and scare you. My eldest brother is in file. Ha ha, be afraid." Anjali, who was eating meat, almost died. "My men didn't know me and they came to attack me." At this time, the people in the hotel exploded, and there were various voices of discussion. "I'll go, this yellow hair is actually Anjali's subordinate. That kid is still eating meat, this time he is in big trouble." All kinds of envious eyes gathered on Huang Mao's body. Huang Mao heard various voices of surprise and admiration, and was very proud, thinking in his heart, "This Anjali's name is very useful." At this moment, 2 people came in outside the door, and all eyes immediately focused on the 2 of them. One of the 2 people who came in had green hair, 3 knives on their waists, and the other had an old wish. These 2 are Zoro and Hawkeye. The 2 have been waiting for the master to come back in the town. They just heard someone say Anjali on the street, and immediately came in to check. The appearance of the 2 people is very conspicuous, and everyone immediately recognized Zhelong and Yan, and there was a bigger movement. Zhelong asked loudly, "Who said Anjali just now?" When the boss saw this, he stepped forward and said, "Your Excellency Zoro," the yellow hair next to him, said to be Anjali's subordinate. After speaking, he pointed at the stunned yellow hair. Huang Mao was terribly afraid at this time. Although Anjali had countless subordinates, Zoro and Yuyan were Anjali's direct disciples. If they were recognized, they would be named. Ying Mao said with a guilty conscience, "Just now someone made a slander to the boss of Yan Yan. I wanted to teach him a lesson. It turned out to be no opponent. Zhelong is the car in front of you. Just come here in front of you. Hurry up and teach that rude words a lesson." Dude. Zoro and Yuyan did not recognize whether Ying Mao was Anjali's subordinate, but when they heard someone insulting Anjali, their hearts were full of anger. "Who is it?" Zoro said, staring at Ying Mao. Zhelong looked at Anjali in the direction of Ying 32 Mao's fingers, and said in surprise, "Master." The hotel was quiet, and Huang Mao fainted instantly. Then the 3 of them left under everyone's astonished eyes. After returning home, Anjali found that all his disciples had returned, so he took out the devil fruit and let everyone eat it. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Anjali had brought out so many devil fruits, and they admired Anjali even more in their hearts. After taking the devil fruit, everyone's abilities have been greatly improved. And Anjali's mission progress went a lot. When Anjali saw that the devil fruit had been absorbed by everyone, he asked Suojiang, "Which abilities have you improved?" "My attack power and agility abilities have improved a lot." 46,609, 51. Chapter 111 Breaking Through the Strength of the 4 Emperors. Whoosh, by the way, Master, where did you get so many devil fruits? Others also agreed. Of course, this is the secret of the Master Leopard, Anjali said in a guise. Everyone also knew that Anjali had always been mysterious and did not ask any further questions. Anjali was a little worried after inquiring about everyone's ability enhancement. He didn't expect to increase so much, especially Ji Yuyishi, but he was about to break through the 4 Emperors level. Kuina was very happy at this time, and felt that her ability had improved. She wanted to go to the duel with Angela and stopped her, and said to the crowd, "Atsuka, be sure, tomorrow I will take you to the experience. You should absorb the evil fruit. The body is not suitable for people who are dancing," and temporarily decided to open an arty. Anjali suddenly thought of the yellow hair in that restaurant. "I don't know what happened at this time, I couldn't help laughing. Kuina suddenly laughed when I arrived at Anjali. I kept asking if I wanted to gossip Anjali. I was afraid of Ji Yuyiching, a gossip, so I had to say that it happened in the hotel today." When Kuina heard about it, she laughed and said, "That yellow-haired man laughed so hard, he had to pretend to be a little more like him. The deity is still talking sour in front of his eyes. People talk and talk, drink and eat meat, sing and dance. It was not until Angalai came out to stop him from leaving early tomorrow that everyone would end up unhappy, otherwise they would definitely have a carnival at dawn. The next day, Anjali led the crowd out of the town and sailed to the port. Unexpectedly, as soon as they went out, they found a huge crowd of people. Among them, a restaurant owner whom Anjali knew was also among them. Anjali's admirers heard from the restaurant. Yes, after hearing the address, they came over to sign it so big. Marine is coming soon. Anjali thought that the master is so popular. Kuina was also frightened by the sudden appearance of so many people for a while, and the sound of Marine's whistle could be heard in the distance. Anjali immediately ordered the crowd to spread out. After the port assembled, everyone came to the port. I went to an admiral just now and almost didn't run away. Kuina said angrily that Trent and a few other people were also talking about it. I am already a big threat in the hearts of the world government and Marine. Anjali thought of leaving. Angel said. Driving on the blue sea and blowing the mighty sea breeze, Anjali could not help but sigh that this may be the taste of freedom. The taste master who has fascinated countless pirates, where are we going? Kuina asked. Zoro and Yan also came over with great interest and were very curious about the training ground. Angalekar Isho says, secret. Everyone was speechless. If they hadn't understood the style of this master, they might have had a fight. Although it didn't last for a while, under the command of Anjali, the ship soon arrived at the outskirts of the island. Everyone saw that the island was raging with strong winds, dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The small island discovered by accident, everyone should pay attention to the guardian ship when entering the inner map. There are very ferocious sea kings in this sea, even if I am the master, I have to be careful. Anjali seemed to scare everyone intentionally or unintentionally. After listening to this, everyone's nervous heart was mentioned in the throat. After entering the internal medicine, sure enough, some of the dense sea kings rushed over to the boat. Anjali was watching. I want to see what kind of power these disciples who have eaten the fruit of the evil limit can show. Both servers looked around, nodding from time to time, and the expression of satisfaction arrived soon after they got up. Everyone in the lower Yangbu gasped loudly, and scolded Ningning, where is this place? I have never dealt with such a sea royal family. One by one, welcome Otsuka to the Isle of the Dead. Everyone is doing their best to improve themselves here. If you don't pay attention, you will be eaten by the black things. Anjali intentionally scare everyone. After 7 days, everyone gathers by the boat. Now, let's go to the island. After speaking, Anjali returned to the tire. Determined to defeat Nami, Kuina rushed towards the island first, followed by Zoro and Hawkeye. After entering the jungle, Kuina encountered a wild boar monster, and immediately pulled out the accessories to defeat it, but unexpectedly, when the knife saw the wild boar's skin, it left only a light blood mark. Quickly rushed over, Kuina didn't have time to retreat, so he could only take out his sword to block. Kuina stepped back again and again, and also found that the power of the wild boar monster is far greater than that of the eyes and Zoro who came after him. Guy, but don't die, Zoro quipped. Ba ba ba. Green algae head, dare to curse me. See if I don't change you. Guy waved his sword and said. No kidding, keep going. I came forward to stop the two of them, and the others also encountered all kinds of monsters. Later, they found that one person was always difficult to match, and they formed teams, or groups of 2, or groups of 3. Kuina, Zonglong, and Binyan continued to go deeper. They understand that the most powerful monsters are often in the depths, and if they want to improve themselves, they must practice between life and death. This sentence was said by their master Anjali. Have such great strength. At this time, there was a roar from the depths of the jungle. Aina and the 3 listened to Lu Fei and rushed to the source of the sound. What catches the eye is a brown King Kong eating lizard legs, and next to it is the smashed lizard king who is covered in King Kong's face. Hearing the movement behind him, he thought that someone would dare to disturb his meal. When the group turned around and waved the student head, attacked. At the same time, the people used the moves for a moment and thought, and the blade slashed through the King Kong, but the fur was not damaged. At this moment, Kuina said, I'm coming alone. Suojiang and Wei Yanjin are persuading, you can't beat it alone. Between life and death, can you improve? Don't worry about it. Kuina lost the liveliness of the past, and said coldly. Seeing that the persuasion was fruitless, Sujong and Wei understood Kuina's determination, so they had to pay attention and try my tricks. Gorilla. Kuina said that the cherry blossoms fall 100 flowers. Hearing this move, Suojiang and eyes were also shocked. After a while, the gorilla exploded and died. Kuina raised her head and said softly on her temples, Nagwan, I'm here at the third or fourth realm of Jiyu Yishi at this time. 4662. 1822 __. Chapter 112 Challenge. Kuina came to the door of Nami's house and shouted with a loud laugh ha 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 _ Frown beauty, please come out. I want to challenge you that Nami's house is by the sea, and it was relatively remote. After Kuina's words, the sound of waves crashing on the shore seemed to respond to her. Kuina turned her head to look at the sea beside Huo, but could not see Nami coming out of the house. She felt a little impatient and said loudly, Nami, come out. Xiaoguan still did not come out. Kuina was trembling with anger, pulled out her sword and angrily slashed at the door and went to the residence. With a sound, the door was cut into pieces. But what made Kuina surprised was that there was still no response from inside. Zan Yina left. After talking, I searched the inside and found no one, so I walked out in a hurry, but I didn't expect to see Nami who was in the woods in the distance just after the harvest. Kuina laughed loudly and shouted to Nami. Road. Nami, I miss you, why are you not at home? Look, I stood up Nami with a basket and saw that the door behind Kuina was rotten. So I walked over and said, what do you think about this house and why do you want to chop the door down? Kuina pointed at Lang Mei and said, it's all your fault. Nami said with a look of surprise, I'm a bookie, I stayed in the woods and didn't ask you to come. Kuina said, because I threatened to fight you, you were not at home, so I had to break the door first. Nami was stunned for a while, and then laughed ha ha ha. Guichi said sternly, why are you not angry? I cut down the door of your house, why are you not angry? Nami covered her stomach and laughed for a while before continuing, because this is not my house. Ha ha ha. Kuina was stunned and asked in a panic, don't you live by the sea? I live by the sea, ha ha, but on the other side of the woods, ha, you are so funny. Mei thinks this is very funny, but Kuina doesn't think so. Finger dead. Nami says. Smile. I'm going to challenge you. Mei refrained from laughing, straightened up and said to Kuina, just to challenge me, you made someone else's door break. Nami laughed again, which made Kuina particularly unhappy, and suddenly held up the executioner and wanted to rush towards Mei. The Janchao Kime who came to Kuina slashed down. However, Nami's response was also very fast. She jumped back a few times, and jumped more than 10 meters away, and then took out the weather stick and said with a smile, since you then Wang Huan fights, then I will accompany you. Finally stop laughing. Kuina sneered and rushed over again. Nami quickly equipped the weather stick and played a few tricks with Kuina, and then her weather stick put a lot of bubbles. The bubbles flew to the sky, and slowly began to gather many dark clouds in the sky. Kuina didn't have any tricks on Nami. She kept using sword moves to deal with Nami, and she almost hit Nami several times. But Nami's escape skills are also very powerful, jumping left and right webbed, so that Kuina can't hurt her. Kuina's special fire, said to Nami. Are you the jumping beam clown? Nami smiled and said, haha, since you are not as skilled as others, since you are writing, it is hard for me to stand and let you cut Yina's slaughter, and made a trick. It's really far away. This time using the trick still didn't hurt Nami, and Nami had gathered enough dark clouds at this time. She waved the weather stick. Xiaopu said to Guy that I'll teach you today, lightning attack. Mei said loudly, waving the weather horn to point at Kuina. There was a loud rumbling in the dark clouds in the sky, and after a few lightning flashes, Suddenly one of the lightning Kuina slashed down. Kuina dodged the lightning attack at the last minute, glanced at the dark clouds in the sky, and laughed again when she saw her. "Nami, do you think only you can dance? Ha ha ha, you can't hit me," Nami sneered, waved the weather stick again, and suddenly dozens of lightning bolts fell from the sword sky. Kuina was so frightened that she hid in the house. Nami walked over slowly and told Guy that she was hiding now. Not to admit defeat. Kuina was very unhappy when she heard that she was going to admit defeat, and immediately jumped out and said, "I don't want to admit defeat, go to hell." Kuina waved the sword in her hand, and 3 sword chi slashed towards Nami, but Mei stood there motionless, and didn't move when the sword chi flew over, and the sword chi cut Nami into 3 pieces at once. Kuina laughed and said, "W die." But soon Mian couldn't laugh anymore, because that Nami was gone. She thought she was dazzled, but after a while, she still didn't see Nami. Just when she wondered and wanted to check, suddenly a stick hit her behind. Kuina fell to the ground, turned to look at Nami, and said in surprise, "How did you come behind me?" When Guy shouted, "Wait a minute," a bolt of lightning struck Kuina. Kuina Tuofu was bombed into a jet black body and returned to her residence. Angeli was surprised when he saw it, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" Kuina said, "Lost, just Li Nuo Jiao, like this." Angeli said loudly, "Okay, let me change my shot, I'll go to Nami." Young Angeli took Lu and walked out. But seeing Nami standing at the door, Mei smiled and said that you don't need to look for me. I'm waiting for you here. Angelehan laughed and said, "If that's the case, that's great." He drew out his sword and continued to say that Lin will ask me to meet you. You will be my apprentice when you are ready. Nami smiled and said, "You are really mentally retarded, come on." Nami used the same trick to deal with Kuina again, attracting dark clouds and lightning, and also used Phantom, but these counties could not deal with Angeli. Angeli just used the sword wind to blow Nami's rakeage away. And then he easily defeated Shimei. Angeli looked at Nami who was lying on the ground and said, "You are already double, now you are my apprentice." Chapter 113 Celebration. Angeli accepted that as an apprentice, there was a voice in the department that was very good, "You accepted another apprentice." Angeli said, "Are you just complimenting me like this?" System said, "No, I want to give you some rewards." "What is the reward?" Department said, "You go to the woods. Look under the tree with the red bark in the middle, and your reward is placed under that tree." Angeli said unhappily, "Why didn't I take him to my room?" But the system didn't respond to him. Angeli had no choice but to go to the woods to find it. But before he left, he told his leopard apprentices that you stay here, and I'll be back when I go. Angeli hurriedly walked to the woods, but he didn't see any red trees in the woods. He thought he was watching his jokes. He got angry, cut down a few trees, and then wanted to leave. Suddenly, he was alone. Walked towards him. Angeli felt that the man was like a villager, so he ignored him at first, but when he saw Angeli, he shouted to feed him, "Can you wait a moment?" Angeli looked back at him and said, "What's the matter with you?" Villager hurried over and said to Lin, "I saw that you were cutting down trees quickly just now. Can you help me cut a few more trees?" Angeli felt depressed and didn't want to help, and said that I am not a lumberjack, why do you want me to cut down trees? The villagers snorted and said angrily, "I don't know that a neuropathy has cut down the door of my house. I just wanted a few trees to use as the door." Angeli remembered that Ji Yui said that she cut the wrong door, and thought that Kuina should have done it. "Are you ashamed of this? Well, how much do you want?" The villagers said happily, "It doesn't need much, but it needs to be straight. You have cut this tree and cut down the others." Angeli cut down the tree according to the villagers' instructions, and then flattered it into sections according to the length of the villagers. The villagers said gratefully, "Young man, you are good at chopping down trees, how about I introduce you to a logging yard?" Angeli said depressedly, "Forget it, I'm not the one who came here to find a job." Angeli was about to leave after speaking, but suddenly remembered the system reward, so I asked you, if you knew about mangrove bark. Where is the book? Villager thought for a moment, pointed to the seaside and said, I remember that after passing Anjali on the right, I walked in the direction the villagers pointed, and sure enough, near the seaside, I saw a tree with red bark in the middle of. Anjali found his reward under the tree. A few days later, Anjali and his apprentices came under a big rock after cultivating. Grief felt boring, looked up and looked around, and felt boring again, so he jumped on the big rock, then looked at his apprentices, and thought for a while before saying, Brothers and sisters, I have something to tell you. Several of his apprentices came over to Anjali and said, What do you have to beep about? Anjali was depressed, and looked up at the white clouds in the sky for a while, saying that it had not rained for a long time. One of his apprentices said, It's not raining, do you want water? Anjali said, That's right, I'd better say it's true. Anjali sat on the stone and then continued to tell the disciples below that, I think you are already very powerful. You said again. We're great, so what? I think. And Phile thought for a while, and said, I think you should also go to experience and gain experience. The apprentices laughed. Anjali said sadly, Why are you laughing? These apprentices said, Why don't you laugh at such a happy thing? Anjali also smiled awkwardly, and then said to a few apprentices, Okay, we can all get together, tonight, let's celebrate that night. There was no wind in the sky and there was no wind. Anjali and his apprentices came to the seaside. They brought a lot of firewood, beer and food. Anjali stood on the beach and looked at the distant view of the sky and the sea, and said to his disciples, Let's start a bonfire. The crowd searched for the larger stones on the beach, and then drew them into one, then put the firewood in and ordered the crowd, and then took out beer and food and sat by the bonfire. Unconsciously, everyone played late at night on the beach. The sea breeze gradually became stronger at night, but everyone drank too much and lay on the beach and couldn't get up. On the second day, these people fell ill together. Anjali was very depressed. He brought everyone back to the house and everyone sat together in the living room. Anjali said to the crowd, Unfortunately, we are all sick. Ha ha. Others called Hashu and did not speak. Anjali said again, I'm here, we can't leave for the time being, let's leave here after recovering from the illness. One of his apprentices said, Didn't you say you should call a doctor? Why are they worried that they haven't come to Anjali yet? So they met a villager when they came back, and they asked the villager to help find a doctor, but now almost half an hour has passed, but they still haven't seen the doctor coming. 47:1. Anjali said when everyone felt uncomfortable. Wait a minute, I'll go to the doctor. But before he walked out the door, he saw the doctor come down from a carriage. What did the doctor say when he saw Anjali? I was still sleeping late in the morning when someone woke me up. Anjali hurriedly invited the doctor into the room with a smile, and said, It's all our fault. We slept at the beach for one night, and we fell ill after passing by. The doctor didn't say much. He examined everyone and said that they had a cold. Then he distributed medicine and left. Anjali sent the doctor out and came back, then told everyone to go back to their rooms to sleep. A few days later, everyone's illness was finally completely cured. Anjali happily said okay to everyone can go to experience again. Shall we have to congratulate again? Said one of the apprentices. Everyone looked at him, and after a while, the county said, Yao she wishes you, but this time they won't go to the beach. They bought beer and food again, but this time they didn't go to the beach, but ate those things in the house. Food. The next day everyone packed up the seasons. Anjali also packed up his luggage. After saying goodbye to everyone, he walked in a different direction. He was going to take apprentices again. 47:1. 1823d. Chapter 114. Receiving new apprentices. The crowds are surging along the way, and there is a lot of waste waiting to be done. It is really prosperous. This also makes Anjali see it. Looking at these people, he feels that it is easy to find apprentices, but it is also easy to find apprentices. It's not easy to find, but also needs to be divided into green, so Anjali is not in a hurry, at this moment he also feels that he should take a break. I'm already a little tired, and I also need to replenish energy, so I need to eat something. But Anjali is very particular about what to eat, because he thinks food is to bring people enjoyment, so his county is indispensable. Under such a relaxed environment, eating and drinking, life is a hero. Who is Lord Shen? Anjali's character is a bit lonely and cold, but his warm-heartedness makes him continue to do good things and not keep it. Even if he does not leave his name, many people are already familiar with the security guards. Anjali's name is not only a famous poet, but also handsome, with an extraordinary bearing. Anjali wanders aimlessly on the street to see which restaurant is suitable for him. He was about to go in and enjoy it. A big bowl of wine and a big piece of meat just walked aimlessly, but he came to a place. The environment of this place is extremely elegant, and the smell is also passed on in Anjali's nose. Angleton's time came to Shauko. Here it is. Anjali walked into this restaurant, and the features of this restaurant are just some beef from the hand fox and some old wine. These are enough for Anjali to fill his stomach, enough for Anjali to eat, and the business in the restaurant is extremely hot. There is just one vacancy, so Anjali quickly sits down, if he really has no place if he doesn't sit down. The second shopkeeper also watched Anjali come in with quick eyes. When the second shopkeeper saw this Anjali, he was an extraordinary person with an extraordinary bearing. Here, how many of you are Zhaoyang? Inside language. Anjali stared at the shop boy with no expression, which made the shop boy feel a little uncomfortable, and the heroic spirit on Anjali's interest also made the shop boy feel that Anjali was angry with 5 kilograms of beef. A jar of old sprinkles, make my father come up. The second shopkeeper, she, who was surprised, Anjali, has a very strong body and a tall appearance, but Anjali has a handsome and gentle face. It was so refreshing, and he had enough food and drink, which also made him a little surprised. He felt that Anjali couldn't eat so much, and he couldn't drink so much wine, but unfortunately Anjali did order so much, so it can only be a promise with a smile. The more Peak orders, the better, and the boss will be happier, so why not do it? Good guest officer, 5 caddies of beef and a jar of old wine. The person sitting next to Anjali also looked at Anjali from time to time, and felt that this person was really imposing. When looking at Anjali's outfit, he felt that Anjali was a fairy-like figure. Half of her hair is tied in a hurry, but the other half is blue silk like a waterfall shell hanging down. 47, 3418, handsome and thick face, also very fair. Anyone who looks at the county will take a few more glances. The county will be attracted by the appearance, and attracted by the atmosphere. The restaurant serves food very quickly. In just a while, a pot of hot beef is brought up by the second shopkeeper. Guest officer, your beef, come down with a jar of old wine, please wait. Really not small, this jar is enough. 20 pounds, so the shop assistant is worried, whether Anjali can leave the palace. Your wine is here. The second shopkeeper put down the wine with some difficulty, and then brought another wine to Anjali. This wine bowl was also extra large, but the second shopkeeper looked at Anjali with doubts, thinking that Anjali could really go down. What if my mother said bad words? What if I don't pay when I'm drunk? But the shop assistant looked at Anjali's outfit and felt that Anjali was a person with status, and he didn't know how to account for it. But he was afraid that if he drank too much, he would become disorderly after drinking, and would do unexpected things. So the shop assistant only saw Angel holding the faint issue of the wine jar, and then picked up the wine easily. The jar, just pour the wine like this, and the wine pouring is really artistic. There are no flowers in Yudong County. The people around him also looked at Anjali's behavior from time to time, and felt that Anjali must be a person with profound skills, otherwise how could he be so relaxed, holding the jar in his hand like pinching a feather. It's a good drink. Drink this big bowl of wine into your stomach, it's cool, it's strong enough. When Anjali was about to pour the second bowl of wine, a little accident happened, which surprised him. The 2 strong men sitting diagonally across from him really wanted to eat the overlord meal, but looking at the appearance, he felt that these 2 strong men are not good people. They have beards all over their faces, and they are very dangerous. The bulging belly is also very clumsy. There is a pile of fat on their bodies. Walking outside the door, the shop assistant, at this time, the two guest officers were really stunned and walked slowly. You haven't settled your bloating yet, two tails of silver. The second shopkeeper followed these two people while talking. In fact, the second shopkeeper was also uneasy and worried that the two would suddenly do something to him, but there was no way. This is his duty and his job. Damn, I never gave money for food. The voice just fell, only. The big head hit the shop boy's eyelids, and the shop boy was too far away. Hai was on another table, and he also fought against other guests. And this state is also very rude. Spit on the ground, the very rude girl in the right shop, and the people present here, who dares to squeak. Xiaobai looked at these two people in disbelief. He wanted to make a move, but before he could make a move, he was led by someone else. At this time, a mysterious man made his move. This speed is enough, if not for someone with advanced martial arts. I can't see this action. In an instant, the mysterious man made a move, only to see the two strong men hooves into the street with a single kick, and they fell heavily on the ground like a pool of rotten hooves. Anjali looked quietly. This person is the person he was looking for, the apprentice he was looking for. It was him, there was no other choice but he wanted to remember the applause. With Anjali's four eyes facing Anjali's hands, he is very appreciative of the ability of this mysterious person. Dry 47, 34. 1824 __. Chapter 115. Looking at this mysterious man, he is also a handsome young boy, and he is also very strong and burly. His skin is indeed slightly dark, but he is also handsome and unrestrained. Anjali's martial arts are really profound. I also admire such a person with extraordinary bearing. After all, he has seen a lot of the world, but it is really rare to see a character like Anjali, especially in this small place. To meet Anjali, it's a real blessing. Anjali looked at this mysterious man up and down with admiration. He was ecstatic, and he was really happy. Today, he must drink the wine well, he must drink it all, and he will never waste a drop. Anjali picked up his big wine bowl, looked at the mysterious man, and drank it all. 263, this mysterious man is also a faint issue, and then turned around and returned to his position, continuing to drink in large bowls and eat meat in large pieces. The shop boy is also very good at seizing the opportunity. At this moment, the shop boy hurriedly got up and sorted his clothes. Since he bumped into the customer at the next table just now, the shop assistant also gave this guest a favor. The shop assistant is really a very smart person. I'm sorry to be objective, but I'll ask the boss to serve you some side dishes to make up for it. At this moment, there are bursts of applause in the restaurant. This applause is for the mysterious man, but the mysterious man is expressionless, still low. I was drinking and eating meat with my head down, and the expression of tearing the meat was really in place. The meat was chewing continuously and the oil was left along the corners of the mouth. It tasted so good, it felt like I had been hungry for a long time. Anjali looked at this mysterious man again, and felt that this mysterious man was a real man, a man in his temperament, and a heroic figure, so he really admired and appreciated such a character very much. He must not miss such a character, he must search for such a character as a picture, no matter what the price is, he must win it. The shop assistant clutched his ass and limped out of the shop, because he wanted to collect money from these two strong men. If he couldn't collect the money, the boss would deduct his money. You know, his monthly salary is not so much. He also has to support the whole family, so he cherishes his work and everything in front of him. He can raise his family very fat and strong. I saw these two strong men eating the overlord meal, constantly rubbing their necks and their backs. Their arms were covered with injuries. They were really speechless and didn't dare to say anything. Because they have met opponents and powerful people, they can only give money quickly and obediently. If they don't give money, they will be beaten again. It also takes a lot of money to treat the pain, so let's continue a little longer, don't offend this powerful person. The shop's second is also a person who bullies the soft and fears the hard. Watching these two strong men who have eaten the overlord meal obediently give him money, he also spit on them. This is really a bit of a dog fight. Brat, you wait for me, we will come back. We went to the rescue shop and the second also ran back to the restaurant in a hurry, because I was afraid that these two people would teach themselves a lesson, and it would really not be worth the loss, but these two strong men are completely they won't just leave like this. They really want to move rescue soldiers, and they really don't want to be taught by this mysterious man. This mysterious man has been in town for a while, and, he often does some good deeds, helping the weak and punishing some local bullies, so this mysterious man has been recognized by many people in the town. People also appreciate it, but at the same time, he also offended some villains. You must know that his behavior is indeed a bit of a hero. In the eyes of those villains, he is so good as a hero, and they will punish the hero, because they do all evil. But I was helpless, but I couldn't beat this mysterious man. I could only eat Wonglian as a mute. I couldn't tell if I was suffering, but how long could the mysterious man stay here? There will be a day when they will leave. After they leave, they will continue to do evil. Is also something that the mysterious person cannot manage. Anjali was extremely forthright, got another big bowl of wine, and then had a good drink with the mysterious man across the table. The shop assistant also served a side dish to the mysterious man, and he also smiled, bowing to the mysterious man. The mysterious man is also open to anyone who comes here. Since it is given to him, eat it. There is nothing to think about. The mysterious man is also a good drinker. The bowl of today's wine feels very delicious and refreshing. It tastes sweet in the mouth, and there is no wine taste at all, which makes Anjali's appetite widen. Anjali also rolls up the sleeves of his clothes at the moment, and then picking up a large piece of beef, he began to chew it with a big mouth, completely without a gentle appearance, which was a little out of tune with his appearance. But what does it matter? After all, they are the sons and daughters of the rivers and lakes. They are so bold and heroic. They are really enviable. Good meat, this meat is really delicious. Anjali couldn't help sighing, and the shop assistant also looked like a smile, but from time to time he covered his butt and rubbed it. The rest of the guests also whispered, talking about Anjali and this mysterious person, and they all felt that the two of them were really not ordinary people, they were too different. After just a while, the mysterious man ate all the wine and meat and drank it into his stomach, and looked very satisfied. After the mysterious man paid the silver taels, he just left without any information. Give Angela's happy smile at the moment Isho. Anjali beckoned to call the shop assistant to come over, and the shop assistant also came over with a limp. Second brother, do you know the name of this man just now, who lives and where? Tell me 49 is in your favor. The shop assistant looked at Anjali with a nod and bowed his head, but he also looked helpless as a guest officer. You don't know, this person really came and went without a trace, very mysterious. He also came to us some time ago, but this man is a chivalrous man, and he is well known among us. Anjali knew that the second shopkeeper couldn't say anything, and the second shopkeeper probably didn't know something. After many inquiries, Anjali came to this mysterious man's residence with great interest. It was very offensive to Anjali. I want to accept you as a disciple. The mysterious man looked at Anjali with disdain and said I think Anjali is a bit too abrupt, and he actually said that he wants to accept him as a disciple. Do you have the ability? Chapter 116 Active Muscles and Bones. Anjali looked at this person with a look of disdain, and also considered whether he was a little abrupt, or whether he felt that he was really showing his temperament, so he was so unruly, and made this mysterious person a little unhappy. I'm sorry, I seem to be a little abrupt, but nothing else. I appreciate you very much. I have finished my self-introduction. My name is Anjali's mother. What's your name? This mysterious person thinks Anjali is real. It's a bit abrupt, but it's still necessary to be polite. If he wants to return to Anjali, Bai Jing is a matter of etiquette. According to the age, I should call you Shangtai. My name is Subaru. I was in the restaurant just now. Please don't blame me for some ugliness. You said that you want to talk about pictures. I really don't have any ideas. After I offended Subaru, I clasped my fists at Anjali, but Anjali will never give up. Just these few words he can be dismissed. Absolutely not, because he really likes Subaru. This Subaru is his apprentice, the best choice, so he will never let go easily. Even if Subaru refuses, what does it matter? Anjali is just a faint issue, but he continues to look at Subaru, which makes Subaru feel a little uncomfortable. After all, it is really uncomfortable to be stared at by a big man like this, and I also feel that Anjali's eyes have a kind of penetration. The force also made Subaru feel inexplicably uneasy in his heart. Although you and I met by chance, I believe in fate. I know that you have some doubts about my strength now, so it doesn't matter. How do you want to witness my strength? Even if you say, I will cooperate, but after the ceremony, you must respect the master, be a teacher for one day, and be a father for life. If I say east, you will understand. Laugh. This laughter is really true. Anjali's ears are a little uncomfortable, and it also shows the profound inner strength of the mysterious person. This stimulated Anjali even more, allowing Anjali to enjoy the mysterious Subaru as his apprentice even more. At this moment, Subaru held back his internal strength, and then looked at Anjali calmly, because if ordinary people were attacked by his internal strength like this, they would feel uncomfortable and even bleed from their 7 orifices, but Anjali did not have any. And Anjali didn't even exert his strength, which really scared Subaru. At this moment, he felt that there were people outside the mountains, and no one should be despised. Subaru Mimi's eyes, and then Xiaobai, who is looking up and down very seriously and carefully. It doesn't matter, this Xiaobai looks calm and composed, it is really a powerful aura, which makes Subaru feel that this person is really not angry. An angry brother, there are 2 times. Anjali twisted his blue silk at the moment, looking very handsome. It's useless to say, just agree or disagree with the teacher. Anjali is also very impatient at the moment and wants to know the answer. But Subaru just doesn't recognize Anjali as a master biography, which is really frustrating for Anjali, and Subaru is also very strong and majestic. Looking at Anjali, he doesn't know Anjali and his strength. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Although it is a simple contest, it also makes Subaru have some scruples. But Subaru still feels that he doesn't know what his own strength is, and he doesn't know what Anjali's strength is. Brother Subaru, you can think about it, answer me quickly, it is really urgent, a dignified 7-foot man, is it so difficult to make a decision? It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay to say why. Anjali seems to be really anxious and eager to accept Subaru as his apprentice, but at the moment he is saying these words, which really makes Subaru feel a little funny. I have been in the world for so long, but this is the first time I have seen someone like you. You must know that people like you are truly unique in the world. If you want to accept me as a disciple, then well, let's have a fight first. Say it again. Anjali was indifferent to issue and looked at Subaru calmly. Okay, that's it, let's do it. Before Anjali finished speaking, Subaru was indeed attacking urgently. I saw his very neat flying feet and quickly kicked in front of Anjali, but who is Anjali? Anjali also quickly escaped. Moreover, Anjali's hands are behind his back, and he was annoyed by not using any weapon moves at all. Subaru must know that Subaru felt that Anjali was really too domineering, so he didn't take him seriously. When I saw Subaru resorting to his own ultimate move, the power of the whole body erupted instantly and rushed towards Anjali. Anjali just flicked his sleeves lightly, but he turned this great power into nothing. This action frightened Subaru. You must know that many people can't catch his strength. At least no one has caught it so far. Anjali is the first person to have good skills. Subaru is also full of praise, because a capable person is a capable person, and Anjali is indeed very powerful. Anjali Vivi Isho, also not to be outdone, but he does not take the initiative to attack, just defend. This made Subaru very unhappy. Could it be that he felt that he had no strength and looked down on himself? So Subaru also tried his best, constantly attacking and punching. At this time, I saw Subaru leaping into the air and spinning rapidly. The flying feet were spinning so fast that ordinary people couldn't see the figure of 957. They only felt that the speed of light was in front of him. Anjali only stretched out his palm. Dissolve Subaru's shadowless feet. Subaru stumbled to the ground at this moment, feeling convinced, and there was no point in comparing it anymore because he knew that he was not Anjali's opponent at all, and Anjali didn't attack, but he was constantly attacking. Moreover, Subaru knew that he had exhausted his strength and had no reservations, but when he looked at Anjali, he was breathing freely. Subaru offended. Subaru conceded defeat, but I have a request to enjoy my disciples and help me teach someone a lesson. Anjali is eager to search at this moment, completely disregarding the issue of principles. He doesn't know who to teach, and it doesn't matter who this person is. As long as Subaru agrees to be his apprentice, he can do it. Because Anjali thinks that Subaru is a man of justice, and will never make an enemy of a righteous person, so the person he wants to teach should be a bad person. Okay, then it's settled. I also respect you as a hero. Subaru knelt down on one knee at the moment, clasped his fists with both hands, and hurriedly greeted Anjali. Anjali was really happy and laughed together. Do not close your mouth. Good disciple, please get up quickly. Anjali's face was so happy that he couldn't hide it at all. At this moment, his mouth was full of joy. Chapter 117, Elimination of Violence in Liang. Anjali helped up his beloved disciple, and looked at Subaru with great joy and joy. Subaru was also calm and composed. Looking at Anjali, he felt that Anjali's martial arts were really too deep, and he could follow Anjali. Learning the fur is already great. With a big jar of wine and so much beef, Anjali's stomach was so distended that he just moved lightly at the moment, but it still made him feel a little full. Today is really fate, the wine is good, the meat is happy, and what is even more rare is that I received a Subaru. Such a good apprentice just makes Anjali very satisfied, so at this moment Anjali and Subaru have endless words. Subaru, who do you want me to teach a lesson to? I think it should be a corrupt official and bully. Subaru nodded thoughtfully. What the master said was not wrong. What the master taught him was a corrupt official and a bully, and this official is not easy to offend. Moreover, Subaru also felt that he was a little blind to Taishan, and he didn't know Anjali's name. To know that Anjali was a famous figure in the arena, he was really ashamed. To be arguing with such a well-known figure, and to make such a gesture with the master, you must know that the skills of those three-legged cats are really not worth mentioning. Master, the apprentice has been offended just now. Please don't blame the master. The apprentice is also blind and does not know the name of the master. It is really superficial. If you follow the master in the future, then there will be Master Lao's teachings, and the apprentice will also listen to the master. The teachings of this Subaru is really smart and good at speaking, and what he said is from the bottom of his heart. It is indeed like this. He is really arrogant. He really did not expect this Anjali in front of him to be like this. Terrific. And when he first heard Anjali's name, he really didn't think much about it. He really didn't think that Anjali, who was famous in the rivers and lakes, was this person, the one who enjoyed himself as a disciple. Subaru clasped his fists with both hands and bowed deeply to Master Anjali, and his eyes were full of apology and guilt, and he looked at Anjali with admiration. At this moment, Anjali was faint of issue, and gently stroked his blue silk, and his hands were behind his back. This action was extremely handsome and elegant. With this white robe, especially when dancing, it's like a fairy descending into the world. Disciple, since you and I think that there is a relationship between master and apprentice, don't talk about those lessons. You just need to respect me as a master. I don't need to say more. I will not begrudge my martial arts. I will teach it without reservation. For you. But as for how much you can learn, it depends on your aptitude and potential, but I think you, Huijin, are very smart and a prodigy in martial arts, so you are so persevering in chasing you. I'm very happy. He really didn't expect something. Today, he can appoint Angel as a master, and it is Anjali who finds himself sincerely. Master, you haven't asked me yet, who is the person I want you to teach a lesson. This person is none other than the city lord of this city. This person has done a lot of evil and burned so intensely, it really makes people hate Anjali's faint issue, and then played with his sleeves again. This is what a dignified city lord, he doesn't even look at it. It's not a problem at all. If you want to teach him, it's really easy to catch. Because Anjali is a chivalrous man, he has to take care of these injustices, so his mission is this, and he is not afraid of how sinister the villains are. There is only a city lord. Don't worry, he can do anything to me, you just see me teach him a lesson. And Anjali said lightly, he didn't exaggerate, because Anjali's name is really too loud. In the arena no one knows, no one knows. When you mention his name, you will be scared shitless, not to mention seeing him, you will be shocked by this high-spirited appearance. Subaru also believes in Anjali's strength and knows the master's ability, so Subaru is also looking forward to it at the moment. Looking at the master's eyes, he really admires and worships the five-body master, so what are we waiting for? Don't delay the time, we are going to teach that President Cheng now, because the city owner has bad ideas all the time, and he wants to harm the people and bully women from good families. This Subaru is really in a hurry, and it is really a man of temperament, so Anjali is also helpless. Just eat well, exercise his muscles and bones, and see the strength of this city owner. Okay, so what are we waiting for? Woolen cloth. Let's go on our way. Subaru is very happy at the moment. The pigeons, the front and the back, are constantly turning left and right in Anjali, and they are also telling Anjali about this. Anjali also enjoyed listening to the gonzo in the city and laughed. In a short while, Anjali and Subaru came to the door of the city lord. Quickly ask your city lord to come out to meet me. My name is Anjali. These bastards and followers of the city owner looked at Anjali and Subaru outside with disdain, because they felt that they wanted people and soldiers. And they are also very powerful. They don't take these people seriously at all, thinking that they are just some people in the market, but they are just heroes. But when the bastard told the city lord was taken aback because he knew Anjali's name. You heard it right, Anjali was really shouting outside, and he really declared his name to be Anjali. This bastard kept nodding his head, he really heard it right, he heard it really, and Anjali also said his name several times. How can this be good? How can this be good? Why did Nuo Li Jiao provoke him? How did he come here? This person is really not easy to provoke. What should I do? The city lord walked back and forth with a sad face at the moment, because he was really worried and scared. Worried about Anjali. If he was unhappy, just moving a finger like this would kill him. How exactly? If I see him, what if this Anjali asks for guilt? Because the city lord knows what he has done and what his crime is. If not, then Anjali will not leave like this, so the city owner is really in a dilemma at this moment, and he really doesn't know how to make up his mind. Oh, am I running out of gas? Could it be that I really encountered a disaster star? It's really unlucky, God wants to kill me. The dog legs beside him, looking at the appearance of the city lord, was also shivering with fright, because he was also a dog, and he also did a lot of evil things. The 118th Palm Punishment. City lord, come up with an idea, such hesitation is not an option. Anjali is still waiting outside. If you don't go out to see him, you will anger him even more. At that time, he will raise our place to the ground. Flat. The city lord doesn't know. Why doesn't he know the power of Anjali? You must know that Anjali can easily raise an island to the ground. These have all been legends, so the city lord is really stammering at this moment. Moreover, the beads of sweat kept flowing down from his face, and the city lord was constantly wiping his sweat, but what could he do? He also needed to go out and face it. Let me ask you, look at Anjali's attitude just now, whether he is angry, tell me in detail, and don't miss any details. If you miss it, I'll ask you, and your family will not want to live. This bastard was also frightened by the city lord. He knelt down at this moment, and then kowtowed to the city lord 3 times and kept begging for mercy. The city lord calms down his anger. The city lord spares his life. I will say that the city lord is really impatient. he just scare the follower. This follower is really scared like this. At this moment, the city lord is not following the same way, because he really is frightened by Angeli. You idiot, 647 I'm just scaring you. Say it quickly, you idiot, idiot. The city lord was already trembling with anger at the moment, and he couldn't tell whether he was trembling with fright or anger, but it was duolodoxin, and it kept flowing. Lai's attitude just now was very calm, and he didn't look angry, but I saw him not angry and arrogant, and I was also afraid that the city lord slapped his sleeves fiercely. This is damn scary, what he said. The words really made him tremble and made him dare not go out to face it, because Angeli is such a character. Angeli didn't need to be angry at all, and he didn't need any expression, but he still asked because he wanted to analyze Angeli's psychology from a little bit of micro-expression. In case Angeli just wanted to see him, there was nothing as for the matter. I hope so. At this moment, the city owner is also 7. God bless you, don't have any unexpected things. Just because of the evil things that you have done, you really make yourself feel bad and make yourself empty, especially when you see Angeli who is even more guilty. The city lord, what are you hesitating about? Hurry up and go out. If you go out late and Angeli is really angry, what should you do? He will raze us to the ground. The person who should face the city will eventually face the city owner. He knows that he can't escape. Today is really his calamity. Alas, let's go, whether it's life or death, let's listen to it, don't you just lose your head. The head fell off, which is a big scar. After 2+ years, he is a hero again. This city owner is really shameless. He actually calls himself a hero. What do you think? He is simply a faceless, skinless person. I saw the city lord, Pitioner, bowing his waist, and constantly wiping his sweat, coming towards Angeli. Seeing this situation, Angeli looked down on this person, and his face was also VV-isho. I saw the city owner suddenly knelt down on both knees and kept kowtowing to Angeli. Lord Angeli, I have missed a long way to welcome. I don't know how offended and rude Lord Angeli is when he arrives. Please forgive me, Lord Angeli. Please forgive me for Subaru when he saw all this. It's really amazing, his master is really famous. You are the city owner, don't be slick in front of me, don't say such flattering words, you only tell me what bad things you have done, and I tell you, from now on, you will not do all the duties here, I will call the shots to remove all your posts. When the city lord heard this, he felt a lot more at ease. As long as he didn't want his old life, he could do whatever he wanted, and he didn't need to be an official anymore at his age, because he had already made enough money. There is already money that will keep him alive for several lifetimes. Thank you Angeli for not killing me, I said. I arrested some people and did some coolies for me. Nothing else, I'll let them go, just let them go. Angeli nodded calmly, and then looked at Subaru. Subaru looked at Angeli with admiration at the moment. Seeing these innocent people being released, Angeli's heart also felt relieved, and he felt a lot happier. It was really good that Subaru was relieved a lot. It is also a chivalrous person who can do these things. Subaru, are you still hesitating at this moment? Just now, you just gave me the apprentice salute sloppily and also called my master perfunctorily. Now I want to see your performance and only hear a plop. The earthquake shook, but Subaru knelt down on both knees, in front of Angeli. It is also a very sincere kowtow 3 times in 9 bows. The master is in the next Subaru. It is you who is the master, the teacher for 1 day, and the father for life. If you violate it, you will be punished. This head kowtow also wanted to kowtow very sincerely, and Subaru's forehead was also covered with mud. Okay, I officially accept you as an apprentice, the master knows, you just need to practice and study with me well. Subaru was really too happy, but he didn't know where Angeli was going to take him to practice and study. But no matter where he goes, Subaru will follow the master for the rest of his life. Let's go, I'll take you to the fairyland on Earth to practice. The vast sea, the boundless and vast ocean, is really full of vitality, and the blue sea is so beautiful that Subaru feels that he has no regrets in this life. Anjali did not hesitate to hand over all his martial arts and stunts to Subaru one by one, just to see how Subaru understood. Subaru is also in the third shift. Get up early to practice the exercises, and exercise your muscles and bones at night. It is more diligent and studious than anyone else. It also makes Anjali amazed. In his spare time, he can also blow the sea breeze and enjoy the sea view. Subaru is very comfortable. I also felt that I didn't know the master earlier. If I knew the master earlier, he must be very powerful and his level must be very high. Subaru also secretly made up his mind that he must cultivate the best, put his heart on it, and let the master rest assured. The master's sincere acceptance of himself as an apprentice really moved Subaru. Subaru, what do you think of my place? What do you think of my master? Subaru thumped and knelt down to Anjali again, kowtowed to Anjali again, and bowed to Anjali again. It also made Anjali unable to laugh or cry. Anjali shook his head helplessly, feeling that this apprentice was really cute. Chapter 119 Teaching Martial Arts. Seeing the whole town, it regained its tranquility once again. At this moment, Anjali led his beloved disciple to the sea. It can be said that this is the most comfortable place for him. He likes to stay at the sea and the sea breeze blows on his face. That cozy feeling. The feeling of comfort made Anjali feel at ease. At this time, seeing his beloved disciple, he had a sense of justice, and of course he was happy in his heart. It can be said that his disciple not only has high understanding but also has a very good character. Gregory's sole criterion for choosing an apprentice. Master, is this your home? Is that where you stay often? The scenery here is so beautiful. It can be seen that Subaru is also very satisfied with this place. With brilliance in his eyes, he seems to be grateful to Anjali for helping him fulfill a wish, and he is also glad that he has found a good master. Of course, he has seen Anjali's ability. When he taught the city lord, he saw it in his eyes. Anjali is a very righteous person, and his martial arts are strong. If he can get the true inheritance of his master, that is of course a very good thing. This is not my home, but I like to be at sea. How? The environment here is okay. Master, when will you teach me martial arts? I can't wait. Looking at Subaru's urgent eyes, Anjali at the moment is also satisfied. Of course, this is the nature of martial arts practitioners. Maybe everyone is like this. As long as they know that the other party is an expert, they want to learn all their martial arts from themselves. The panda at the moment is like this, and he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Smiled at Subaru. No hurry, no hurry, I will give you everything I know, it depends on your understanding. Thank you master, no matter how high my savvy is, I believe I can only learn one or two things from master. Subaru seems to be very honest, but it is indeed very listenable when he speaks. At this moment, Anjali can't help Vivi's smile. Although he is unwilling to accept other people's smugness, he still makes me hear such words. It is more useful to me. Anjali Vivi nodded and said. Be my apprentice, you can rest assured, I will teach you all of myself, but whether you can master it depends on your understanding, but I have seen that your understanding is still very high, and I am most optimistic about it. Your character, I accepted you as a disciple because of your character. Thank you for your teacher's teaching. I will always behave like this. You can rest assured that even if I get your true biography in the future, I will definitely learn about Mayday. It can be said that Anjali's apprentices have really received a lot. He is now a person who is full of peaches and plums. Regarding the character of some of his apprentices, he is really very good. Of satisfaction. Although some of their martial arts have only learned 1 or 2% of their own, and some have only learned 30 or 40% of their own, they have not fully learned their current skills, but when they are walking in the rivers and lakes, they can really eliminate violence and peace. This made Anjali feel satisfied. In the process of discussing with Subaru, what he had mastered in locking the door was only some thunder and lightning. At this moment, Anjali wanted to teach his fantasy swordsmanship to Subaru. Subaru stood on the deck, overlooking the sea, facing the sea breeze. The empty career made him feel relaxed and happy. A paradise. It can be said that here you can let yourself forget all your selfish thoughts. There is no fighting, and there is no darkness. There was a small boat accompanying them. They were floating on the sea. The floating feeling made people feel casual. Anjali walked into the cabin and quickly took out a sword from the cabin. The sword has a golden hilt. Yellow. It can be seen that Anjali likes this sword very much. It is a treasure of the master. At this moment, Subaru is greedily looking at the sword in the master's hand. This sword is really beautiful. Touching the extremely sharp, golden sword, at this moment Subaru's eyes showed a greedy color. Take it, this is for you. Master, this is such a precious thing for me. I really can't accept it. I really can't repay it in the future. The master taught me martial arts and taught me how to be a human being. I'm already grateful. I really dare not accept the words given to me. For my apprentices, there are greetings. This is the treasure that my master gave you. I hope he will follow you in this lifetime. Subaru of the mobile phone took the sword in both hands, and immediately knelt on the ground and said to Anjali. The master is above, please accept the disciples. Hurry up, disciple, I have seen the martial arts on you, and I can say that I will give you all the essence of this sword. Subaru practiced swords at sea. It was very hard and his understanding was very high. Looking at Subaru, he practiced this fantasy sword to perfection. At this moment, Anjali nodded with satisfaction. Coupled with his original martial arts background and the phone number of Anjali, the speed at which Subaru mastered this skill was really fast. When the two returned to the town again, it was already late. At this moment, Subaru was looking for it in the town. When they went to a hotel, the master and the apprentice took a rest. While they were resting in the guest room, they suddenly heard the sound of the playground. Anjali didn't care when he brought it up. He thought that the people living in the store were naturally noisy, but gradually he heard these people as if they were talking about the city lord. There was a little dissatisfaction in the words. At this moment, Anjali pricked up his ears and listened to the comments of these customers about the city owner. Of course, he had taught the city owner a lesson before, and the city owner had already repented and said that he would definitely enforce the law fairly, okay. Manage the entire city, but only one day later, the old problem of the city owner relapsed again. Really does not make sense. Hearing these words, Anjali suddenly sat up from the bed at this moment, because he heard people outside talking about the city lord occupying their land and their homes, and now they are homeless. I can only find a hotel to stay in. This city lord is simply stubborn. If this is the case, then he can't do things after he has come here. No matter Anjali is sitting on the bed and angry, he blames the last time he attacked the city lord too lightly, resulting in he's still doing a lot of wicked things, and he doesn't change his mind. Let's see how I deal with him. While speaking, Anjali picked up the lighting sword and walked out of the guest room. Chapter 120. Establish the city lord. Anjali, who was lying on the bed, heard that the common people were talking about whether the city owner was not. He was very angry, so he walked out of the guest room with the sword, followed by Subaru. The two walked straight to the city owner's house. At this moment, the city owner was celebrating at home. He thought that Anjali and Subaru had left the city, then the city was its own world again. It can be said that he can do whatever he wants. He is the king here. As long as Anjali does not participate in this matter, then no one can interfere with his rights. The door was kicked open with a clang. At the moment, the city owner was laughing with his wife on the bed. He didn't expect that Subaru and Anjali rushed into his house angrily. At this moment, the city owner was trembling with fear. Of course, he also knew Anjali, and once again returned to, what is the purpose of coming here at 280? It seems that the things he has done have been known by Anjali, and the city owner at this moment is so frightened that he is all over his head. Beg for mercy to Angel. Master N, just spare my dog's life, I don't dare anymore. You seem to have said this sentence, and you seem to have not counted what you said, so you don't have a chance now, and you only have one chance, which has been wasted by you. While talking, he stepped forward and picked up the city lord's clothes, holding it high like a chicken, and then forcefully poured the city lord on the ground and squatted like a piece of mud. On the ground, unable to move. Although the city lord also has a certain foundation, he knows that in front of Angeli, if he is using his two-legged cat kung fu, he believes that in front of Angeli, he is courting death, so he is simply like a corpse. As long as Googly's disposition doesn't have any effect on the language, then believing that his limbs are doing any action will be a kind of harm to him. Angeli picked up the city lord and poured it on the ground. At this moment, the city lord was on the ground, rolling back and forth in pain, and begging for mercy. Angeli would no longer believe in such a persevering person. He held a town residents' meeting overnight and told the town residents that he would call the people of this city and appoint a new city lord. As long as he can think about the people of the city and the interests of the common people, then this person will be the new city lord. At this moment, Angeli has also inquired from many sources, saying that the deputy city lord's personnel and his character are relatively good. In that case, the opinions of the entire town's residents in Angelo hope that they can recommend the deputy city lord as their city lord. Angeli's decision was strongly supported by the city residents. Seeing that the whole city was once again in a peaceful state, Angeli's decision was also recognized by the people. At this moment, Angeli felt a little relieved. Of course, if a city has a good leader, then I believe it will be a boon for the city's residents. On the bed again, Angeli finally couldn't open his eyes. First, when he woke up the next morning, Subaru had already filled the water and put it next to Angeli. Of course, as an apprentice, he should do it all. Master, wash your face first, and I'll bring you breakfast to the bed right away. The two quickly finished breakfast, and Angeli was going to lead Subaru out of here. The two quickly got on the big boat. This was a very novel thing for Subaru. People, being by the master's side gives him a sense of security and pride. It can be said that no one can violate the master's ability, and he is safe. Of course, when the master's name is mentioned, I believe many people they will all be frightened, and naturally they will become Angeli's apprentice and feel very proud. While the two of them were standing on the deck watching the scenery on both sides of the strait, a big ship came over not far away. And the speed is very fast. At this moment, Angeli knows that this big ship is coming for him. Of course, the ship encountered at sea should be the ship of a pirate. These pirates, it can be said that their actions were very rampant during this time. There is no law in their eyes at all. As long as the prey is found at sea, no matter who the ship is, they will dare to rob and attack. To the Subaru beside him, did you see that big ship? Following the direction pointed by Angeli, Subaru at the moment looked around and saw that a ship was very fierce in his direction. He nodded to Angeli, but he couldn't see it on his face. To a trace of fear. Because there is Angeli standing beside him, so as long as he is with the master, he has nothing to be afraid of. Looking at Subaru's calm appearance, Angeli feels very happy at the moment. After all, his only apprentice does not panic for a while. This is a very stable performance. Only in this way can we handle things without panic. Master, they came to us. Are these people friends or foes? It seems that Subaru doesn't know anything about the situation at sea. He thought that the people who came to this big ship were his friends. 80% of these people are pirates. While talking, Angeli turned around and there was a big ship sliding towards him. It can be said that the two ships had a plan, and they wanted to flank him and Subaru inside to form an encirclement. Although Angeli has also fought against these pirates many times, the number of pirates who came today is really quite large. Soon, the two large ships were getting closer and closer, and Angeli could clearly see the number of people in the cabin. There are about 100 people in the two ships. 05. It seems that the pirates really regard themselves as their target this time. I don't know if they know that the person on this ship is themselves. If they knew, I believe they would also be afraid, just watching these two ships, moving so fast. It seems that they don't know that the person they are attacking is Angeli, who is calmly welcoming this battle at the moment, even though the two ships appeared by his side unexpectedly. But Angeli is now mentally prepared, and believes that if their ship really comes, and if they are really close to him, they will not do anything to him, even though there are many of them. Alas, Master, there are a lot of people on these two ships. It seems that they are bound to win. Chapter 121 The Decisive Battle. At this moment, Anjali looked at Subaru standing beside him to see if he would be afraid when he saw so many pirates, but he didn't really see the sun of fear on Subaru's face. In fact, he stood there calmly, looking left and right at the number of people on the two ships. Although I felt that there were a lot of people on the two ships, they did not mean to be afraid. Anjali nodded with satisfaction and said to Subaru, "How about it? It's the first time I've seen such a big battle. If you face so many pirates, don't you be afraid. With the master here, what am I afraid of? Not to mention that these thieves can't hurt any of us at all." Subaru is more confident. Although he also learned some martial arts with this Anjali, he only learned some of Anjali's fur. At this moment, the boy also wanted to see what kind of potential Subaru had, so he returned. He looked over and looked at the two pirate ships and said to Subaru, "Disciples, these people will be handed over to you." Listening to Anjali's words, Subaru clenched his fists at the moment, expressing to Anjali that he would do it and would be able to defeat them. Subaru stood on the deck like a chicken blood and waited for the two boats. The 06 is now on two ships. It can be said that it is close at hand, but the people on the two ships have not attacked them yet. The old man is domineering at sea, and on land, I have already taken care of you. Although Subaru has only learned a few skins, his tone is really very big. Looking at Subaru's self-confidence, Anjali also decided that he wanted to try Subaru to see how far he had learned his martial arts and where there were still some flaws. Of course, as a bystander, he should be able to quickly see the shortcomings and advantages of the martial arts learned by Subaru. The two pirate ships were almost simultaneously caught in the small boat that Subaru and Anjali were sitting on. After approaching the boat, the pirates jumped on the boat one after another. At this moment, the boats of Subaru and Anjali were swayed by these pirates. Anjali stood firmly on the deck, watching Subaru deal with these. The pirates at the moment rushed to the boat with weapons and started to attack Subaru. Subaru held the fantasy sword given by Anjali to open the bow from left to right, and saw the pirates falling into the water one after another. Anjali stood on the deck, and was quite satisfied with the martial arts that Subaru performed. It seems that Subaru is really hard-working, and its internal strength is also good. Coupled with its own guidance, it really brings this sword to the extreme. Although it is still lacking on the whole, it has been learned for so many days. Mastering so much knowledge is already very valuable. Several pirates were shot into the water one after another, but although there were too many pirates, all the pirates on the other boat also stepped onto the boat. If it weren't for the size of the boat, if it was small, I believe those pirates would swarm. It's just that the boat can accommodate not many people. It can only accommodate a dozen pirates and Subaru to fight. At this moment, Subaru is really invincible. Watching those pirates being stabbed by Subaru's sword, blood is flowing, and some pirates are simply kicked into the water by Subaru. Go! Other pirates saw their companions being kicked into the water, and some were injured, so they rushed up recklessly, probably because they were not afraid of any ships found at sea. Anything is their prey, and they are bound to get it. In addition to fighting against these pirates, Subaru would look back at Anjali from time to time to show his abilities and see if Anjali was satisfied with his abilities. These pirates are not all mediocre, and their abilities are also very large. Coupled with their strong physique, Subaru obviously felt a little powerless after a period of competition. After all, these pirates have played one wave after another. Although Subaru can shoot a few people into the water and get injured, after all, the sea there are many thieves. Looking at Subaru's strength, it is obvious that there are some sharp turns and declines. At this moment, Anjali is also a little worried, but people have some potential that can be stimulated at critical times. He will see if this wicket has potential to be stimulated. Of course, it is often possible to encounter situations such as walking alone in the rivers and lakes. I can't always be by their side to protect them. These things should be handled by themselves. Anjali did not step forward to help but quietly stood on the deck and watched the situation, although some pirates were defeated by Subaru. But Subaru's power is also taking a sharp turn. Moreover, Subaru's body has also been slashed by a pirate's knife. At this moment, Anjali quickly stepped forward to rescue Subaru when he saw this. Of course, as long as he shoots himself at this time, then these pirates will be beaten by himself. The lost sight saw Anjali step forward and kick a few pirates. A few pirates were kicked into the water, and the other pirates picked up their knives and slashed in the direction of Anjali. It seemed that they were not very familiar with Anjali. If they were familiar with Anjali, I believe that there is no need to fight. As long as you see Anjali, you will run away. But these people don't know what kind of ability 963 Anjali really is, but they rushed forward recklessly. Because they feel that there must be some valuable things on this ship, and their purpose is to get things and at the same time hurt these people. Of course, the waterway is their world. Master. Subaru saw that Anjali finally made a move, and his heart was overjoyed. He could say that he could not stand it anymore. I saw that Anjali changed quickly and opened up a path to come to his side. Like the blessed child, he immediately gained momentum. The two of them were back to back, facing the attack of the ferocious pirates, and they began to spread directly below, and some pirates were struggling in the water. Of course, they were all injured and some of them fell on the deck, moaning and struggling. At this moment, Anjali flew towards him, and a few pirates flew over and kicked them. Individuals are like candied haws. One hits and the other falls into the water one after another. The few pirates in front of them attacked Anjali violently. It can be said that they have never seen such a powerful character, and just after they came up, they knocked down the one in front of them. Chapter 122, Fight When You Meet. Anjali helps Subaru start healing. Subaru felt that his meridians were opened up in an instant, all the pores were open, and he could absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The next warm current entered the body as if the wounds he had just suffered were slowly being recovered, and his physical energy gradually recovered. Stand up. Subaru admired Anjali's powerful skills in his heart. I am also very grateful to the master for healing him at this time. Through this fierce battle, Subaru also summed up a lot of experience. His level has risen a lot, and his experience value has increased a lot. All of this is thanks to the master for helping him heal and help him improve Subaru's body, and their physical strength has been restored, so their task has not been completed. Now Anjali can't leave here, and can only let Subaru go to find Zoro and them. Stay on your own and continue to complete the mission. Subaru listened to Anjali's arrangement and went to find Zoro and the others. Anjali was left alone to continue the task in this place. Only a quick upgrade is the only way to make yourself stronger and stronger. There were a lot of beasts around. Anjali used the Sakura sword to knock them down one after another. The business at this time was to kill all the monsters in this castle. It can only be said that Anjali is here now. If other people are there, they may not be able to complete such a task. Anjali is the most powerful swordsman in the world, so it is impossible for others to surpass him. A ferocious beast came at you. I saw that Anjali said it was too late, and then quickly took out the frost snow sword, a cherry blossom and 100 glowing flowers. The sword energy contained in the dark cherry blossoms will explode when it touches anything and cannot maintain balance. I saw the beasts and monsters around him, and they all shattered when they hit the weather. Anjali's sword was as sharp as it was about to destroy the entire world, and all the surrounding species were broken. This may be the fear of Janao. Anjali can feel that his level has risen again, his points have increased Anjali's efforts, and the system has sent him a reincarnation pill. This is a good thing. After you run out of physical energy, you can restore your physical energy and come back to life again. Anjali's disdain for the surrounding atmosphere is the feeling of invincibility. Go ahead and complete the task. Wherever the snowflake sword went, all the monsters were instantly destroyed. During these business processes, Anjali was rewarded by the system and gave a pair of purple-yellow boots. Anjali's speed was even faster. Let these humble monsters be the stepping stones for Anjali to conquer the world. At this time, the fighting power has increased a lot. The monster of the castle continues to rise. This is Anjali, and there is still a certain amount of skill. Keep working hard, keep using his tricks. Anglia continued to move forward because of the task, and these monsters blocking his way were also turned into ashes under his double snow swords. After Subaru left Anjali, he continued in the other direction. He wanted to find Zoro and the others and join Zoro and the others. Subaru now also belongs to the 4 Emperor level combat power. So it's okay to deal with some of the beast monsters in the picture. Let him act alone, Anjali is also to train him. Subaru walked and wondered how he could find Zoro. He was not familiar with Zoro and them. Just when he thought of this, several beasts in front blocked his way. It was time for him to exercise again. The black cloud crow killing that Anjali taught him has not been used yet. At this time, Subaru was killed by a black cloud crow, only to see Subaru's sight, like a black cloud, and like 1,000 crows, it went straight to the beast. Several beasts were instantly reduced to ashes. Subaru was stunned when he saw several beasts turn to ashes in an instant. He didn't expect this trick taught by his master to be so powerful. The blissful beasts that were eliminated, the level of Subaru has increased a little. The system gave him some magic weapons to protect himself. I thought that after the war, my body would not recover so quickly, but I didn't expect that he would use this trick to the fullest. The body did not feel any strangeness. Subaru is thinking that the master is too powerful. As expected of the swordsman who is admired by the world and continues to move forward, he is looking for the whereabouts of Zoro and the others. Went to the most desolate part of the castle. Several people ahead blocked his way. Everyone is fully equipped. Holding a long sword, he looks like a very high-level expert. But no matter how high the level is, you have to fight them yourself. You don't know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, but you can only move forward if you kill a bloody path first. Who is the comer? Why are you blocking my way? Subaru said seriously. His eyes showed his chest. That feeling is that the person who blocked me is dying. Who are you? Why are you here? The people who came here were not willing to tell their true identity, but questioned Subaru. Most people who want to know who I am are people who are dying. Subaru's temper is not very unpleasant. Not much to say, just pick up the sword and see you. This is what it means to do it without a word. The opponent's swordsmanship is also quite good. Subaru took the palm of his hand and used his strength to talk, holding a long sword. Snowflakes formed where the sword tip was drawn and went straight to the person's chest. But the opponent's black cloud pressed the top, and it seemed to resolve this sword move. Subaru didn't understand why all the swordsmanships he used could be cracked by the other party. Could it be that they are the Zoro and the others that Shichuan asked me to find? Your name is Zoro. Subaru and the powerful voice questioned each other. Okay, tell me who you are. How do you know my name? Zoro was also very surprised when he heard Subaru say his own name. Could it be his own? Why is his swordsmanship similar to that of his master? Stop it, we are our own. Subaru can be sure that the other party must be Zoro and the others that the master asked him to find. I am Subaru, the new apprentice of the master. You don't know me, the master asked me to come to you, you are all right. As Subaru put it away, he told Zoro about his origins. How is the master? Where is the master? Zoro can't wait to know what happened to Anjali. Master is very good, he is still doing the task ahead. Don't worry, he asked me to come to you and meet with the master. Subaru told Zoro and the others about Anjali's situation. Yes, as long as the master is fine, Zoro they were relieved. Chapter 123 Adjustment Status. This is really a flood that broke through the Dragon King temple, and I don't know my own people. Zoro still sighs. He thinks it's very strange. No wonder the tricks he uses are the master's tricks. It turns out that we are brothers. Zoro looked at Subaru as his own and felt that he was being so rude just now. He was really sorry, so Zoro apologized to Subaru. I'm really sorry, I thought you were the enemy who committed the crime, so I didn't ask you clearly and fought with you, and spent so much energy. Zoro explained to Subaru that I wasn't good either, and didn't explain who I was, so we fought, and we all hurt each other like this, and we beat our own people. Subaru is also blaming himself for not telling the truth from the beginning. If he were to directly say that he was looking for Zoro, then there might not be so many misunderstandings, and the two sides would not spend so much energy. Well, we don't need to apologize to each other. It's good to know that we are all brothers and sisters, we are a family and our own, that's good. Zoro also feels that since they are all his own, then don't delay the time here any longer. We should go to find the trace of the master together. Subaru, please go to the boat with us, and we will go to the master. Zoro invited Subaru take a boat together to find Anjali and Anjali rendezvous because Zoro said so. So Subaru will pay attention to 267. It turns out that there is a large ship docked on the shore. Yeah, it would be much faster if you sailed to find Anjali, and you didn't have to go through so many hardships. Zoro thought the same way. He felt that it would be faster to get on the boat together to find Anjali, and the earlier the driver and his heart would be put down earlier. Subaru accepts Zoro's invitation and joins them in a boat to find Angel. At this moment, the water surface suddenly appeared, and there were huge waves. Subaru, Zoro and the others stood on the deck and looked over. It turned out that there was a large pirate ship on the opposite side, and it was rushing towards him in this direction. This is Fromen, the pirate ship of the pirates. This gang of pirates is extremely fierce, and they only do bad things to bully the entire sea. Make this piece of sea domain name boring. Zoro and Subaru introduce the situation of the pirate ship. Since he is doing evil like this, he must not be kept. We will destroy them today, Cold said gloomily after listening to Zoro's introduction. Since you are confident, we will never be afraid, so let's prepare for Age together. Zoro was thinking in his heart, what happened? Why are the master's apprentices like this? They are as confident as me. Self-confidence is for the reason of self-confidence, because they are the strongest land in the world, so they must also be the strongest. They have a mission to save the world, so no matter what difficulties they face, they are bound to go up. But the other party is not weak, the Comer is not good, the other party can dominate the whole sea area, and he is not a generalist. The momentum of the pirate ship coming in time is like fighting everything. After reaching their ship, some people on the pirate ship flew directly to his ship to face the snatch. But the people of the pirate ships were also unlucky, and what they encountered today was not an ordinary sailing ship. Zoro, Subaru, and some brothers and sisters holding long swords, all kinds of swordsmanship. The people who just jumped on the boat became cannon fodder. The whole scene is spectacular. Subaru pointed out the white clouds, and Zoro resorted to the black clouds. The other brothers and sisters used 13 silver lights to kill people, not to mention that the people on the pirate ship were also very strong in martial arts, but the enemies they encountered were too powerful. Some people just jumped on the boat, and they were killed by Jianfeng before they knew how to start. Naturally, every time Zoro and Subaru kill a batch of pirates, their level increases by 1 level. Because of the parents, they became more and more brave, and Zoro and Subaru and their swords were bloody everywhere. Even if batches of pirates came to the ship, there were not many left. In this fierce battle, Subaru discovered the sword moves used by Zoro, some of which he could not understand. Brother, what is the name of this trick? I think your use of this move is quite wonderful. The power to destroy the enemy is very powerful. Subaru doesn't understand it, so he wants to ask Zoro what kind of swordsmanship this is. Angry still hasn't had time to teach him. This move is called 13 silver lights. The pirate ship really suffered a big loss this time. I didn't expect that such a team that was once popular in the sea was actually destroyed by Subaru Anjali and his brothers. Subaru is very happy. He has never fought such a victory before. It can be said that this battle was really very enjoyable. Although it took a lot of physical strength, it was worth it. It seems that I learned this from the master. Building a tree has really enhanced a lot of energy for oneself, and at the same time, it has also made oneself more comfortable when walking the rivers and lakes in the future. Master, You are resting here, I'll go find some food. At this moment, Subaru saw Anjali sitting quietly with his eyes closed, so he volunteered to find some food. After this battle, they really spent a lot of energy. At this moment, Subaru saw Anjali Vivi's right. He nodded to himself and left alone. Anjali closed his eyes and rested on the pirate's boat. It can be said that the whole big boat has its own person. Not only did they stand on the pirate's boat, but they also took the pirate's boat as their own. The boat left here and wanted to find something to eat to supply them. Of course, the journey by sea is also very long, so we should find more food to avoid starvation on the boat. Although there are some fish and shrimp at sea kind of, but Subaru still wanted to be nice to the master, to show his filial piety, and he rowed the boat towards the distance. When he saw a small boat appearing in front of him again, Subaru at the moment had experience this time. He felt that the small boat in front of him should still be a pirate. It seemed that there were really many pirates on the sea. At this moment, Subaru is already mentally prepared. Of course, the number of people in the small boat in front should be not many, because the two big boats that attacked the two of them just now, Lion himself, were defeated. There should not be too many people on this small boat, and he should be able to handle it alone. Looking back at the big ship where the master was resting, Subaru did not alert the master, but faced the small ship and drove over quickly. Chapter 124 Misunderstanding. In Subaru's thinking, he felt that the people he encountered on the ships at sea were all pirates, so at this moment, Subaru rowed the boat quickly towards the boat that was going to the opposite side, and also quickly when they came over, it seemed that the people on the two boats were really full of gunpowder. You gangsters are really daring this time, Subaru yelled at the people on the boat. Zoro also felt very puzzled at the moment. Pirates are absolute city-states, but there is only one person on the boat in front of him. No matter what, the people they meet at sea are the pirates. The pirates ahead, let the horses come. Zoro spoke confidently. Soon the two boats were quickly approaching each other. Subaru, who came forward, quickly drew out the sword that his master had given him, and stabbed him violently towards the opponent's chest. Zoro was just about to distinguish the opponent's routine, but the opponent's health care had already reached his chest. There was no time to think too much. Zoro flew up and was about to kick the opponent's wrist, but Subaru was also very fast. He turned his direction suddenly, and pointed the blade at Zoro again with a slow hand. Hey boy, this sword came quite fast. Heroes cherish each other. It has been like this since ancient times, and now Zoro sees the pirate opposite. This sword dance is so skilled, but there is one thing he feels a little familiar with. His routine seems to have been seen somewhere, and many of the master's disciples, Zoro, have seen it, but the person in front of him seems to have some similarities with the master's routine. Who is this person in front of him? Could it be that the master's apprentice went out of the way and became a pirate, and this idea formed in Zoro's heart? At this moment, Zoro did not dare to neglect, because the opponent's swordsmanship is really very fast. One sword after another is pressing towards him. If he didn't react in time, I believe that the first piece just now has stabbed into his chest. Dodging the first Subaru's sword, he stabbed Zoro's throat again, and now Zoro leaned back to avoid the arrow. The increasingly familiar swordsmanship made Zoro want to ask the other party where he came from, but the other party didn't give him such a chance at all. At this moment, Subaru saw that neither of his two pieces stabbed Zoro, so he quickly turned around, raised his legs and kicked Zoro's body. Boy, who are you? Don't care who I am, eat my sword first. Subaru responded with a two-pronged approach. Although one of his legs flew and kicked Zoro, his health care was not idle. He picked up the sword in his right hand and stabbed Zoro's body again. At this moment, Zoro saw that the other party was pressing step by step, and he didn't want to answer himself at all, so he hurriedly avoided the kick that Subaru flew over. This kick was avoided, but Subaru's health care once again arrived at his body. At this moment, Zoro felt that this sword was really very familiar. Say who you are and why you have the master's health care. Seeing the familiar sword, Zoro now confirms once again that the person in front of him is related to Master He. Otherwise, the Master's sword will not be in his hand, but with his martial arts, if he wants to do something to the Master, that is impossible. Zoro is not worried that the Master will be hurt by the other party or what. He just thinks that the person in front of him should have a relationship with the Master. If he doesn't know if it is really unpleasant, then I believe it is also true for the Master. A disrespect. Master, who is your Master? Master Angelion. Facing the pressing step by step of the person in front of him, the small road at the moment did not go out of his way to resist, but just dodged blindly. When he first heard Angeli's name, Subaru put away his sword and his figure. You are. How do you know Mr. Angeli? Hearing the other party calling out the Master's name, Zoro was overjoyed at this moment. That is my Master, and I am his eldest disciple, Zoro. The big water rushed to the Dragon King Temple. The family didn't know the family. At this moment, Subaru felt that he had committed the following crimes. What about the Collision Master? Arriving here first, Subaru quickly threw down his sword and knelt on one knee on the ground to express his apology to the brother in front of him. 0. Ask for flowers. Senior brother is above, please accept the apprenticeship. Just now, the junior brother has eyes and does not know Mount I. You don't care about the villain. I am also the apprentice of Master N, the apprentice just accepted, please get up quickly I said, how can your swordsmanship be the same as your master's? Junior brother, so you and the Master are together. At this moment, Zoro's trip was to find a Master. When he heard the Master's information, he was very happy, and quickly asked the whereabouts of the Subaru Master in front of him. The Master was on the big boat behind him. I came out to find some food. We encountered a group of pirates just now. Pirates are prevalent in this sea, and it can be said that these pirates can be seen everywhere. Yes, brother, just now I regarded you as a pirate, so I didn't even bother to talk to you. There was a big ship in front of you, speeding towards them. Zoro saw this, and he stood up. He frowned. Of course, apart from the pirates, there was no other person on this sea who could tell him that the big ship in front of him was the pirate's ship. Seeing the ferocious approach of the other party, Zoro at this moment hurriedly told the brothers behind him to cheer up and prepare for the battle. It can be said that it was a fierce battle, because the other party's ships could see that after walking on the sea for so many years, Zoro was very concerned about the pirates. The level of the pirates is also understood. The group of pirates who came here should be the people led by their generals. Seeing Zoro so nervous knowing something, he felt that Zoro didn't need to make such a fuss. Relying on the skills taught by the Master to deal with these seas should be no problem, and Zoro is also a proud disciple of the Master. I believe that Zoro has been with the Master for a longer time. In this contest, Zoro never fought back. The big ship quickly approached and a group of pirates shouted on the deck. Zoro also enriched his brothers, ready for battle, ready for everything. Chapter 125, Disparity in Strength. Subaru originally planned to find some food filial masters, but now he did not expect to meet the senior brother, which made him very happy, but the ships of the pirates followed. It seems that these pirates are really rampant. It can be seen everywhere on this sea. At this moment, Zoro feels a little pressure for the pirates who come because he has had physical conflicts with the pirates many times. Therefore, he is very clear about what kind of afterlife these pirates are, but in Subaru's view, these pirates are insignificant, because he and his master used to be outnumbered and repelled many pirates. They were killed and injured countless times, so in the face of such a fierce battle, Subaru was like fighting chicken blood. He was very excited about the pirates' big ship and quickly took Zoro's 773, Balu's two small boats. Although the brothers on the ship were ready, the trees of the coming imperial pirates, including their strength, were clearly in front of us, and soon the pirates boarded the Subaru where they were. The boat. Soon the pirates and the group led by Zoro fought together. Although the group led by Zoro were all Angeli's apprentices and grandchildren, after all, the minority fought against the majority and the victory was quickly won. The strength of the negative pirate was revealed, and there were many brothers who had been thrown into the water. Zoro looked back and was heartbroken, but now the roads in front of him is also strong. Although he watched the brothers being bullied by the pirates wantonly, Zoro really couldn't spare his hands to help them rescue them. At this moment, Subaru saw that the strength of these pirates was stronger than what he and his master met just now. Pirates are even stronger, and he really doesn't dare to despise the enemy, but it is more than enough to deal with pirates with his own strength. Just looking at the 17-year-old brothers and sisters next to them who have no time to take care of Zoro is also very anxious. At this moment, Subaru, while fighting back, informed Xiaolu that he should inform the master of this news in time and let the master come out to rescue. The master's big ship was far away from them and could not see that the battle had already taken place in it. At this moment, Subaru saw that his brother was also severely injured, so he quickly informed Zoro, and tried to pass on such a message to the master, so that the master can quickly find a way. After all, his old man is the one who has the most ideas. Now that this group of pirates has already compared the number of pirates with the number of pirates and the number of brothers, the number of pirates is far from the number of pirates that the two small ships are in a state of water. If you go to tip off, I believe that no one is capable of such a job. In the gap between the battle with the opponent, Subaru evacuated the opponent with a quick feint, thinking that Subaru was attacking in his own direction, so he had already pulled up his stance and was ready to meet the opponent's invasion. But I didn't expect that after Subaru opened the stance, it just feinted and ran away quickly. Seeing that Subaru jumped into the water and quickly swam to the front, the pirates on the boat could watch Subaru leave. And there is no way to continue. The moment he jumped into the sea, Subaru shouted at Zoro who was still fighting. "Brother, I'm going too." Seeing the departure of Subaru, Zoro at this moment pressed his heart, although now his brother, the injured and the dead, fell into the sea can be said to be terrible. But there is no other way but to continue to fight and wait for the master to come to the rescue. Angeli was lying on the big boat resting quietly, waiting for Subaru to retrieve some food to replenish his nutrition, but he didn't think of him. He felt the splint shake slightly. The slight shaking of the deck awakened Angeli. At this moment, Angeli quickly stood up. When he saw Subaru emerging from the water, he was very surprised. Subaru was not rowing a boat to find food. Something. How can you be so embarrassed in the water right now? The master is not good. My senior brother and I encountered pirates. Subaru, who climbed on the deck, stroked the seawater on his face with his hand, and said anxiously to Angeli. "Big brother, pirates." The series of words made Angeli inexplicably surprised. Where did the senior brother come from, and where did the pirates listen to Subaru? At this moment, Angeli looked around and saw that the sea was calm. What pirates? Subaru, who climbed on the deck, recounted the acquaintance between him and the senior brother. After meeting the senior brother, he met the pirate again. He heard the ins and outs of the matter clearly. At this moment, Angeli hurriedly started the big ship and said what Subaru said. The place where the encounter with the pirates sailed. "Master, this group of pirates is quite powerful. They are fundamentally different from the pirates we encountered before. I thought these pirates were not surprising. Just like me and Master, we can solve them by dividing 3 and 5 by 2. I didn't expect my senior brother and I to be seriously injured." Driving the big boat quietly, Angeli did not speak, but his brows were very tight. He did not expect that there would be so many pirates in this sea, and these pirates were already rampant to the extreme, and it seemed that he would not do anything. It is really impossible to stop their evil. Driving the big boat, Angeli looked into the distance and saw that there were 2 big boats ahead, and 2 small boats drifting on the sea. The slow curtain was slowly able to see clearly, and there were people fighting on the boats. Subaru excitedly pointed to the fighting ships in front, and said to Angeli that the master was the ship, the pirates. Angeli had increased the speed of the boat to the maximum throttle. The big boat flew towards the location of the incident. At this moment, Angeli raised his brows. He saw that the pirates on the small boat had already gained the upper hand. There were only a few of his apprentices left. Of course, He knew that Zoro was also following him. After docking the ship, Angeli quickly boarded the ship where the incident occurred. The pirate Angeli in front of him had seen it before at sea. It seems that Rhodes personally went out this time. Looking at his brother's collapse, Angeli is really heartbroken at this moment, and some brothers are struggling in the sea. The whole scene made Angeli see it in his eyes, and it was painful in his heart. Chapter 126. Disperse the crowd. There are few brothers left by Zoro. Some fell on the deck and groaned in pain, while others were immersed in the sea, struggling to see the wreckage of the ship Zoro was driving. At this moment, Angeli was heartbroken. Unstoppable, but he quickly climbed up and launched his most violent attack in the face of Ross. The enemy in front of him made Angeli hate him. Rhodes has heard of it. It can be said that Angeli Lai is a frightening figure. When he saw Angeli again, Ross was also timid. Seeing that the disciples under Angeli had been beaten to pieces by his own men, Ross was satisfied at this moment. It can be said that this battle is the most brilliant battle since he and Angry fought. It was also because Angeli was not present that he succeeded in this battle. At this moment, after seeing that the other party was severely injured, Rhodes waved his hands to his brothers and prepared to shout. Listening to the leader's order, the heavy pirates at the moment, just like Husun, scattered one after another, driving their big ships toward the depths of the sea. At this moment, Angeli saw that the 06 pirates had left one after another, and looked back to see that there were not many of his brothers left. At this moment, the brothers have been smashed into pieces by these pirates. Looking around for 4 weeks, Angeli instructed Subaru to quickly drive the big boat towards the shore, believing that these brothers should have swam to the shore. There is a small island by the shore. There is no one on the island, but after all, this is a landing. If people are immersed in the sea for too long, I believe that no one can bear it. At this moment, Angeli concluded that his brother must be it is to swim to the shore and rest on the island. Of course, this island is also unsafe. Staying here for too long, I believe that these pirates will definitely regroup and attack them again. Although his brothers were defeated, Angeli had the confidence to organize them again. After all, he believed in pirates by his side, and it would be difficult to attack them. The copyright of the novel resource belongs to the original author. The text is only for personal study and trial reading. Please delete it within 24 hours after downloading. Please support subscribing to Genuine Novels and refuse piracy. This novel was first published by Dragon. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 1,142,529,731. Feilu's Novel Internal Group 2,929,082,961. More wonderful Feilu novels are in the hands of the group owner. Welcome to the group. I hope you don't get deceived by those scammers. 2 people, Subaru and Angeli, landed on the island. At this moment, Angeli looked around for 4 weeks and saw that the island was overgrown with weeds. It can be said that on this desolate island, it should be easy to find something to eat. As long as the brothers have something to eat, I believe they can survive. Angeli started the system, and the security bar of the system once again prompted Angeli that his brother was safe. Keeping your brothers safe is your greatest comfort. It's just that Angeli's well after landing on the island did not see the brothers, nor did he see where the people like Zoro went. At this moment, Angeli really felt a little anxious, if these people were flooded with other people. If you encounter those pirates again, then they will be severely damaged. Angeli calmly started the system, hoping that the system could guide him in a direction, but the system does not have this function now. It can be said that the system can only remind him that his brother is safe, but this kind of safety is only temporary. The pirate system well did not prompt Angeli, fearing that these pirates would make a comeback again. Of course, this is the first time that these pirates have gotten the sweetness from him. Whether they will pursue the victory or not is unknown. Although his brothers suffered some casualties, most of them still stayed. He hopes that these people will be able to quickly I met my master. There seems to be a sign of someone walking here. Just as Angeli raised his brows and looked into the distance, Subaru next to him shouted. Xiaobin looked down and followed the direction pointed by Subaru to practice a field of weeds. It was a sign that someone was walking. Anjali was very happy to see this. Of course, he should be able to find his apprentice following this sign. Go, let's go in this direction. Subaru had just encountered such a thing with his senior brother. He felt that he and his senior brother were really in trouble. At this moment, Zoro is leading the brothers and is walking towards the depths of the island. They are also afraid that the pirates will come back again. After all, the brothers are not lightly injured. If they encounter those pirates again, I believe that with their current the strength of those pirates to contend with should have certain deficiencies. Zoro was afraid that the brothers would be injured again, so he led the brothers to the depths of the island. What the island looks like is also unknown to Zoro. It's just that staying away from the sea and some pirates will make the brothers safer. Although the island will also have certain dangers, it is still much safer compared to those pirates. Senior brother, let's stop and rest, I really can't walk anymore. Senior brother, my current leg is basically unable to move forward. Let's get some water to drink, I'm dying of thirst. At this moment, Zoro turned his head to look at his brothers who were seriously injured and hungry. He also felt very sad in his heart. He tried to lead the brothers out to find the master, but he did not find the master but found these pirates. These pirates were defeated. If the master knew about such a thing, I believe that the master would definitely blame himself. It seems that you should really work harder at ordinary times, otherwise, it will cause the current situation at a critical moment. It's just that these juniors and disciples have just been taught by Anglia and their abilities are still limited. Seeing the situation of the juniors, Zoro waved his hand and motioned for everyone to sit down and rest for a while. Of course, this place is not safe. Everyone can only rest for a while before continuing to walk. Brothers, just sit down and take a short rest. I'll find some fresh water for everyone to drink. After receiving the order, the brothers slumped on the ground one after another. It can be said that the stand just now really made them feel extremely frightened. I didn't expect that the strength of pirates would be so powerful. They had encountered pirates before, but those pirates were vulnerable. I didn't expect that this pirate team was so powerful, but they were defeated. The brothers who threw away their armor looked at each other. Everyone didn't say anything, but just took the time to rest and recuperate. Zoro walked forward slowly, listening to the sound of the water. He wanted to find some fresh water for the brothers to drink, and also wanted to find the trace of the master. Chapter 127 Local Indigenous. Looking at Subaru like this, Anjali didn't know what to say for a while. But after thinking about it for a while, I felt that I really had a lot of problems here, so I opened my mouth and said, "What's going on? How is your situation here?" Subaru watched Anjali come over, so he said helplessly, "Rose is so powerful, I don't think I'm an opponent at all." What? Anjali felt a little surprised. Although he already had his own plans for this matter in his heart, it still sounded like a little headache. But according to the current method, there is really nothing to do, just comfort Subaru and say, "It's okay, in that case, let's go out and see what's going on." Originally, Subaru, who is now without a master, was naturally excited when he heard such words, and just said, "Well, okay, then let's go now." The two discussed it and felt that there was no other way except this way. When the two of them were about to leave, suddenly a person came over and watched them say, "Hold on, you have a lot of things, do you tell me?" Anjali looked at the person who came over and felt uncomfortable in her heart. She just said, "Who the hell are you?" Subaru looked at them like this, and just told Anjali, "They are local natives. If this problem can't be solved well, we probably can't leave here." Of course, we haven't waited for Subaru to say something, "Natives." There, he came directly and asked Anjali, "Where do you want to go? What are you here for?" But Anjali knows that the people who come here are not good people. In this situation, what should I say? But when I came here, it can only be said, "Well, we do have something, but we are leaving now, I still can't tell you, I feel that I told the natives, they don't know what to say, but they just feel that the natives can understand. But of course the natives couldn't let them leave like this, so they said something with an unfriendly attitude. Tell me, what do you think, or what questions do you have, and what is your purpose for coming here? Looking at their appearance, Angeli probably knew it too. It seems that if he didn't say anything, he probably couldn't leave here. But now that's the case, he just opened his mouth and said, I'm sorry, I still can't tell you some things, as for you. Before the words were finished, the natives felt that this person came to challenge their own rights. The natives have always been friendly, but they are only aimed at their own people. Now, I really feel this way about Angeli. It is indeed unsafe to look at the uneasy eyes of the natives towards them. Angeli is indeed feeling difficult, but he has nothing to say. Time, no one is willing to give in, actually stands still like this. In the end, it was Subaru who looked at Angeli and said, why, we have to be like this, it seems that we can't leave safely. In fact, Angeli also has this in his heart. Chapter 128 _ Angeli just looked at the natives and said, it is true that there are still many inconveniences, but I really hope that everyone will make it easier. Having said this, the indigenous people thought about it. Originally, they felt that the attitude of outsiders towards them was not good. But that's it now, who knows what else might be in it. So he looked at Angeli and said, in this case, if you don't leave, we're welcome. Angeli didn't think about what it was for, and felt that it was really good to let himself go at this time. But now, seeing this situation, suddenly, the system said to Angeli, Master, you can't leave this place. What the hell is going on here? Angeli felt uncomfortable in his heart. He had negotiated things with great difficulty, and now he regrets it. This group of people probably won't have to kill himself. But looking at this task of his own, Angeli felt that there was no way to do it, and he just froze in place. Looking at Angeli like this, Subaru thought there was something else wrong, so he said, what's the matter, can we leave now? Angeli suddenly remembered something. Only Neng said helplessly, I'm afraid, we can't go. How to say this? Subaru hurriedly said, look at these indigenous people, if we don't leave, we may not know how to target us at that time, you are. Before the words were finished, the natives on the opposite side obviously knew what they meant, just talking. It seems that when you come here, there is really nothing that Subaru knows. Angeli must have his own business to do this, but now he is here, and he is really embarrassed. He knows in his heart, and he does not know what to do what. I can only look at the group of indigenous people and say weakly, no, it's not like this, you listen to us. However, Subaru himself knew how pale and powerless his explanation was. Sure enough, the indigenous people also knew that he was very angry now, and they all felt that there was no good end to outsiders. So I didn't give them any chance to explain. I turned around and said to the people behind me, let's punish these sins to get souls and bring them Qianlis to hell. Looking at them like this, Angeli felt that I had nothing to be afraid of because I could always solve it this way. Just looking at Subaru's worried look now, he comforted him and said, it's okay, leave the matter here to me. After finishing speaking, they started a fight. Angeli has always been very powerful, but the opposite side is also a lot of people. For a time, the two sides were actually tied. Now, it was Angeli's turn to suffer. According to the system, he had a special mission here, but looking at it now, there seems to be nothing here. So I just looked at the situation around me quietly, and I kept thinking, is there something else, or that this was something I hadn't discovered for a while. Angeli also felt that he still hadn't discovered it, and suddenly thought of it. System. Chapter 128 has a mission. Angeli just looked at the natives and said, it is true that there are still many inconveniences, but I really hope that everyone will make it easier. Speaking of this, the indigenous people started to think about it. Originally, they thought that outsiders had a bad attitude towards themselves. But that's it now, who knows what else might be in it. And said, in that case, if you don't leave, we'll be welcome. Anjali didn't think about what it was for, and felt that at this time, it was indeed really good to let himself go. To Anjali, "Master, you can't leave this place." What the hell is going on here? Anjali felt uncomfortable in his heart. He had negotiated things with great difficulty, and now he regrets it. This group of people probably won't have to kill himself. But looking at this task of his own, Anjali felt that there was no way to do it, and he just froze in place. Looking at Anjali like this, Subaru thought there was something else wrong, so he said, "What's the matter, can we leave now?" Anjali suddenly remembered something. Only Neng said helplessly, "I'm afraid, we can't go." How to say this? Subaru hurriedly said, "Look at these indigenous people, if we don't leave, we may not know how to target us at that time." You haven't finished what you said, and the indigenous people on the opposite side are also obviously. I knew what they meant. Just said, "It seems that you come here, there is really nothing to do." Subaru knows that Anjali must have his own business to do this, but now he is really embarrassed here. He knows it in his heart, and he doesn't know what to do. I can only look at the group of indigenous people and say weakly, "No, it's not like this, you listen to us." However, Subaru himself knew how pale and powerless his explanation was. Sure enough, the indigenous people also knew that he was particularly angry now. For outsiders, they all felt that there was no good end. So I didn't give them any chance to explain. I turned around and said to the people behind me, "Let's punish these sins to get souls, take them to hell, and see Anjali like this, but I feel that this is not me. What to be afraid of, because I have always been able to solve it this way." Just looking at Subaru's worried look now, he comforted him and said, "It's okay, leave the matter here to me." After finishing speaking, they started a fight. Anjali has always been very powerful, but the opposite side is also a lot of people. For a time, the two sides were actually tied. Now, it was Anjali's turn to suffer. According to the system, he had a special mission here, but looking at it now, there seems to be nothing here. So I just looked at the situation around me quietly, and I kept thinking about whether there was something else, or that I didn't discover this. In time, Anjali also felt that he still hadn't discovered it, and suddenly thought of the system. Chapter 129 Hurry Up and Run. Soon, Subaru felt that he couldn't hold on anymore, so he looked at Anjali like this, and just said quickly, "I guess it's impossible, what should we do?" Looking at Subaru like this, Anjali didn't know what to say, but just said, "Well, if that's the case, let's leave here." Hearing this, Subaru looked at Anjali like this, "So, 1-0, just nodded and the two of them moved in the same direction and passed. Anjali always felt that there was probably something in this place, but now, the slanderous thing in the system didn't know where it was going. Behind the back, the natives didn't seem to intend to let them go, but just watched them like this, and continued to say, "Tell me, what the hell are you doing here?" Anjali realized this place. In the end, why haven't I seen it? Is it the tribe of the indigenous people? Anjali saw a strange thing. Why does this thing seem to be the devil fruit I saw just now? So Anjali saw that it would take some time for them to come over, so he went over and took it directly. Suddenly, the system prompts, "Your mission has been completed, so this is what you want." Anjali just smiled and said, "Okay, now we can leave." Subaru nodded, and suddenly at this moment, the natives saw that their things were gone, and they felt flustered, because this thing, which was very important to them, was equivalent to their symbol. He just looked at the leader and looked at Anjali and said, "Tell me, what are you doing? You took our things like this, who are you?" Subaru was curious, just looked at them, and suddenly said something. "Say, what do you want this for?" Anjali didn't say anything, just put the thing up and said, "Don't worry about this, I won't give it to them." The two sides were in such a stalemate, but Anjali knew that he would not leave like this. Suddenly, the natives looked at them and said, "If you give us your things, you can leave." In time, Anjali knew that this thing was indeed important to them. "But for me, this is really useful, so I just said, hurry up." Subaru heard this, and he didn't react to what he said at the beginning, so he looked at Anjali in surprise, but he looked at Anjali. In this way, I also knew what was going on. The two of them didn't entangle too much, so they hurried to this place and left this place. How could the indigenous people behind them let them leave like this? So they chased them too. Don't let go. Oh 7 time, Subaru looked at Anjali like this. What the hell is going on? I used to think Anjali was not like this. What is going on now? However, Subaru felt that Anjali did this. I must have something to do with myself, so I just don't say anything, I just don't get caught.